I feel old because I'm like, too many crowds.
Yeah, well, that's what I feel. I'm like, there's no way I could keep up. That's kind of weird.
All right, more on that coming up later this hour. We are going to begin this morning, though, with a preview of a busy travel weekend.
Yeah, millions are preparing to celebrate both Easter and the start of Passover, providing a glimpse into what to expect from the travel industry this summer. But states across the country are reporting a rise in COVID cases, casting doubt on a seemingly optimistic summer outlook. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is at the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta.
Well, it's already certainly shaping up to be a very busy travel weekend. Here at the world's busiest airport in Atlanta, they're already expecting to see nearly 2 million passengers over the holiday week, and that's just at this airport alone. We're seeing similar stories across the country with travel picking back up, but it's also leaving airlines scrambling to keep up.
This morning, millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense.
I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
You know, Savannah, I think the biggest key is early is better, whether you're hitting the road or planning to fly. If you're hitting the road, AAA says that you should certainly leave early in the morning. But if you're booking flights still for now or throughout the rest of the summer, they say early flights are better. They're more likely to leave on time because once a delay happens, it's hard to catch back up after that.
Whole train. All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks so much.
New videos out of China show dramatic scenes involving police and protesters frustrated by the ongoing COVID lockdowns. Police there apparently clashed with protesters who were resisting efforts to move them out of their homes. Many residents are struggling to find supplies, including food, because of China's zero COVID policy. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing with more.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. With the lockdown in Shanghai in its 3rd week, patience appears to be wearing thin. Videos that went viral on social media here showing what happened in one neighborhood when dozens of families were told they were being evicted and moved.
This morning, desperation and defiance in Shanghai. These videos verified by news agency Associated Press showing outright clashes. Police in white medical suits appearing to wrestle with residents who were ordered to surrender their homes so they could be turned into COVID isolation sites. One woman on the ground shouting, "I beg you, please." Others being dragged away. The videos went viral on social media here before being pulled down by censors. With the lockdown in its 3rd week, most of Shanghai's 25 million people remain confined, struggling to find food.
We needed to act quickly.
Lucia Shen and her neighbors built up their own online supply chain to get everything from flour to medicine for 1,500 people.
Hopefully it's not going to be too long. I think for people who are in lockdown, we all know this shouldn't be a new norm.
Thousands of asymptomatic cases are still stuck at mass quarantine centers, some of the buildings leaking under heavy rain. Still, China's President Xi Jinping says zero COVID won't be relaxed, with punishment for those who break the rules. The Shanghai housing developer said in a statement that families forced to move were compensated. But the videos, along with others appearing to show protests, are a rare window into growing anxiety here. With the Omicron variant spreading fast and no end to the lockdown in sight.
Authorities in Shanghai had said earlier this week that the lockdown would be eased in areas of the city with no new cases. But the numbers just keep climbing, up 13 of the past 14 days, and now full or partial lockdowns being extended in at least 45 other Chinese cities. Joe and Savannah. All
right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. So, Dr. Patel, how concerned should we be about what's happening in China, and what does this tell us about lockdown policies, especially if many countries like the U.S. aren't doing the same thing?
Joe, actually, what we're seeing in China, simply put, is that these lockdowns don't work because you're still seeing a very infectious variant. They have both the original Omicron as well as several of the subvariants of Omicron popping up in Shanghai and other parts of China. So obviously, their tolerance is zero tolerance, and that's simply not practical when you have a variant that is on par or just almost as infectious as measles. So this is critical to learn from, and I think it shows that for at least the United States, lockdowns will not be part of our future.
Let's talk about what's happening here. More than 500 people a day are still dying from COVID, but a new NBC report shows much of Pfizer's COVID pill inventory is still sitting untouched. This is what Dr. Anthony Fauci had to say about it earlier this week on MSNBC.
Is that there isn't a full appreciation of who should get it, when they should get it, and where you wind up getting it. I mean, we have the test and treat of 2,000 locations where you can actually go in, get tested, and if it's available, get it. But what we really have got to do is we've got to get the practicing physicians to realize that there is plenty of drug around. It is being underutilized.
So, Dr. Patel, why are so many of these pills not being used? I mean, are they effective?
Yeah, they are effective, incredibly effective. I've used them in patients, and it's a dramatic turnaround even just after the first day of a 5-day course. Joe, I think there's two tensions here. Number one, we have been told as practicing physicians that for the longest time, these are all very short supply medications. And as you just heard Dr. Fauci mention, now we have an abundance of supply. We knew that would happen, but I think most of us have been operating under this notion that they're incredibly hard to get and need to be reserved for the sickest people or the people at the highest risk. And then the second is I think a lot more people are just testing themselves at home and then staying home and don't even realize that there's an option. They do have to present somewhere. You can show a picture of your positive test at one of these test to treat locations. But I simply just think that people don't even realize that it's an option for them. So hopefully we can kind of cross those two barriers, especially as we're seeing numbers rising across the country.
Yeah, and hopefully this helps inform people about it. I also want to ask you about kids and vaccines. California now pausing a state mandate that was set to go into effect before the next academic school year that would have required school kids to get the COVID vaccine because federal regulations still haven't given final full approval for kids. So that mandate now delayed until summer of 2023. Do you think we're eventually going to see more states mandate the vaccine for school kids? And how important is that?
I do think this will fall into the fold of other routine school immunizations that we expect all children to have. We do that for things like measles, mumps, rubella. I think that this just becomes a number of immunizations that are required in the fall of a school year. With California specifically, it had a lot more to do with the fact that these children's immunizations are still under an emergency use authorization, and the governor had asked, as you mentioned, that they be under kind of a, quote, full approval. It's a little bit of a technical difference, not really a difference in quality, but because of that, it's hard to kind of work backwards as a government and a state to actually put those into place, which is why he punted to fall of 2023. But I do think most places around the country, and already we're seeing school districts that want to have this requirement in place for this fall. And I suspect by fall of 23, this will be a regular requirement.
Dr. Patel, while we have you, we got Passover coming up, Easter coming up. A lot of families are going to be getting together. What's your best advice for folks who want to see their families and get together but still stay safe?
Yeah, number one, leverage testing. I know that people are going to be out and about testing. You can't test out of COVID, but it's helpful to have it. Throw it in your bag before you get on those long plane lines that Blaine covered. The second thing is that just what we talked about, Joe, with the Paxlovid and testing to treat. If somebody does turn up positive, don't delay. Try to find there's COVID.gov, COVID19.gov. on the website that you can actually look for one of these locations to see where you can show up and show a positive test and get access to treatment. And then the third, don't forget that masks and ventilation are your friend. If you need to and you've got a little cough or a cold that's not COVID, tested negative, still put on a mask. You don't want to get others sick. Opening windows and being outdoors, especially where it's nice outside, is always going to help.
Great advice. Have a great weekend, Dr. Patel. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now, new controversial abortion laws are now in place in 2 more states. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill banning abortion in most cases after 15 weeks. And Kentucky's legislature overrode their governor's veto to pass a law that threatens that state's last 2 abortion clinics. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the latest. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. This is a significant step by Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis banning most abortions after 15 weeks. The law here is modeled after the restrictive abortion law in Mississippi, which is now before the U.S. Supreme Court, and many believe could be a serious challenge to the landmark decision of Roe v. Wade, a serious challenge in decades.
This morning, Florida is at the epicenter of the escalating battle over abortion rights.
We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves.
Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law Thursday that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
The new law, House Bill 5, is set to take effect in July. While it permits women to obtain an abortion if their health is in danger or if the baby has fatal fetal abnormality, it contains no exceptions for rape or incest. Critics argue it's unconstitutional and will have ripple effects beyond Florida.
What is your reaction to this new law in Florida?
This is a very cruel law that has passed in the state of Florida. Now people will have to go to North Carolina in order to access abortion past 15 weeks.
Abortion rights activist Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro says the law would have blocked her own access to the procedure.
As a person who had an abortion as a result of a sexual assault, if I was pregnant right now, I wouldn't be able to have an abortion.
It's the latest in a series of strict new abortion laws enacted in recent days. From Oklahoma.
We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
To Kentucky, where the Republican-led legislature overrode the Democratic governor's veto to enact sweeping restrictions. Florida's law is modeled after a Mississippi law banning virtually all abortions after 15 weeks, now under review by the U.S. Supreme Court, representing the most serious challenge to Roe v. Wade in nearly 3 decades.
Back in December, a majority of the conservative justices on the U.S. Supreme Court indicated that they would likely uphold the Mississippi law. A decision is expected in weeks. Meantime, here in Florida, Planned Parenthood says they will follow the new law, even though they disagree with it. Guys?
Right. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. For more on this conversation, let's bring in Caroline Polisi. She's a federal criminal defense attorney and adjunct lecturer in law at Columbia University. Caroline, always great to have you with us. So as Carrie mentioned, and as you just talked about there at the end, both the Florida and Kentucky laws, they're modeled after this restrictive Mississippi law that's now under review by the Supreme Court. So tell us what we can take away from the fact that that Mississippi law is under review and what it could mean for these new laws that we're talking about as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Savannah. I mean, make no mistake, we are seeing a calculated and coordinated effort on behalf of many states in this country that are modeling new bans on abortion after that Mississippi law, SB 8, which you're absolutely right. It is coming up for a decision at the end of this Supreme Court term. Likely we will see something in mid-June. And the fate of all of these laws really rest on that decision. And I would just note that, the Supreme Court now has a conservative supermajority. And so this is not a mistake that there are calculated maneuvers on behalf of all of these states trying to really call into question the decision of Roe v. Wade.
So if these laws are upheld, let's talk about how that effectively overturns Roe v. Wade. Walk us through that. And then sort of, does that mean, at least for now, on a legal level, maybe not in protest or in the streets, but is that sort of the end of the abortion debate in the U.S. right now if it's coming from the Supreme Court?
Well, absolutely. For a while now, it's been signaling that the conservative supermajority on the court that this was likely going to bubble up and sort of escalate. We're now faced with a decision where the court really, before critics were wondering whether or not abortion would simply be, Roe v. Wade would simply be sort of like death by a thousand cuts, or whether there would be a whole cloth recusal and overturning of the constitutional right for a woman to decide what she wants to do with her own body. Now I think we're seeing the states having to force the hand of the court to make that decision really in a very robust way. The law is not very clear in this area. That's why we see all of these different laws sort of having differences in the technicalities. And now we are all waiting to see exactly what the court will do. And I have to say that it's not out of the realm of possibility that the court could overturn the 1973 case, Roe v. Wade and its progeny, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. And it's a slippery slope. Birth control could be next. So this is really a pivotal moment in our history.
So one of the reasons that it's pivotal is because, as our viewers may remember, this idea of precedent, it came up a lot in the confirmation hearings of those recent Supreme Court justices. We've seen Amy Coney Barrett, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Well, this is one of the instances where we hear that word a lot because of Roe v. Wade, because of the implications that came after that. If these laws we're talking about are upheld, what kind of impact does that just have on the Supreme Court and its future rulings, not in the context of abortion, but the context of overturning precedent on any issue?
Yeah, Savannah, we're taught from the first day in constitutional law as lawyers that the Supreme Court is supposed to be immunized from political questions. I think we're seeing more and more since, especially in the confirmation hearings of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, that is not the case. Clearly, the Supreme Court is a political body and it makes decisions in the context of the politics that we have here in America today. This is, again, it's going to be it's coming to a head. And the question is just specifically how the court is going to decide.
Lots to watch for there. Caroline Placey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there. We have a little bit of everything today. We're watching unsettled weather in the south. We could see some storms later on this afternoon and evening hours, and we're looking at more snow in the northern tier of our nation. That includes the Midwest. So let's start first with a severe threat. That's in the south, parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. We could see damaging hail up to 2 inches or larger, some wind gusting over 60 miles per hour, and the possibility of a brief tornado. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that's going to stretch the risk area. So we're looking at Texas all the way to the southeast. Again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, smaller hail up to 1 inch, and an isolated tornado is possible once again. Now we're watching rainfall. So we have a cold front that's going to be sinking down from the Midwest. It's going to get caught up in the south. So we're going to be seeing training storms. That's essentially when a storm kind of goes over the same area over and over again and dumps a lot of rain. So we could see up to 1 inch, maybe 2 inches of rain in some spots. That includes Memphis to Little Rock, Birmingham, down to Jackson, Mississippi. So that's the rain in the south. We do have rain in the west. We're looking at a wet west tomorrow and also on Sunday. So valley rain for Redding, also Chico. We could see up to 2 inches in some spots. And then the higher elevations, we are looking at some snow. You can see that stretching down the mountains all the way over to the northern plains. Once again, Bismarck, you had lots of snow the past few days. You're going to add to that by tomorrow. So up to a foot of snow where you see the pinks and purples. That's quite a bit of snow, and that's in the highest elevations. But as we look towards your weekend, I think we're all ready for it. By Saturday, we're looking at storms in the south. That's going to continue into your Sunday. Also looking at wet snow possibly in parts of New England along with rain. We're looking at the chance for snow falling along the Great Lakes in the Midwest as well. Temperature is cold there in the 20s and 30s. And we're looking at a Pacific Northwest storm moving onshore, bringing that higher elevation snow and the valley rain. Now, as we go towards Easter Sunday, we got to show this graphic because it's cute and we just had a tough week with some weather. So we're looking at 48 degrees in Passover, Missouri. We're looking at 38 degrees. It's a cold one. I think in Easter icon it's going to be in the snow in eastern South Dakota. You guys, I hope you have the best weekend, a good Easter, good Passover, Good Friday, all of it.
Sounds good.
Absolutely,
We love the Easter-themed maps, too.
Yes, little Easter eggs to mark the cities. Very cute.
We need it.
Thanks, Michelle. Happy holiday. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, Ukraine is claiming a major victory after a critical Russian warship sinks on the Black Sea. But what exactly happened to it? Well, not even U.S. intelligence is sure.
Plus, billionaire Elon Musk on his offer to buy out Twitter. The changes he says would come to the social media behemoth if the deal is signed. That's after the break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
This morning, Ukraine is claiming a major win in the Black Sea after the sinking of a Russian warship. Ukraine claims it launched a missile attack against the ship. All of this comes as Russian forces make gains on the key port city of Mariupol. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in Kyiv with the latest.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you from the capital of Kyiv. Now, the sinking of the Moskva, it's not just a strategic loss for Russia, it's also hugely symbolic for both sides. This comes as Russia threatens to ramp up airstrikes right here on the capital.
Overnight, a major blow. The flagship Russian warship in the Black Sea sank as it was being towed in stormy weather to port. Yesterday, conflicting reports over the demise of the Moskva. Ukrainian officials say it was hit by missiles. The Russian Ministry of Defense says a fire broke out on board and everyone was evacuated. UK defense officials say Moscow likely reviewing its posture in the Black Sea this morning. When we were in the strategic port city of Odessa just 2 weeks ago, the highest-ranking naval officer on shore offered a prophetic prediction about Russian warships. We will sink them, he said. It will be fish-feeding season, and our fish will grow fat. The Russian push towards the Donbass region coming from the east and the south. Ukrainian officials say 2,500 people were evacuated from eastern areas yesterday, but in Mariupol, just 289 people made it out Thursday. A new grim phase this morning. City officials say Russian troops there have started digging up graves.
95% of all the buildings, 95% destroyed.
Speaking to the BBC overnight, President Zelensky putting pressure on his European neighbors, saying, I don't understand how you can make money out of blood. But here in Kyiv, the support for the sinking of the Moskva so widespread, people lining up to buy stamps with the ship's image. An important event happened yesterday, this man says. We will be able to remember these events and show these to our children and grandchildren.
Now, Josephina, there were air raid sirens about an hour ago, but I just want to give you a sense of what the Capitol is like. These are some of the first fresh vegetables that I've seen since I've gotten here. This whole market is packed, a real sign that people here are adjusting. Josephina, I'll send it back to you.
Wow, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk is back in the spotlight again. He wants to buy Twitter and transform the social media site. Hours after making that announcement, he was interviewed at this year's TED conference in Canada, opening up about his Twitter plans as well as his childhood as a bullied kid and what motivates him for the future. Tesla's founder is giving Twitter quite the charge, speaking at the TED 2022 conference.
Having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization.
In an official filing, Musk offered the social media giant $43 billion, a hostile bid to take over the company. Musk is worth an estimated $219 billion, making him the richest person in the world. Twitter is the latest in a series of career twists and turns for the billionaire. From his early career with PayPal to making his mark in the electric car market with Tesla, to proposing to change city transit with the Boring Company, to taking on space with SpaceX. Now rocketing towards social media. He's already known for his controversial posts, tweeting random thoughts like nuke Mars, even rocking investors with tweets about Tesla stock. He already owns a 9.2% stake in Twitter, scored a seat on its board of directors before backing out last week. If Musk is able to buy Twitter, many conservatives want him to bring back former President Trump, who was permanently banned from the site after the U.S. Capitol attack. Though Trump said this week he probably would not return if reinstated. Musk has not said if he'd do so, but it's one of the many mysteries surrounding the world's richest man.
And I'm a wild card, so there's no telling what I might do.
Including his background in South Africa. Musk opened up about living as a child with Asperger's at the TED conference.
For me, the social cues were not intuitive, so I was just very bookish.
Musk did not hide his eccentricity when naming his two youngest kids. He calls them X and Y, telling the TED conference they're his motivation to make the future brighter. Musk called this his best and final offer, saying if it's not accepted, he'll need to reconsider his options and his position as a Twitter shareholder. In a statement, Twitter said its board is reviewing Musk's proposal to buy the company and will do what it believes is in the best interest of the company and its stockholders. Wall Street seems skeptical about whether Twitter will actually accept the offer. All right, coming up, a 26-year-old black man killed by a white police officer in Grand Rapids, Michigan. A community outrage taking to the streets overnight, demanding justice. Now the man's family is speaking out.
Plus, an unprecedented wave of laws targeting the LGBTQ community making its way through GOP-led state legislatures. But there is a group of conservatives now working to fight these bills. We'll talk with two of them next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This morning, we're hearing from the family of 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya. He's the black man fatally shot by a white police officer in Michigan during a traffic stop. They're demanding justice after a video recently released by police shows what happened in the final moments leading up to the shooting. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Grand Rapids with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning. I spoke to the family yesterday and they said they are heartbroken and they're now demanding justice. And that's a common refrain you're hearing from members of this community, especially after police released nearly 20 minutes of video showing the entire interaction. Savannah, I must warn you that some of the images you're about to see are disturbing.
Can't none of us go back to 7-10 days ago and bring our brother back.
Overnight in Grand Rapids, a community meeting boiling over. More tension and outrage over the death of Patrick Lyoya, who was unarmed when he was shot and killed by police.
Stay in the car. Get in the car.
Video of the interaction released by Grand Rapids PD shows the moments that turned a traffic stop
Stop resisting
into a fatal shooting.
Drop taser.
Everyone. The Lyoya family calls it an execution.
When I saw, as a parent, when I saw him on top of him, I said, okay, now my son is safe. Maybe he can arrest him. What was so surprising, pull up the gun and blow up his head.
The 26-year-old native of the Congo was pulled over last Monday.
What do you want? The plate doesn't belong in this car.
After a brief exchange,
1915, got one running. Northbound.
Lyoya begins to run and a physical struggle ensues.
Get your hands behind your back.
Video shows the two wrestling. The officer's taser is discharged twice. Police say never making contact. At one point, Lyoya appears to have his hand on the taser before being brought to the ground.
Let go of the taser.
While police say the officer's body camera was unintentionally shut off during the skirmish, another angle recorded by Lyoya's passenger shows the officer on top of him, reaching for his gun and shooting Lyoya in the head.
1915, I was just involved in shooting.
The officer, who has not been identified, is now on paid leave.
The test is going to be whether, in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer.
The police chief calling the shooting a tragedy. Is that something you ever thought you would have to worry about?
No, we came here because we thought it was safer.
Now, this shooting is being reviewed by multiple agencies, including Michigan State Police. And I have to tell you that I had a conversation with a use of force expert last night. This was an expert that testified in both the Derek Chauvin trial and the Kim Potter trial, both of those trials leading to convictions of officers. And he told me that while he watched some of the video, he said, quote, "The red flag suggests a strong possibility that the shooting was problematic, but there is not enough in the video alone to draw a definitive conclusion on whether that deadly use of force was justified." Savannah?
All right, Jack Brewster, thank you so much.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the battle over controversial LGBTQ legislation is heating up in battleground states like Ohio. Republican lawmakers there have introduced a bill that would block gender-affirming care for trans youth. And on the same day that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the so-called Don't Say Gay bill into law, lawmakers in Ohio introduced their own version of the bill. It's part of a nationwide avalanche of bills targeting the LGBTQ community and youth. While many of these bills are pushed by conservatives, there's a group of conservatives fighting against this kind of legislation. We're joined now by Rick and Ashton Colby. Rick is the CEO of Ohio-based government affairs firm Colby & Company and member of the group Conservatives Against Discrimination. Ashton is a transgender advocate and founder of Gender Euphoria, also is Rick's son. Good to have both of you with us. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Ashton, I want to start with you and just your thoughts on some of the legislation that you're seeing pushed in your own home state of Ohio.
Yeah, I'm a transgender man, so I came out in 2012 as a transgender guy, and there were not all of these bills when I first came out. And then I started noticing positive representation in the media. And then in 2016, there was kind of this backlash, and it's only continued to rise. There's been 230 bills, anti-LGBTQ bills across the country, states and federal. So it's rising. And, you know, I'm a human being here that just happens to be transgender. And people need to remember that I should be treated with the same dignity and respect as everyone else.
Such an important message. Rick, tell us a little bit about this organization, Conservatives Against Discrimination, and why you're part of it.
Well, I think, you know, like a lot of parents and who happen to be conservative and Republican and Christians, they're very concerned about the number of anti-LGBTQ bills and anti-transgender bills that are happening across the country. And I think it really points to the need for federal civil rights protections for transgender people like my son. And, you know, when my son and I started this journey together, because it was a journey together, I said, don't ever let anyone tell you that God doesn't love you, because he does. And, you know, with the number of bills that are being introduced in legislatures, and some of them are really bad ideas. One is mandating that the practice of transgender medicine would be prohibited under age 18. Those are really bad ideas. I know a lot of parents, I've talked to them, I've seen their struggles. It's a really bad idea to impose a one-size-fits-all mandate on how to care for transgender kids under age 18. Parents and their kids struggle with this. And we should not have bills that get in the way between them and their physicians.
Ashton, what does it mean to have your father's support?
I probably wouldn't even be here if I didn't have my dad's support. You know, he really understands that, you know, I became more of the person that I already am as a trans person. And, you know, he's also owns a business. So he's seen me want to go out in the world and grow a business, and has seen and talked to me with his values of how, you know, these kind of bills are bad for the economy. People don't want to bring their businesses to states that don't have protections that are comprehensive. And there's a patchwork of different policies out there. More than half the states don't have comprehensive protections for LGBTQ people. And my dad didn't even realize that. And because it's almost assumed now that you assume you can't be fired for being a transgender person. You can't be fired for being gay. And, you know, he's all for less government, like, you know, get that out of things that like our healthcare. Those kind of things should be between you and your doctor. And so he supported me in understanding me as his son, but also realizing that everybody needs to be protected the same way. So he supported me in so many different ways, and I wouldn't be here without him.
Rick, we just have a few seconds here real quick. What is your message to other conservatives out there?
I think, don't be afraid to step up and support LGBTQ and transgender people. It's a reasonable position. It's sound, it's mainstream, it's right in the middle of common sense. And I think if they do that, if people get active, then I think we can pass the Federal Equality Act.
Rick and Ashton Colby, thank you for taking time to join us this morning. We really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, is crypto the key to financial freedom for historically marginalized groups here in America?
Our own Tremaine Lee examines the digital currency boom among Black and brown communities and the growing movement to educate on its risks. Next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village. We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village. We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Welcome back. The cryptocurrency movement is gaining steam everywhere you look these days as more people decide to jump into the world of digital money. Some crypto enthusiasts believe it could be the key to economic freedom for people of color.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee has the latest installment of our series at NBC News, Crypto Universe.
Crypto is everywhere. It's in ads featuring celebrity endorsements, on major sporting arenas, and it's even popped up in big city government, where the mayors of Miami and New York are receiving part of their paychecks in cryptocurrency. There's no doubt, crypto is hot, and it seems that Black and brown people are fueling some of the heat. A Harris poll last year found almost a quarter of all Black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 11% of white people. But what's behind historically marginalized communities, like Black and brown ones, that have been largely kept out of traditional wealth-building financial systems, tapping into upstart digital currencies?
The thing about freedom is that it spreads quickly. When people realize how they can get free, people will do things to try to get more free, even if that means getting into something that might be a little bit more risky.
On a chilly day in D.C., a small but mighty group of crypto activists, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs came together on Capitol Hill to raise awareness about the power of cryptocurrencies as a means of financial freedom for Black and Latino communities. Naja Roberts is the founder and CEO of Crypto Blockchain Plug in Compton, California, one of just a few brick-and-mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. She's traveling to 41 cities in 45 days, hitting non-white communities to educate them about crypto.
I call myself Young Harriet, leading my people out of financial slavery. It is time for us to take our finances into our own hands.
Erican Obo Tetakudo founded a venture capital company that funds Black-owned crypto startups. How should Black folks be thinking about cryptocurrency?
Black people should embrace this technology with curiosity and with a desire to understand, because if we get this right and if we're early in financing, creating, building this new generation of the internet and technology, then we can economically be freed magnificently.
But critics say the thing that makes crypto a lure for marginalized communities, which is decentralization, easy access, and lack of government control or oversight, are the exact reasons most people should be extremely cautious.
I am not an advocate of the current economic system. I am just clear that this is not the solution and is part of, I would argue, an offensive distraction from us getting back to the questions of where do we get political power and how do we assure that whatever wealth gets created is distributed so this level of inequality isn't possible.
Back at the rally, these advocates agree crypto may not be a panacea, but they say it's still worth the risk.
Yes, we should be skeptical, but us staying here where we are is unacceptable. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward with the best of what the world and we create, period.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. Now, Tremaine asked the people at the rally if they had any advice for people considering investing in cryptocurrencies. They all declined to give any financial advice. However, they did say it's always a good idea to research any potential investment and to avoid using money you can't afford to lose.
Now to an aspect of the fallout from the war in Ukraine. More Ukrainians are getting displaced from Russia's invasion by the day, causing a staggering amount of loss and devastation. And people from around the world are stepping up to help Ukrainians and the thousands of children who have lost their parents as a result of the war. This includes Chris Stace, the director and co-founder of Ukraine Orphan Outreach, a nonprofit based in northern Colorado, and Travis Love, an Atlanta-based artist and designer, creating a work of art dedicated to the orphans of Ukraine. Good morning to the both of you. Thank you for joining us. And Travis, I'll start with you. And this is not just dedicated to, but proceeds will be donated to. Tell us about getting involved with this cause and your pledge to donate half the proceeds of your painting to the Ukraine Orphan Outreach.
Well, I'm really excited to be able to give back and do some good with my art. And I've been an artist for pretty much my whole life, and it's my voice. And so to be able to make a difference and do something like this is just really huge for me completely.
Wow, and look at how beautiful that piece of art is, and with the Ukrainian flag colors, of course. Chris, tell us a little bit more about your organization, what exactly you do, what this time's been like for you.
Sure. So we originally we started out helping specifically orphans, the kids that were aging out of an orphanage. That seemed to be the forgotten demographic in Ukraine. But now since the war has started, we've really had to expand our reach to so many more people, the elderly, single moms that are being left alone because their husbands are going to fight, people that are just being displaced without anything. And we're providing transportation for evacuations and shelter and food and medicines, and just really, it's just exploded into the need, obviously, in the country right now.
And Chris, what will this donation potentially be able to do for you?
It's going to go to everything that I just mentioned, but specifically we have a center in the western part of the country that is for people that are displaced within the country and those that are, possibly moving to other countries like Poland and Romania. So we have a center there, an old hospital that has been converted, and it houses about 120 people. So I think with the funds that Travis has so kindly decided to donate, we're going to use that to help with food and with supplies. I mean, they're buying beds. They need to buy some refrigerators. I mean, just the staples and the everyday things of life that we all just take for granted.
And Travis, tell us more about your painting, about your inspiration, what it symbolizes, what your message is with it.
So this painting, I originally wanted to represent freedom and freedom from oppression. And, this is just a devastating thing that's happening. Ukraine is a place I've never actually been to. And it looks beautiful from images. Now that it's a place that, I don't know when it'll be back to normal. And so in the piece, I wanted to show, eyes of destruction, being devastated and having to leave its home. And so hence the city in the eyes. I couldn't imagine seeing my hometown, Atlanta, something like this happening. And so it's the eyes of a young child, Ukrainian child with butterflies being free. And hopefully they can get back to normal life. And that is why I wanted to give back to children of Ukraine, because they are the future and they'll carry on the Ukrainian legacy.
Chris, for anyone listening right now, what can they do to help out your cause?
I think a big part is just stay active in knowing what's going on. I know that we as Americans could become very like, oh, let's move on to the next. But don't forget about Ukraine, and just that they're going to need our help for a very long time. Our organization itself has been helping orphans since 2007 with our nonprofit becoming legit in 2008. But, just not to forget about the people, to stay educated. And, you can make a difference. I mean, I've had a 12-year-old girl fundraise for us and raise $1,000 by making bookmarks. Just think of creative ways to help. 100% of our what we receive goes to Ukraine for the cause. So we are just doing what we can.
Absolutely. And something that you've been doing, by the way, long before this current conversation that we're having about the war in Ukraine. Chris Stace and Travis Love, thank you both so much for both what you're doing and also for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, if it's Friday, we've got your weekly dose of can't-miss content to get you through the holiday weekend.
Yeah, from the hotly anticipated new installment in the Harry Potter franchise to Coachella kicking off today. We've got you covered next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. It's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. So grab your popcorn, or maybe over the weekend, right now, your coffee. Let's talk movies, TV, music you should check out this weekend, because everybody will be talking about them Monday.
Yeah, so joining us now is Carolyn Lippo, who is the entertainment editor for Insider. Good to have you with us. So the wait's finally over for the latest film in the Harry Potter franchise. What can you tell us about this new installment of the Fantastic Beasts movie series?
Thank you both so much for having me this morning. So the big blockbuster movie released this weekend is absolutely the long-awaited Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. The latest film in the franchise is in theaters now, and it marks the debut of Mads Mikkelsen in the role of the series villain Grindelwald, replacing Johnny Depp. And honestly, Mads is such a standout and such a special part of this film. You can easily forget that he hasn't been there since the beginning of the series. And of course, there are plenty of adorable magical creatures, hilarious moments, heart-pounding action sequences, incredible special effects, and a few really special throwback references to the original Harry Potter films that longtime fans of the Potterverse will really appreciate.
I bet they will. Okay, let's now talk streaming this weekend. So new shows, even some reboots. What are some highlights?
TV is really packed this weekend. There's so much to choose from. Over on Peacock, there is a new comedy premiering this week called Killing It from Craig Robinson, starring as a character also named Craig. Craig Robinson is best known for his breakout role in The Office. He's a very familiar face to comedy fans. He's also been in movies like Hot Tub Time Machine, a personal favorite of mine. Killing It follows a down-on-his-luck man, also named Craig, as he sets out to achieve the American dream in a sort of eccentric way by entering into a snake hunting contest to win a prize to open his own business. And if you're a fan of Robinson, who's been around for years, you'll really enjoy the zany comedy, which is from two producers of The Office and Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which are extremely popular comedies as well. The entire 10-episode season is streaming now, so it's a perfect binge watch for this weekend.
He's also in every single commercial right now,
Yeah,
so,
that's so
you can't avoid him.
I actually was just thinking that. I was like, wow.
You're like, oh, he's in that
Yeah.
commercial too. Good for him.
Yeah.
All right. Of course, finally, music. Coachella is this weekend. If you can't make it there in person, there is still a way to actually see it, right?
Yes, so YouTube is, luckily for all of us who can't be on the ground in California, they're streaming the entire festival, including live performances and then some really cool behind-the-scenes content, as well as on-the-ground artist interviews. It's weekend one kicking off this weekend. So the headliners are Harry Styles, Billie Eilish, and The Weeknd, among many, many others. So that'll be a really cool way to get, onto the Coachella scene for those who couldn't be there in person.
I was there in person for Beyonce.
Oh my goodness, you were at the
Homecoming.
Beyonce one.
Yeah.
That was something, wasn't it?
Oh my goodness, it was. Because she had the band, it was so good. I had a friend recently say, should we make a last-minute trip to Coachella? And I was like, I think that would both physically and mentally break me at this point. I think
it would also be like
$1
million a night for a hotel room.
It's ridiculous. It's insane, even just the tickets. And yeah, it is something that's really cool that you can see it online. Is that the first time they've done that?
I believe it might be the first time they've done that.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is,
Yeah.
which is kind of neat, especially
cool.
because,
Yeah.
it is tough to get to.
And of course, last minute change because Kanye West was supposed to do it and then he pulled out. Now it's The Weeknd, so hopefully you like The Weeknd if you were there for Kanye.
Still a really killer lineup for sure.
No kidding, absolutely.
All right, well, Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us. Anything you're going to be watching this weekend?
No.
I know. I was just thinking, what am I watching right now?
I started Yellow Jackets because you recommended it, but I'm only 20 minutes in,
That was
so
on
I
our
can't
can't miss
count
list
it.
6 months ago.
I know. I'm behind. No, that's all I got right now.
Yeah.
So.
I've been going through all those, scammer type shows.
Oh, you like? Oh,
Yeah.
all the What's your one you're watching now? Okay, though. Yeah, there's so many of them out right now.
There's so many.
Yeah.
I'm actually really into them though. It's fun.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Friday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, sunken battleship, a massive blow to Russia in the war in Ukraine. This morning, Russia's flagship vessel now at the bottom of the Black Sea after an explosion and fire that Ukraine says came from a missile strike.
it's going to have an impact on their capabilities, certainly in the near term. Whether it has an impact on their naval capabilities in the long term is just unclear.
We have team coverage with more on the significance of Russia's loss and what it could mean in the battle over one key port city. Taking precautions, millions of Americans preparing for holiday celebrations this weekend as new COVID infections trend back up. The warning now from health officials ahead of all those family gatherings. Plus, no nasal swab needed. The FDA gives the okay to a new kind of test. We'll explain how it works. Fad or future? Cryptocurrency exploding in popularity, but can it be used in everyday life? We'll show you how one business is banking on the idea. And royal return. Prince Harry and Meghan back in the UK for the first time since their dramatic exit 2 years ago. More on the surprise visit, including their meeting with Queen Elizabeth and Prince Charles. And we're happy to have you with us on this Friday, this Good Friday morning. We begin, though, this morning with a major loss for Russia in the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, Russia's primary warship in the Black Sea sank yesterday after Ukraine claims it hit the ship with a missile strike. Now, despite that claim, NBC News and U.S. officials have not yet confirmed what exactly happened. But President Biden's national security advisor is already calling this a game changer in the war.
Certainly, the way that this unfolded, it's a big blow to Russia. This is their flagship, the Moscow, and they have now been forced to admit that it has been badly damaged.
The sinking of this ship is a huge symbolic loss for Russia. Could be a major setback for the country's plans to take over the port city of Mariupol, which has been the scene of intense fighting in southern Ukraine. We're covering every angle of the developments in Ukraine this morning. We'll check in with Colonel Jack Jacobs in just a moment. But let's start with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. He's in Makariv, Ukraine, west of Kyiv. Gabe, good to see you. So let's start with the sinking of that warship. Ukraine is saying they attacked it. Russia is saying something different. So what do we know about it right now?
Joe, good morning. Well, as you said, this is not just a military defeat for Russia, but also a symbolic embarrassment for Russia and a huge boost for morale here in Ukraine. Now, as you said, right now we have conflicting reports about what exactly caused that fire. The Ukrainians saying it was a missile strike. The Russians acknowledging that there was a fire that broke out, but they won't say exactly why. But still, late yesterday, Russian officials did confirm that the ship had sank to the bottom of the Black Sea as it was being towed to port in stormy weather. Again, no confirmation right now on any injuries, but again, this has attracted much attention here in Ukraine. Even in Kyiv yesterday, there were people lining up to buy stamps with the ship's image, a huge sign of just how big of a boost of morale it has been here in Ukraine, Joe.
I mean, we know for some time, Gabe, that Russia has had a major naval presence in the Black Sea. The city of Mariupol sits along the water. Russian forces have been trying to take that city for weeks. So what is the status of that operation? And what about those who are still stuck in the city? No food, no water. The situation has to be getting dire for them.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. It has been dire for weeks, and it's been difficult to get images and information out of that besieged city. It would be crucial, of course, because it would, if Russia were to take Mariupol, it would mean that it would have a land bridge from Crimea in order to head further north into the Donbass region. So potentially very huge military significance. Now, in the last couple of days, Russia has said that more than 1,000 Ukrainian troops have surrendered in Mariupol, although that cannot be independently verified, but the situation there is increasingly dire. Local officials say more than 95% of the buildings have been destroyed in Mariupol, and the death toll is rising. Local officials, President Zelensky at one point said that it's likely tens of thousands of people might die there, although, of course, it's very tough to verify any of that information at this point, Joe.
And, Gabe, in addition to what's happening in the south, we know Russian forces have been moving east away from where you are in Makariv. What are people seeing in areas where the Russians once occupied?
Well, Joe, there have been many communities that we have visited in the last couple of days west of Kyiv, Bucha, among them Hostomel, Makariv. The Russian troops were stopped just north of this city. We visited that village as well. But as you can see, this city has been incredibly ravaged by the Russian onslaught here. This is bombing that destroyed a kindergarten, and this is one of several schools that we have visited. The local superintendent in Makariv says that 2/3 of all the schools in this city have been destroyed, and this could not have been confused for a military target, Joe. If you just look, this is a playground right here. You see all this destruction, and more than 130 bodies have been found in Makariv since the Russians left. They're trying to get some power, some water, some food back into this area, but as you can see, it will take a very long time. This recovery effort is underway, even as that fighting now continues to the east and south.
And you make such a key point there. It's not just one school, it's 2/3 of the schools. All right, Gabe, thank you so much for your reporting. Appreciate it.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs is with us now. Colonel, always great to have you with us. So let's start with the sinking of the Russian warship. I mean, just how important was this warship to the Russians? We know it's the flagship. And how much of a setback is this for them?
Well, as Gabe said, it's a psychological victory for the Ukrainians and a morale booster for the Ukrainians. It's not going to have that big an effect on the Black Sea Fleet, even though this was A, the flagship, and B, a heavy guided missile cruiser, and very, very important to the fleet. They have others, but the most significant part about all of this is the weapon that the Ukrainians say that they used. It's a modified Russian cruise missile that the Ukrainians evidently modified to use against ships. It has a 300 kilometer range, which means that the Ukrainians, if they can acquire the target with Western intelligence, usually, they can, from the shore, hit Russian ships in the Black Sea almost anywhere. So that puts the entire Black Sea fleet, Russian Black Sea fleet, in danger, and is very, very important for the Russians' use of the waterways and in attacking the Black Sea coast of the Ukrainian Savannah.
And if Ukraine did, in fact, sink this ship, Colonel, I mean, that seems like a major win for their military. And then earlier this week, the U.S. said it would provide $800 million more in weapons to the Ukrainians. Does all of this point to Ukraine's military strength growing now? And what do you think its chances are going forward against the Russians? What could this look like in the east of the country where we're expecting that onslaught?
Well, it's always an uphill battle against a very large Russian force who has been pounding relentlessly all the Ukrainian cities. The Russians are trying desperately to take the cities on the Black Sea coast and in the Donbass region, and they will continue to use indirect fire artilleries, missiles of various types and varieties, including cruise missiles and rockets, in order to subjugate the Ukrainian people, particularly in the cities. So it's liable to be a long slog. The Russians, unfortunately, will persist because they have a single-minded purpose here. It is to devastate Ukraine such that they can take over the areas they want to take over. And as a result, now a lot of people are saying, who are looking at this closely, that this is liable to be a long and protracted battle with an increasing number of civilian casualties.
And Colonel Jacobs, I want to ask you about something else relating to NATO. So, of course, we know that one of the issues that led to Russia's invasion was Ukraine's desire to join NATO. Then that's been this sort of negotiating point that they cannot, even though they want to. Now, Sweden and Finland are considering joining the alliance, historically neutral. Yesterday, though, a Russian security official threatened new nuclear deployments if those countries become part of NATO. How seriously should we take that? How concerned are you about that?
Well, we should take it seriously. Don't forget that Putin's a dictator, and dictators do whatever they want to do in order to achieve their objectives. If you consider that what Russia's already done is indiscriminately kill Ukrainian civilians, indiscriminately bomb cities with no military objective necessarily, except to devastate the cities and then walk in and take them over. If you consider that, the conclusion you come through to is that if the Russians are pushed against the wall and they're not going to make any more progress, that they will do nearly anything, including using nuclear weapons. But as Lenin himself says, that if you get incremental change, if you get enough of it, eventually there's substantive change. And the use of nuclear weapons, even small-yield tactical nuclear weapons, changes the picture entirely and makes it impossible for the West to continue to react in the piecemeal fashion that it has. It doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to launch nuclear weapons against Russia or even physically get involved with conventional weapons. But we do have other capabilities, particularly economic and cyber capabilities, which the Russians are afraid of. It is unlikely, but not impossible, that they use nuclear weapons. But mark this, we have been paying close attention to their use of chemical weapons. They've done it before, and they're liable to do it again, Savannah.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks so much, as always.
You're welcome.
Millions are expected to celebrate Easter and Passover this holiday weekend, but those family gatherings could be impacted by the rising number of COVID cases fueled by the Omicron subvariant. Leaders in northeastern states are urging travelers to take as many COVID precautions as possible, including getting tested before leaving home. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now from Penn Station in New York with more on this. Antonia, good to see you. What are you hearing from passengers getting away for the weekend? Are people nervous at all about traveling while this Omicron subvariant is spreading?
Good morning, Joe. Look, New Yorkers here this morning are very much aware that this Omicron subvariant is spreading, that it's driving the rise in cases here. But there are also very clear reminders when you step into Penn Station that the federal mask mandate on public transit is still in place. There are announcements going out over the PA system reminding people that they still need to stay masked up. And for the most part, New Yorkers are really complying. In fact, you can tell that some folks are even nervous about it. They are taking extra precautions. They are in some cases wearing, really high quality masks like N95s. And then, of course, on the other side of the spectrum, there are some folks who are, a bit more lax about things and, feel like they want some of their lives, their travel, their holiday weekend celebrations to go back to normal. But the message from officials here, and certainly from folks here working at the station today, is keep these precautions in place. Please be careful and keep other people's health in mind as we move toward the holidays. Joe?
So New York is seeing that serious rise in cases linked to the subvariant. We know Governor Kathy Hochul says, quote, those who are traveling should get tested before they leave home, and those who test positive should stay home and discuss possible treatment options with their doctor. Are there concerns this weekend's going to lead to even more cases, more of a wave? And is there anything officials can do to prepare for that?
Joe, there are definitely concerns, and it's not just limited to officials here in New York City. Actually, much of the region around New York State, there are concerns. For example, in Boston right now, not only are they looking at Passover and Easter celebrations and people likely gathering together, going to events and being indoors, but they also have the Boston Marathon coming up on Monday, and they expect travelers from all over the world to come and be celebrating and in tightly packed situations together. And so, the mayor, Wu, there, she has said that people need to take extra precautions, make sure they get tests. If you're even a little bit sick, to please stay home. But mandates are not as much in place at this point, which means that much of this is, about personal responsibility, about people keeping other people's health in mind. Although, on the flip side, you then have the city of Philadelphia bringing their mask mandate back in place. So it's a reminder that this is spreading, but depending on where you're traveling this weekend or over the next several days, the health precautions, the steps that are being put in place look very different, Joe.
And Antonia, quickly, we know Connecticut's reporting a small uptick in breakthrough cases, something we're seeing more of with Omicron. What do we know about that?
That's right. And Connecticut's test positivity rate is over 6%, which for many public health officials is well over the threshold that concerns them. But Connecticut does not have masking mandates in place at the local level. And, even their top public health official has essentially said in the last couple days that she doesn't believe there's much political will left for these types of mandates, no matter how much cases rise potentially over the coming days and weeks. And, what she essentially said was that having mandates in place means that you need to do enforcement actions, and the will to do that just really isn't there. Joe?
All right, Antonia Hilton, now a Peabody Award nominee, joining us from Penn Station. Antonia, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Woo! Thank you, Joe.
Let's bring in Dr. Anand Swaminathan for more on this. He's an assistant professor of emergency medicine at St. Joseph's Hospital, and of course, probably someone you recognize as a friend of the show. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So this holiday weekend is upon us, which means travel and get-togethers. Are you worried about seeing a surge directly tied to this weekend?
Absolutely. We've seen this throughout the pandemic, that every time there is a holiday where people gather, we see some surges, and there's a real potential here with people traveling all over the place, bringing this to others. There, of course, are things that we can do to prevent that from happening. Testing before gathering is going to be really important. If you're gathering indoors, everyone should have a test before they gather. Ideally, everyone will be vaccinated and boosted who's eligible to do so. That would also help to reduce spread. And that's really what we have to be looking here, is that this could lead to a massive uptick in cases as people are gathering indoors. You can see those super spreader type events. So 1 or 2 people traveling from an area where rates are higher could bring this to another area and really cause some big problems. So we should be testing before we gather. We should be vaccinated. If you can, do your gathering outside. The weather is getting better in a lot of places. That's obviously the safest thing to do. Mask in public is really critical, and you want high quality masks. So there's still time. Go and get that N95 or the KN94 so you really can protect yourself and protect everybody else around you.
And an important thing after all of this is test yourself, especially if you're feeling any type of symptoms. And we have some news here. The FDA authorized its first COVID breath test for emergency use. What do we know about this test? How does it work? Will it replace the PCR? How quickly do you get your results? Tell us about this.
Well, it's going to take time to ramp up. It's good to see that we have some new modalities coming out that can really help to protect people, to get rapid tests, rapid results. I think about 3 minutes is the turnaround here. We need to see some larger data sets, really seeing how accurate these are in comparison to other tests. But right now, they do look pretty good. I don't think we'll see them in most places for a little while. It's going to take some time to really ramp up that part of the testing. And I don't think that's going to really replace those rapid at-home tests, which, of course, is a reminder to people. Now's the time to go and get those rapid at-home tests and have them in your home, because they're readily available right now. If you haven't gone to the federal government to get your free test, get your free test. Hopefully the government will be sending more free tests soon. I tried to go on yesterday. It said that I've already gotten all the tests I'm eligible for in my address. But if you haven't gotten those, mail for those. Otherwise, go pick them up somewhere. And for a lot of people, depending on their insurance, these might be paid for. So that's something to ask about as well.
And finally, doctor, I want to ask you about kids, because Pfizer's looking to have its booster shot approved for kids 5 to 11 years old. The company says that the shot significantly increased the level of antibodies against both the original strain of COVID and the Omicron variant. But I mean, we know that vaccination rates in that group, they've just been slowly ticking up. They were quite low for a while. Do you think parents are ready to boost your kids? What's your message to them? Do you think it's important that they do?
We need to see, again, more data. The small data set that we have here tells us that this booster provided a massive increase in antibody levels against Omicron, which is important because with that first 2 doses in the series for that 5 to 11 group, what we saw was reduced severe cases, but really a minimal impact on any cases. And this booster could really offer better protection against any cases. So that could be really important for, first of all, keeping kids healthy, keeping them away from long COVID, but then also stopping spread within schools, within families. So this is a really important intervention if it really pans out. We need to see that approval. I hope that people understand at this point, get vaccinated. And if you're eligible for a booster, get boosted. If your kids are eligible for a booster or vaccination, get them vaccinated and boosted. As soon as this is approved, as soon as it's gone through the proper channels, I will definitely be bringing my 2 5 to 11-year-olds for their booster.
Spoken like a doctor and a dad. Anand Swaminathan, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, COVID's not the only thing on people's minds, so is the weather this holiday weekend. So let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Especially as people are moving around. Hey, Michelle Grossman, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Friday. And some of us will be seeing some snow for our Easter egg hunts because we have some snow in the forecast in the northern plains, also the Midwest. Today we are looking at the chance for severe weather in Oklahoma and Arkansas. So here's the setup. We have a cold front that's going to be sweeping through the Midwest. It's going to bring a few strong storms to Oklahoma and Arkansas, but also keep the South unsettled today, tomorrow, and also Sunday. Then by tomorrow, we're going to see the cold front kind of hang up in New England, bringing rain and wet snow, and also scattered storms from much of the southeast from Texas all the way to Florida. And on Sunday, too, we're going to see some rain. So this is the severe threat for tonight into this evening as well. Damaging hail up to 2 inches. So large hail, that's the biggest threat from Tulsa to Fort Smith and just outside Little Rock. Also looking at the chance for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and we can't rule out the chance of a tornado. Then as we head towards tomorrow, notice how this area kind of stretches from Texas all the way down to the southeast. And again, we could see winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Smaller hail, but still the chance for some hail and a brief tornado is possible as well. Now we're worried about the rainfall as well because this cold front is going to get sort of parked over one area, and that's going to bring the chance for some training storms, and that could bring the chance for some heavy rainfall. So anywhere from 1 to 2, even up to 3 inches of rain in some spots, especially near Memphis, Little Rock, Birmingham, and also Atlanta. Now, one thing for today, we're looking at mild air in the Northeast. It was so hot yesterday with temperatures in the 80s in New York City. Today, we're into the 70s, so a nice day. D.C., 71 degrees. That's 3 degrees above normal for this time of year. 68 in Boston. But notice this cold front kind of slides down to the east, and that's the same cold front that's going to bring the showers tomorrow to parts of the Northeast, but it's going to bring some cooler air too. So cold air in the Midwest tomorrow, 35 degrees in Duluth. That's 14 degrees below typical for this time of year, and 39 in Green Bay. But this cold front ushers in cool air for the Northeast even by Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So your Easter plans are going to be a little chilly in Philadelphia, 57 degrees, just 53 in Boston, 40s though in Chicago and also Detroit. So for today's forecast, looking good in the Northeast. Enjoy it, get out, maybe some happy hour, 69 degrees in New York City, and it's a hot one in Texas. Temperatures in the 80s and 90s. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle says we can have happy hour today.
Yeah. I'll join you. I'll be there.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, coming up, final moments. When we come back, the latest on the investigation into what happened before a police officer shot and killed a black man during a traffic stop in Michigan.
And devastation in South Africa brought on by what's being called the country's worst storm in history. You're watching Morning News Now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All this month, how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're learning new information this morning about what happened in the final moments that led to a white Michigan police officer shooting and killing an unarmed black man. The incident happened last week during a traffic stop in Grand Rapids. NBC national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest and a warning. The video you're about to see is disturbing.
Stay in the car! The final moments of Patrick Leoa's life were captured on camera when a traffic stop quickly escalated into a Grand Rapids police officer struggling to pin him to the ground face first before shooting the 26-year-old in the back of the head. The killing of the unarmed black motorist by a white police officer leaves Leoa's family making this plea. It was last week when the 26-year-old was pulled over because his license plate didn't match his car.
Do you have a license?
Leoa, a native of the Congo, appeared confused.
Do you speak English?
Yes.
After a brief exchange, the officer grabs Leoa, who runs. After the pair wrestle on a lawn, Leoa later appears to grasp for the officer's taser, which was fired twice but didn't hit anyone.
Let go of the taser!
Because of the pressure applied to the body camera, police say the video suddenly stops, but other cameras capture the fatal shot to the head.
The thing that just jumps out at you is how unnecessary this execution was of this excessive use of force.
The unidentified officer placed on leave while the shooting is under review.
The test is going to be whether, in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer.
In a city where African Americans have struggled to trust the police, Grand Rapids is bracing for more protest, a shooting the police chief calls a tragedy, while Leoa's family calls it an execution. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News.
Alleged subway gunman Frank James remains in jail this morning after a federal judge denied him bail. Now we're learning more about how some New Yorkers helped police track him down. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch joins us live from Brooklyn. Jesse, you spoke with one of those witnesses. What did they tell you?
Good morning, Joe. Jack Griffin, that witness, tells me he saw Frank James Wednesday morning, tweeted photos, and then called police. Among the thousands seeing those images, the NYPD, that team's quick thinking, helping to end a citywide dragnet.
Here we go.
Why'd you shoot all those people, Frank?
Just one day after his arrest ended a nearly 30-hour manhunt across New York City, the alleged subway gunman making his first court appearance. Frank James was denied bail Thursday. His lawyers didn't object. The 62-year-old suspect sat in prison clothes as a federal judge told James he's accused of committing a terrorist act or other violence against a mass transportation system. Asked if he understood the charge, James replied yes. The assistant U.S. attorney saying James was a flight risk and still presented a serious risk of danger to the community. Prosecutors calling the rampage premeditated and carefully planned. The suspect's attorneys asking the public to be open-minded about a man accused of shooting 10 people.
Mr. James saw his photograph on the news. He called Crime Stoppers to help.
But a senior law enforcement official tells NBC police were already closing in after NYPD spotted this tweet around 10:30 a.m. Wednesday.
You're walking around the East Village. What made you say that's Frank James?
I mean, there was just so much movement around me everywhere. There was cars, there was people, there was so much movement. And then there was one still guy just sitting on a bench, resting, not drinking, not eating, not on his phone, not reading anything.
In a Today broadcast exclusive, Jack Griffin telling me he snapped those Twitter photos Wednesday morning on a photo class field trip.
So you were close enough for him to hear that?
Yes, I was.
The 17-year-old says that shutter noise alerted James, who began walking away as Griffin pretended to photograph his friends so he could capture one more image before posting and contacting police.
I'm super, super proud of that, but it wasn't just my tip. There were so many tips going on. I'm just happy that, again, that he's off the streets.
James's attorneys requested that he receive a psychiatric evaluation and also revealed in court that he suffers from leg cramps. He has not yet entered a plea, but if convicted, James faces up to life in prison. Meanwhile, the chief of the New York City subway system says from Tuesday, the day of the attack, to Wednesday, there was a slight uptick in the ridership levels on the city subway system, but there's certainly still New Yorkers who are hesitant to get on those trains. Joe?
Just amazing how he was in such plain sight there. All right, Jesse Kirsch, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Now, more than 150 people were injured this morning in violent clashes in Jerusalem between Palestinians and Israeli police. It happened at the Al-Aqsa Mosque before dawn this morning as thousands of Palestinians were gathered for prayers during the holy month of Ramadan. The Muslim holy month also coincides this year with Passover as well as Easter week. Security has been heightened as thousands of faithful are expected to visit the region this weekend. In addition, there's been a wave of violent attacks on Israelis in recent weeks.
The search for survivors is underway in the wake of those devastating floods in and around South Africa. The death toll is now more than 300. Rising water levels have caused homes to collapse and roads to wash away. Government officials are calling this one of the worst weather storms in the history of their country. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah has the latest.
Devastating flooding, leaving roads collapsed and women and children seeking shelter in South Africa after days of torrential rain. Now, more than 340 people are dead, according to area officials.
I will survive, but unfortunately, my child.
This father's story, sadly, no anomaly. Flooding hit the area of Durban along the eastern coast of the country in the KwaZulu-Natal province, triggering landslides and burying homes.
We don't have a food, clothes, even my ID was damaged.
And a major port in Durban, once bustling, now flooded, clogged with shipping containers and cargo overturned and swept away. The country's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, says Durban will soon be declared a disaster area, as local residents say they're fending for themselves.
As you can see, how we suffering. Yeah, to get water.
Here, long lines of young children waiting to fill their jugs with clean water in short supply. President Ramaphosa partly attributed the flooding to climate change, but some in the country disagree, blaming a lack of infrastructure.
I think maybe they could have done something to tell us what's going to happen.
The affected area of Durban, home to townships, underdeveloped urban areas that were racially segregated during the apartheid, and home to informal settlements, areas of housing not regulated by the state, now destroyed by flooding.
We're starting building again.
That was Zincle Esamoah reporting. South Africa's government estimates more than 40,000 people have been affected by these floods, with many of them unable to rebuild yet.
Coming up on Morning News Now, she's changing the game.
Yeah, when we come back, we're going to talk to Kelsey Whitmore, who's breaking barriers on the baseball field.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're back with a history-making moment in the world of baseball. For the first time ever, a woman has signed a contract to play in a league that is partners with Major League Baseball.
Yeah, that woman's Kelsey Whitmore, and she became an official member of the Staten Island Ferry Hawks last week after years of playing for USA Baseball and Cal State Fullerton University. And we're so happy to have Kelsey with us right now. Kelsey, good morning. First, congratulations on this achievement. It's just so cool. Tell us about the journey to this point. What's it been like, and how are you feeling now that you've signed this contract?
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I mean, I'm just excited to be here, and I'm excited to get this opportunity and be able to just compete and you know, everything that comes with it, to be able to learn, gain knowledge, just develop throughout my season here with the Ferry Hawks.
Sounds like you got a party going on there, or maybe that's an animal. I'm not sure which one. So we know you.
I'm at the MLB play ball right now for because it's Jackie Robinson Day, so I'm here just I'm trying to find some cover to talk, so yeah.
Love to see it. That is so great. So, I mean, we know you signed with the Ferry Hawks as both a pitcher and a position player, because one thing is not enough. So is that the plan? Do you want to continue doing both, or at some point do you think you're maybe going to focus on one?
Yeah, no, I definitely want to continue getting better as both a pitcher and position player, and just being able to compete any way I can. Whether it's on the mound or whether it's in the box, and you know, being as versatile as I can on the field is definitely my goal.
Kelsey, what would you tell little girls out there watching who want to play professionally like you in a sport like baseball that really doesn't have a female presence? What do you want them to know?
I feel like for younger girls who want to continue playing the game, I think biggest thing is, you know, if it's something that you want bad enough, you'll do everything you can to make it happen, and to just continue pursuing through it. You put in the work, you'll, you know, have those late nights behind it, and ask questions, and you just surround yourself with good people that support you, and you know, no matter how hard it gets, just continue to work hard and give everything you got.
Great advice. So, Kelly, what is your ultimate goal in the path you're on? Is the goal to make it to the majors?
I mean, if there's a guy, any guy on the team, any guy that's on my team, you ask him what his goal is, mine's the same goal. Continue playing this game and definitely try to get to the highest level as possible. And so, yeah, that's definitely a goal of mine, for sure, ever since I was a little girl.
Wow, I love that answer. Ask any guy on the team, it's the same goal. Kelsey Whitmore, thank you so much. Congratulations. And just what incredible representation for little girls everywhere. Thank you for your time this morning. Enjoy Jackie Robinson Day.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we wish you all the best. Coming up, more than a century under the sea. Today marks 110 years since the sinking of the Titanic. Now scientists are racing to preserve the wreckage.
Yeah, more on their efforts, plus the interactive exhibit bringing the story of the Titanic back to the surface. You're watching Morning News Now.
All this month,
how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Allie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 110 years ago today, the most famous ship in history sank in the Atlantic Ocean after hitting an iceberg. Since then, the story of the Titanic has continued to captivate our interest. And now scientists are warning the race is on to preserve as much of the wreckage site as possible.
In a moment, we're going to talk to an expert who's using submarines to capture high-resolution digital scans of the ship. But first, we're going to take a trip to the Titanic Experience in Northern Ireland, an interactive exhibition built on the same spot where the Titanic launched on its fateful journey. The two towering yellow cranes that dominate the Belfast skyline are powerful reminders of the city's maritime legacy. In the early 1900s, the Harland and Wolff shipyard was the largest in the world, and its 30,000 employees were hard at work on the Titanic, the biggest ship ever made.
They employed grandfathers, fathers, sons, and grandchildren. And many of the families in Northern Ireland still have links back to Harland and Wolff. If I give you my own personal situation, my grandfathers, both of them worked in Harland and Wolff. My father was the general manager of the electrical division in Harland and Wolff. And when I came down here to help open Titanic Belfast over 10 years ago, I was walking in the footsteps that he walked. I actually was in his office.
It's a sense of pride that continues today with the Titanic Experience. The exhibition is built to the same height as Titanic's hull, resting on the footprint of where it was launched. A way to make the iconic ship and the stories of those who built it and sailed on it come alive.
Titanic Belfast does is really tries to get you to relate and to engage with the story of Titanic and the many different layers that that story presents.
And sitting next door, Titanic's sister ship, the Nomadic.
So she was the tender that went out to Titanic, and we call her the Mini-Me because she is an exact replica of Titanic, obviously much smaller. SS Nomadic was built at exactly the same time as Titanic, so you can go on board and experience what it might have been like on board Titanic.
They hope it's an experience that shows how the ship's legacy lives on.
The stories of Titanic are about the pursuit of dreams. Titanic was about ambition. It was about innovation, ingenuity, but it was also about people, and it's the human stories that really matter, and it's the human stories that every one of us can connect to.
Joining us now is Stockton Rush, who's the president of OceanGate, a research company that's capturing and digitally preserving as much of this wreckage as possible. Thank you so much for being with us. This is just fascinating. So, I mean, it sounds like what you're doing is really this race against time. And I know part of it has to do with some bacteria that's sort of eating away at the ship, which I guess makes sense after so much time. But tell us how you're doing your work and how much time do you think it will take until the ship does sort of disintegrate?
Well, yes, thank you for having me on. We're going out. We went out last summer, and we're going back out this year and hopefully for every year to come. To answer that question, how long will the ship be recognizable as a shipwreck? It will exist as an artificial reef for centuries. That's one of the things we'll be doing this year is looking at the biology on board. But really coming back every year and seeing the rate of decay will give us a better estimate of if this bow will collapse on itself in 20 years, 30 years, or what that will be. And then we go out on this ship behind me. for these 8-day missions to be able to do that.
Wow. I know when you come back up, there we go. There's that ship behind you. Look at that. And now, since the ship is actually a gravesite, of course, we remember what happened. International law, I know, prohibits you from removing artifacts. So what are you doing to preserve the ship while you still have time? How does this work if you can't take anything out? What do we do to protect it down there?
Yes, so now 5,500 artifacts were removed by other entities back in the 90s and early 2000s. We're about documenting with our 4K cameras last year. We'll be bringing 8K cameras this year. We have laser scanners, sonar systems, and so we're trying to do as much documentation as possible. We'll also be sampling environmental DNA. So we'll be taking water samples this year to see what whether the changes, what types of animals are living on the wreck. So we're going to do everything short of touching the wreck or taking anything away from it, because as you said, it is a grave site, and we're quite aware of that and respectful.
Absolutely. What's one of the most incredible things you've seen in doing this work? I mean, this is something that just fascinates all of us. Even in the movie Titanic, you know, at the end, they're showing this footage of these cameras going down there, and I think people think of that. What's it been like for you to get to see this?
Well, there were a couple of things that I found just incredible. This was last summer was the first time I had been down, and the most amazing thing that I didn't expect was how beautiful a wreck it is. You know, typically I've dove on many shipwrecks, and they tend to be gray. The colors tend to come from the biology, and then somewhat that's the case with the Titanic. But it's these rusticles that create these oranges and reds as they eat away at the metal. And then there's also greens and blues from the brass and copper that is down there. So the color palette is incredible. It's just it's hard to explain. And then the other thing that's amazing is all the life on the way down. You're going 2.5 miles underwater, and you see the weirdest creatures in the world go by the viewport on the way down.
That now this is kind of their home, like you said, this artificial reef. I know also your program allows anybody to pay a fee and train to become crew members. What is that process like?
Well, we have an interview process. So you sign up. We have to make sure that people are healthy enough and physically fit. You need to be able to climb a ladder, and it's not a huge physical requirement, but it's more important that people understand this is a real expedition. We have, all kinds of challenges, not just weather, but equipment. We had COVID last year, so there are a lot of hurdles that one has to overcome. And then once we've accepted the person into the program, they can pay to join. And then there's a lot of training that goes on. No one is just a tourist. You're actively involved. So you're maybe operating the sonar systems, the camera systems, helping us with the maintenance of the sub, reviewing the terabytes of video data that we get after every dive, and trying to identify things, working with the researchers. So it's a very, very active participation.
Yeah, wow. I like how we have it on the bottom of the screen there. Citizen scientists. That's pretty neat. Stockton Raj, thank you so much for joining us. Just fascinating to hear about 110 years today. Pretty incredible. Such cool work you're doing. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Great to join you.
And coming up on Morning News Now, cash, credit, or crypto? More businesses banking on the future of cryptocurrency. We'll show you some of the pros and cons. Plus, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle make a surprise visit to Windsor Castle, the latest on their royal return 2 years after moving to California. That's next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back with our Crypto Universe series we've been doing all week. And as the popularity of cryptocurrencies rise, the Justice Department and the FBI are expanding their efforts to deal with crimes in this space. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams took a closer look at one crypto scam that's costing Americans millions of dollars. Take a look.
Steve Belcher of Denver, recently divorced and single again, found someone on a dating app who seemed like a good match. After several weeks of messaging, she mentioned Bitcoin and a website he could use to invest in it. He didn't want to miss out on another hot prospect after failing to cash in on Apple and Google.
I was like, well, if I would have got in earlier on these technologies and this business, I would have done okay at this point in my life.
So he started sending the website money and getting payouts as he watched the value of Bitcoin skyrocket. He poured more and more in, and the website showed his bundle ballooning as high as $8 million. But when he decided to take more of his money out, he discovered he could not.
That's when the red flags went off, and my heart sank, and I knew something was not right with this.
It turned out to be an elaborate scam, from the person on the dating app to the phony investment website. His total loss, an astonishing $1.8 million, his life savings. The man in charge of a new FBI unit dedicated to cryptocurrency crime says it's a bold twist on romance scams.
It's a prospector's dream. I want to be part of the ability to earn that much money and take care of my family and take care of those I love through an investment that just explodes.
The FBI says it received more than 4,300 complaints last year about cryptocurrency romance scams, with total losses of more than $429 million. For the entire year, complaints of cryptocurrency fraud of all kinds reported losses of more than $1.6 billion. The Justice Department's new director of cryptocurrency enforcement said it's now the preferred method of payment for a range of scams, with the appeal of the next big thing that isn't well understood.
There's a sort of a lack of familiarity with the technology and exactly how it's used, coupled with FOMO, a fear of missing out on some of these, what the American public perceives as good investment opportunities.
They're sort of blinded by the novelty of it.
Right, exactly.
Back in Denver, Steve Belcher says he still can't believe what happened.
All the people that are looking at me now and saying, what an idiot, right? So it's like I was on the same side, like I'd never fall for something like that.
Now he hopes to find some way to get his money back. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
So right there, of course, you're hearing about the risks of investing in cryptocurrency. They're real because of these scams, but the reality is that's mainly what it's seen as right now, an investment, not really a currency, as the name might suggest. Now, there are a lot of factors that make small transactions like buying a coffee or paying for a haircut with something like Bitcoin really tough, but that's not stopping one small business owner, a plumber, from playing what he calls the long game.
So this was the old cash register that my grandfather used to use.
George Plumbing Company was founded by Clay Saliba's grandfather in 1947.
This is an old invoice. This is from 1954. Yeah, and you can see right here for $5.57, which included parts, labor, and tax.
With an on-site museum showcasing their past, they honor their 3 generations of hard work. But this business is looking to the future.
As you know, we take cash, credit card, check, and we even take Bitcoin.
That's right, Bitcoin, an acceptable form of payment here for all your plumbing needs. Nearly 8 years ago, after becoming the general manager, Clay told his dad they should get in on the ground floor of cryptocurrency.
What made you want to do that?
To set us apart from other plumbing companies, we wanted to get Bitcoin on our balance sheet.
So basically, you think it's good for business?
I think it's good for business.
What's one of the most common services that you provide?
We fix a lot of toilets.
What does that usually cost if somebody wants to pay in cash?
A couple $100.
What does it cost in Bitcoin?
We would have to do a calculation to say, I want 0.0001 Bitcoin, which equals $200.
That's because the value of one Bitcoin changes constantly, meaning the exchange rate with the dollar also changes. That complicated math, one of the reasons crypto customers at George Plumbing Company are few and far between. Only 2 patrons, 2 times each, over 8 years. Ishwar Prasad, author of The Future of Money, How the Digital Revolution is Transforming Currencies and Finances, isn't surprised consumers aren't using crypto to pay for those everyday needs.
Bitcoin, the original cryptocurrency, and other decentralized cryptocurrencies like it have failed miserably in their ostensible purpose as mediums of exchange. This is because they have very unstable value, very slow processing times, have very high transaction fees, and at the moment are really a pain to use. Instead, such cryptocurrencies have become something they were never intended to be, which is pure speculative financial assets.
Those slow processing times are one of the biggest roadblocks for small transactions. Think about it like this. When you Venmo your friend, you see that money in your app right away. With crypto transactions, there's a wait time that varies as the transaction is authenticated. It took nearly an hour for me to receive $5. It's not realistic for businesses to wait around to be paid for their services. Technology is improving, though, and Bill Zielke, the CMO of BitPay, basically a PayPal for crypto, believes that as it does, it will shift from an investment to a real currency. In some sectors, they're already starting to see it.
We're seeing a lot of purchases in luxury goods. In fact, in the fourth quarter, BitPay saw 32% of its total volume. That was specifically in luxury goods. We're talking about real estate for homes, cars, high-end automobiles, watches, gold, jewelry were among some of the most popular items that were purchased this past year.
Not exactly a leaky faucet or a clogged drain, but back at George Plumbing, they are in it for the long game.
Plumbers are cool. Like, what are you supposed to say? We do other stuff than just fix toilets.
This is not just something cool. This is like way ahead of the curve cool. You know?
It is.
Now, while Clay admits that right now Bitcoin is a bit too volatile for most people, he believes it's more than a fad and that investment will pay off in the future, and he will continue to offer it as an option for paying for his services. For the first time since moving to California 2 years ago, Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle have returned to the UK together. The couple visited with Queen Elizabeth on Thursday while on their way to the Netherlands for the weekend. NBC's Ann Thompson joins us again this morning from outside Windsor Castle with the details. Hey, Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. It was a really hush-hush stop. The couple came here yesterday and, as you said, visited with the Queen and Prince Charles. It was their first time back since they moved to the U.S. in 2020 and resigned as working royals.
Harry and Meghan pull off an Easter surprise. This morning, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex confirmed the couple went to Windsor Castle and met with Queen Elizabeth Thursday. They also saw Harry's father, Prince Charles. Turning 96 next week, the Queen has stepped back after a bout with COVID and mobility issues. Sitting out Easter services at Windsor, Prince Charles stepping in. It is the first time they visited the royal family as a couple in 2 years.
Well, like all family feuds, they're complicated and they require compromise on all sides. So I'd suggest more discussion might be needed in order to restore the family relations back to what they once were.
The hurt feelings made worse by their bombshell interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Did you blindside the Queen?
No. I've never blindsided my grandmother. I have too much respect for her.
In that interview, they accused a member of the royal family of racism for questioning the color of their children's skin.
There are several conversations. There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share. But at the time it was awkward. I was a bit shocked.
This is Harry's third visit back. He was here last April for his grandfather, Prince Philip's funeral, and then in July, unveiling a statue of his mother, Princess Diana, with his brother, Prince William. But he did not return for last month's memorial service for his grandfather, fighting with the British government over what kind of police protection his family would have when they visited. Harry saying Britain was not safe for his family. The couple reportedly arrived Wednesday and stayed at their former home here, Frogmore Cottage. The Daily Mail says their cover was blown when they were spotted by a bus of churchgoers on the castle grounds to attend the Maundy Thursday service. Now, we are told that the couple did not bring their 2 children on this trip, 2-year-old Archie and 10-month-old Lilibet. She is named after the Queen. Savannah?
All right, Ann, thank you so much.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Wheels Up, Mask Up, a critical holiday weekend set to serve as a COVID litmus test for the nation's travel infrastructure before the summer heat ramps up. The TSA already seeing passenger levels close to where they were pre-pandemic. Some major airlines are still struggling with demand. What you can expect as you travel to those Easter or Passover celebrations with COVID cases on the rise. Gaining steam, another major setback for a woman's right to choose in America. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis just signed into law a restrictive new ban on abortions, lowering the state's threshold from 24 weeks of pregnancy to just 15.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
It's just the latest in a series of pro-life policies enacted by Republican leadership in several states. So what do these laws mean for the future of Roe v. Wade and abortion rights in America? Our expert weighs in. Also this morning, critical hit, a major blow to Russia's military pride and prowess. Russia's flagship in the Black Sea sinks, and though U.S. intelligence can't quite confirm what caused a reported explosion on board, Ukraine's military is taking a victory lap. We have the latest on the war in Ukraine this morning. Plus, watching for the weekend, we've got your latest dose of can't-miss content that everybody will be talking about on Monday, from the latest flick in the Harry Potter universe to Coachella kicking off in just a few hours. We'll keep you busy all weekend long. Coachella is back in full force, which is awesome.
Coachella is something, and I know how young I am, but that makes me feel old because
Yes,
I used
exactly.
to go and like it, and I'm like, there's
you've been?
no way.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been.
I'm not. I feel old because I'm too many crowds.
Yeah, well, that's what I feel. I'm like, there's no way I could keep up. That's kind of weird.
All right, more on that coming up later this hour. We are going to begin this morning, though, with a preview of a busy travel weekend.
Yeah, millions are preparing to celebrate both Easter and the start of Passover, providing a glimpse into what to expect from the travel industry this summer. But states across the country are reporting a rise in COVID cases, casting doubt on a seemingly optimistic summer outlook. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander is at the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport in Atlanta.
Well,
with
it's
more.
already certainly shaping up to be a very busy travel weekend. Here at the world's busiest airport in Atlanta, they're already expecting to see nearly 2 million passengers over the holiday week, and that's just at this airport alone. We're seeing similar stories across the country with travel picking back up, but it's also leaving airlines scrambling to keep up.
This morning, millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense.
I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
You know, Savannah, I think the biggest key is early is better, whether you're hitting the road or planning to fly. If you're hitting the road, AAA says that you should certainly leave early in the morning. But if you're booking flights still for now or throughout the rest of the summer, they say early flights are better. They're more likely to leave on time because once a delay happens, it's hard to catch back up after that.
Whole chain. All right, Blaine Alexander, thanks so much.
New videos out of China show dramatic scenes involving police and protesters frustrated by the ongoing COVID lockdowns. Police there apparently clashed with protesters who were resisting efforts to move them out of their homes. Many residents are struggling to find supplies, including food, because of China's zero COVID policy. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is in Beijing with more.
Savannah and Joe, good morning. With the lockdown in Shanghai in its third week, patience appears to be wearing thin. Videos that went viral on social media here showing what happened in one neighborhood when dozens of families were told they were being evicted and moved.
This morning, desperation and defiance in Shanghai. These videos verified by news agency Associated Press showing outright clashes. Police in white medical suits appearing to wrestle with residents who were ordered to surrender their homes so they could be turned into COVID isolation sites. One woman on the ground shouting, "I beg you, please." Others being dragged away. The videos went viral on social media here before being pulled down by censors. With the lockdown in its third week, most of Shanghai's 25 million people remain confined, struggling to find food.
We needed to act quickly.
Lucia Shen and her neighbors built up their own online supply chain to get everything from flour to medicine for 1,500 people.
Hopefully it's not going to be too long. I think for people who are in lockdown, we all know this shouldn't be a new norm.
Thousands of asymptomatic cases are still stuck at mass quarantine centers, some of the buildings leaking under heavy rain. Still, China's President Xi Jinping says zero COVID won't be relaxed, with punishment for those who break the rules. The Shanghai housing developer said in a statement that families forced to move were compensated. But the videos, along with others appearing to show protests, are a rare window into growing anxiety here. With the Omicron variant spreading fast and no end to the lockdown in sight.
Authorities in Shanghai had said earlier this week that the lockdown would be eased in areas of the city with no new cases, but the numbers just keep climbing, up 13 of the past 14 days, and now full or partial lockdowns being extended in at least 45 other Chinese cities. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you so much. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel for more on this. So, Dr. Patel, how concerned should we be about what's happening in China, and what does this tell us about lockdown policies, especially if many countries like the U.S. aren't doing the same thing?
Joe, actually, what we're seeing in China, simply put, is that these lockdowns don't work because you're still seeing a very infectious variant. They have both the original Omicron as well as several of the subvariants of Omicron popping up in Shanghai and other parts of China. So obviously, their tolerance is zero tolerance, and that's simply not practical when you have a variant that is on par or just almost as infectious as measles. So this is critical to learn from, and I think it shows that for at least the United States, lockdowns will not be part of our future.
Let's talk about what's happening here. More than 500 people a day are still dying from COVID, but a new NBC report shows much of Pfizer's COVID pill inventory is still sitting untouched. This is what Dr. Anthony Fauci had to say about it earlier this week on MSNBC.
Is that there isn't a full appreciation of who should get it, when they should get it, and where you wind up getting it. I mean, we have the test and treat of 2,000 locations where you can actually go in, get tested, and if it's available, get it. But what we really have got to do is we've got to get the practicing physicians to realize that there is plenty of drug around. It is being underutilized.
So, Dr. Patel, why are so many of these pills not being used? I mean, are they effective?
Yeah, they are effective, incredibly effective. I've used them in patients, and it's a dramatic turnaround even just after the first day of a 5-day course. Joe, I think there's two tensions here. Number one, we have been told as practicing physicians that for the longest time, these are all very short supply medications. And as you just heard Dr. Fauci mention, now we have an abundance of supply. We knew that would happen, but I think most of us have been operating under this notion that they're incredibly hard to get and need to be reserved for the sickest people or the people at the highest risk. And then the second is I think a lot more people are just testing themselves at home and then staying home and don't even realize that there's an option. They do have to present somewhere. You can show a picture of your positive test at one of these test to treat locations. But I simply just think that people don't even realize that it's an option for them. So hopefully we can kind of cross those two barriers, especially as we're seeing numbers rising across the country.
Yeah, and hopefully this helps inform people about it. I also want to ask you about kids and vaccines. California now pausing a state mandate that was set to go into effect before the next academic school year that would have required school kids to get the COVID vaccine because federal regulations still haven't given final full approval for kids. So that mandate now delayed until summer of 2023. Do you think we're eventually going to see more states mandate the vaccine for school kids? And how important is that?
I do think this will fall into the fold of other routine school immunizations that we expect all children to have. We do that for things like measles, mumps, rubella. I think that this just becomes a number of immunizations that are required in the fall of a school year. With California specifically, it had a lot more to do with the fact that these children's immunizations are still under an emergency use authorization, and the governor had asked, as you mentioned, that they be under kind of a quote full approval. It's a little bit of a technical difference, not really a difference in quality, but because of that, it's hard to kind of work backwards as a government in the state to actually put those into place, which is why he punted to fall of 2023. But I do think most places around the country, and already we're seeing school districts that want to have this requirement in place for this fall. And I suspect by fall of 23, this will be a regular requirement.
Dr. Patel, while we have you, we got Passover coming up, Easter coming up. A lot of families are going to be getting together. What's your best advice for folks who want to see their families and get together but still stay safe?
Yeah, number one, leverage testing. I know that people are going to be out and about testing. You can't test out of COVID, but it's helpful to have it. Throw it in your bag before you get on those long plane lines that Blaine covered. The second thing is that just what we talked about, Joe, with the Paxlovid and testing to treat. If somebody does turn up positive, don't delay. Try to find there's COVID.gov, COVID19.gov. on the website that you can actually look for one of these locations to see where you can show up and show a positive test and get access to treatment. And then the third, don't forget that masks and ventilation are your friend. If you need to and you've got a little cough or a cold that's not COVID, tested negative, still put on a mask. You don't want to get others sick. Opening windows and being outdoors, especially where it's nice outside, is always going to help.
Great advice. Have a great weekend, Dr. Patel. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now, new controversial abortion laws are now in place in 2 more states. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill banning abortion in most cases after 15 weeks. And Kentucky's legislature overrode their governor's veto to pass a law that threatens that state's last 2 abortion clinics. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders joins us now from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with the latest. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. This is a significant step by Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis banning most abortions after 15 weeks. The law here is modeled after the restrictive abortion law in Mississippi, which is now before the U.S. Supreme Court, and many believe could be a serious challenge to the landmark decision of Roe v. Wade, a serious challenge in decades.
This morning, Florida is at the epicenter of the escalating battle over abortion rights.
We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves.
Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law Thursday that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
The new law, House Bill 5, is set to take effect in July. While it permits women to obtain an abortion if their health is in danger or if the baby has fatal fetal abnormality, it contains no exceptions for rape or incest. Critics argue it's unconstitutional and will have ripple effects beyond Florida.
What is your reaction to this new law in Florida?
This is a very cruel law that has passed in the state of Florida. Now people will have to go to North Carolina in order to access abortion past 15 weeks.
Abortion rights activist Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro says the law would have blocked her own access to the procedure.
As a person who had an abortion as a result of a sexual assault, if I was pregnant right now, I wouldn't be able to have an abortion.
It's the latest in a series of strict new abortion laws enacted in recent days. From Oklahoma.
We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
To Kentucky, where the Republican-led legislature overrode the Democratic governor's veto to enact sweeping restrictions. Florida's law is modeled after a Mississippi law banning virtually all abortions after 15 weeks, now under review by the U.S. Supreme Court, representing the most serious challenge to Roe v. Wade in nearly 3 decades.
Back in December, a majority of the conservative justices on the U.S. Supreme Court indicated that they would likely uphold the Mississippi law. A decision is expected in weeks. Meantime, here in Florida, Planned Parenthood says they will follow the new law, even though they disagree with it. Guys?
Right. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. For more on this conversation, let's bring in Caroline Polisi. She's a federal criminal defense attorney and adjunct lecturer in law at Columbia University. Caroline, always great to have you with us. So as Carrie mentioned, and as you just talked about there at the end, both the Florida and Kentucky laws, they're modeled after this restrictive Mississippi law that's now under review by the Supreme Court. So tell us what we can take away from the fact that that Mississippi law is under review and what it could mean for these new laws that we're talking about as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Savannah. I mean, make no mistake, we are seeing a calculated and coordinated effort on behalf of many states in this country that are modeling new bans on abortion after that Mississippi law, SB 8, which you're absolutely right. It is coming up for a decision at the end of this Supreme Court term. Likely we will see something in mid-June. And the fate of all of these laws really rest on that decision. And I would just note that, the Supreme Court now has a conservative supermajority. And so this is not a mistake that there are calculated maneuvers on behalf of all of these states trying to really call into question the decision of Roe v. Wade.
So if these laws are upheld, let's talk about how that effectively overturns Roe v. Wade. Walk us through that. And then sort of, does that mean, at least for now, on a legal level, maybe not in protest or in the streets, but is that sort of the end of the abortion debate in the U.S. right now if it's coming from the Supreme Court?
Well, absolutely. For a while now, it's been signaling that the conservative supermajority on the court that this was likely going to bubble up and sort of escalate. We're now faced with a decision where the court really, before critics were wondering whether or not abortion would simply be, Roe v. Wade would simply be sort of like death by a thousand cuts, or whether there would be a whole cloth recusal and overturning of the constitutional right for a woman to decide what she wants to do with her own body. Now I think we're seeing the states having to force the hand of the court to make that decision really in a very robust way. The law is not very clear in this area. That's why we see all of these different laws sort of having differences in the technicalities. And now we are all waiting to see exactly what the court will do. And I have to say that it's not out of the realm of possibility that the court could overturn the 1973 case, Roe v. Wade, and its progeny, Planned Parenthood versus Casey. And it's a slippery slope. Birth control could be next. So this is really a pivotal moment in our history.
So one of the reasons that it's pivotal is because, as our viewers may remember, this idea of precedent, it came up a lot in the confirmation hearings of those recent Supreme Court justices. We've seen Amy Coney Barrett, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Well, this is one of the instances where we hear that word a lot because of Roe v. Wade, because of the implications that came after that. If these laws we're talking about are upheld, what kind of impact does that just have on the Supreme Court and its future rulings, not in the context of abortion, but the context of overturning precedent on any issue?
Yeah, Savannah, we're taught from the first day in constitutional law as lawyers that the Supreme Court is supposed to be immunized from political questions. I think we're seeing more and more since, especially in the confirmation hearings of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, that is not the case. Clearly, the Supreme Court is a political body and it makes decisions in the context of the politics that we have here in America today. This is, again, it's going to be it's coming to a head. And the question is just specifically how the court is going to decide.
Lots to watch for there. Caroline Placey, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there. We have a little bit of everything today. We're watching unsettled weather in the south. We could see some storms later on this afternoon and evening hours, and we're looking at more snow in the northern tier of our nation. That includes the Midwest. So let's start first with a severe threat. That's in the south, parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. We could see damaging hail up to 2 inches or larger, some wind gusting over 60 miles per hour, and the possibility of a brief tornado. And then as we go throughout tomorrow, that's going to stretch the risk area. So we're looking at Texas all the way to the southeast. Again, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, smaller hail up to 1 inch, and an isolated tornado is possible once again. Now we're watching rainfall. So we have a cold front that's going to be sinking down from the Midwest. It's going to get caught up in the south. So we're going to be seeing training storms. That's essentially when a storm kind of goes over the same area over and over again and dumps a lot of rain. So we could see up to 1 inch, maybe 2 inches of rain in some spots. That includes Memphis to Little Rock, Birmingham, down to Jackson, Mississippi. So that's the rain in the south. We do have rain in the west. We're looking at a wet west tomorrow and also on Sunday. So valley rain for Redding, also Chico. We could see up to 2 inches in some spots. And then the higher elevations, we are looking at some snow. You can see that stretching down the mountains all the way over to the northern plains. Once again, Bismarck, you had lots of snow the past few days. You're going to add to that by tomorrow. So up to 1 foot of snow where you see the pinks and purples. That's quite a bit of snow, and that's in the highest elevations. But as we look towards your weekend, I think we're all ready for it. By Saturday, we're looking at storms in the south. That's going to continue into your Sunday. Also looking at wet snow possibly in parts of New England along with rain. We're looking at the chance for snow falling along the Great Lakes in the Midwest as well. Temperature is cold there in the 20s and 30s. And we're looking at a Pacific Northwest storm moving onshore, bringing that higher elevation snow and the valley rain. Now, as we go towards Easter Sunday, we got to show this graphic because it's cute and we just had a tough week with some weather. So we're looking at 48 degrees in Passover, Missouri. We're looking at 38 degrees. It's a cold one. I think in Easter icon it's going to be in the snow in eastern South Dakota. You guys, I hope you have the best weekend. A good Easter, good Passover, Good Friday, all of it.
Sounds good.
Absolutely,
We love the Easter theme maps, too.
Yes, little Easter eggs to mark the cities. Very cute.
We need it.
Thanks, Michelle. Happy holiday. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, Ukraine is claiming a major victory after a critical Russian warship sinks on the Black Sea. But what exactly happened to it? Well, not even U.S. intelligence is sure.
Plus, billionaire Elon Musk on his offer to buy out Twitter. The changes he says would come to the social media behemoth if the deal is signed. That's after the break.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taster The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
This morning, Ukraine is claiming a major win in the Black Sea after the sinking of a Russian warship. Ukraine claims it launched a missile attack against the ship. All of this comes as Russian forces make gains on the key port city of Mariupol. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in Kyiv with the latest.
Joe, Savannah, good morning to both of you from the capital of Kyiv. Now, the sinking of the Moskva, it's not just a strategic loss for Russia, it's also hugely symbolic for both sides. This comes as Russia threatens to ramp up airstrikes right here on the capital.
Overnight, a major blow. The flagship Russian warship in the Black Sea sank as it was being towed in stormy weather to port. Yesterday, conflicting reports over the demise of the Moskva. Ukrainian officials say it was hit by missiles. The Russian Ministry of Defense says a fire broke out on board and everyone was evacuated. UK defense officials say Moscow likely reviewing its posture in the Black Sea this morning. When we were in the strategic port city of Odessa just 2 weeks ago, the highest-ranking naval officer on shore offered a prophetic prediction about Russian warships. We will sink them, he said. It will be fish-feeding season, and our fish will grow fat. The Russian push towards the Donbass region coming from the east and the south. Ukrainian officials say 2,500 people were evacuated from eastern areas yesterday, but in Mariupol, just 289 people made it out Thursday. A new grim phase this morning. City officials say Russian troops there have started digging up graves.
95% of all the buildings, 95% destroyed.
Speaking to the BBC overnight, President Zelensky putting pressure on his European neighbors, saying, I don't understand how you can make money out of blood. But here in Kyiv, the support for the sinking of the Moskva so widespread, people lining up to buy stamps with the ship's image. An important event happened yesterday, this man says. We will be able to remember these events and show these to our children and grandchildren.
Now, Josephina, there were air raid sirens about an hour ago, but I just want to give you a sense of what the capital is like. These are some of the first fresh vegetables that I've seen since I've gotten here. This whole market is packed, a real sign that people here are adjusting. Josephina, I'll send it back to you.
Wow, Molly Hunter, thank you so much.
Tesla and SpaceX founder Elon Musk is back in the spotlight again. He wants to buy Twitter and transform the social media site. Hours after making that announcement, he was interviewed at this year's TED conference in Canada, opening up about his Twitter plans as well as his childhood as a bullied kid and what motivates him for the future. Tesla's founder is giving Twitter quite the charge, speaking at the TED 2022 conference.
Having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization.
In an official filing, Musk offered the social media giant $43 billion, a hostile bid to take over the company. Musk is worth an estimated $219 billion, making him the richest person in the world. Twitter is the latest in a series of career twists and turns for the billionaire. From his early career with PayPal to making his mark in the electric car market with Tesla, to proposing to change city transit with the Boring Company, to taking on space with SpaceX. Now rocketing towards social media. He's already known for his controversial posts, tweeting random thoughts like nuke Mars, even rocking investors with tweets about Tesla stock. He already owns a 9.2% stake in Twitter, scored a seat on its board of directors before backing out last week. If Musk is able to buy Twitter, many conservatives want him to bring back former President Trump, who was permanently banned from the site after the U.S. Capitol attack. Though Trump said this week he probably would not return if reinstated. Musk has not said if he'd do so, but it's one of the many mysteries surrounding the world's richest man.
And I'm a wild card, so there's no telling what I might do.
Including his background in South Africa, Musk opened up about living as a child with Asperger's at the TED conference.
For me, the social cues were not intuitive, so I was just very bookish.
Musk did not hide his eccentricity when naming his two youngest kids. He calls them X and Y, telling the TED conference they're his motivation to make the future brighter. Musk called this his best and final offer, saying if it's not accepted, he'll need to reconsider his options and his position as a Twitter shareholder. In a statement, Twitter said its board is reviewing Musk's proposal to buy the company and will do what it believes is in the best interest of the company and its stockholders. Wall Street seems skeptical about whether Twitter will actually accept the offer. All right, coming up, a 26-year-old black man killed by a white police officer in Grand Rapids, Michigan. A community outrage taking to the streets overnight, demanding justice. Now the man's family is speaking out.
Plus, an unprecedented wave of laws targeting the LGBTQ community making its way through GOP-led state legislatures. But there is a group of conservatives now working to fight these bills. We'll talk with two of them next.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This morning, we're hearing from the family of 26-year-old Patrick Lyoya. He's the black man fatally shot by a white police officer in Michigan during a traffic stop. They're demanding justice after video recently released by police shows what happened in the final moments leading up to the shooting. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Grand Rapids with the latest. Hey, Shaq, good morning.
Good morning. I spoke to the family yesterday, and they said they are heartbroken and they're now demanding justice. And that's a common refrain you're hearing from members of this community, especially after police released nearly 20 minutes of video showing the entire interaction. Savannah, I must warn you that some of the images you're about to see are disturbing.
Can't none of us go back to 7-10 days ago and bring our brother back.
Overnight in Grand Rapids, a community meeting boiling over. More tension and outrage over the death of Patrick Lyoya, who was unarmed when he was shot and killed by police.
Stay in the car. Get in the car.
Video of the interaction released by Grand Rapids PD shows the moments that turned a traffic stop
Stop resisting
into a fatal shooting.
Drop taser!
Everyone. The Lyoya family calls it an execution.
When I saw, as a parent, when I saw him on top of him, I said, okay, now my son is safe, maybe he can arrest him. What was so surprising, pull up the gun and blow up his head.
The 26-year-old native of the Congo was pulled over last Monday.
What do you want? The plate doesn't belong in this car.
After a brief exchange,
1915, got one running. Northbound.
Leoya begins to run, and a physical struggle ensues.
Get your hands behind your back!
Video shows the two wrestling. The officer's taser is discharged twice. Police say never making contact. At one point, Leoya appears to have his hand on the taser before being brought to the ground.
Let go of the taser!
While police say the officer's body camera was unintentionally shut off during the skirmish, another angle recorded by Leoya's passenger shows the officer on top of him, reaching for his gun and shooting Leoya in the head.
1915, I was just involved in shooting.
The officer, who has not been identified, is now on paid leave.
The test is going to be whether, in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer.
The police chief calling the shooting a tragedy. Is that something you ever thought you would have to worry about?
No, we came here because we thought it was safer.
Now, this shooting is being reviewed by multiple agencies, including Michigan State Police. And I have to tell you that I had a conversation with a use of force expert last night. This was an expert that testified in both the Derek Chauvin trial and the Kim Potter trial, both of those trials leading to convictions of officers. And he told me that while he watched some of the video, he said, quote, "The red flag suggests a strong possibility that the shooting was problematic, but there is not enough in the video alone to draw a definitive conclusion on whether that deadly use of force was justified." Savannah?
All right, Jack Brewster, thank you so much.
With the midterm elections just around the corner, the battle over controversial LGBTQ legislation is heating up in battleground states like Ohio. Republican lawmakers there have introduced a bill that would block gender-affirming care for trans youth. And on the same day that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed the so-called Don't Say Gay bill into law, lawmakers in Ohio introduced their own version of the bill. It's part of a nationwide avalanche of bills targeting the LGBTQ community and youth. While many of these bills are pushed by conservatives, there's a group of conservatives fighting against this kind of legislation. We're joined now by Rick and Ashton Colby. Rick is the CEO of Ohio-based government affairs firm Colby & Company and member of the group Conservatives Against Discrimination. Ashton is a transgender advocate and founder of Gender Euphoria, also is Rick's son. Good to have both of you with us. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. Ashton, I want to start with you and just your thoughts on some of the legislation that you're seeing pushed in your own home state of Ohio.
Yeah, I'm a transgender man. So I came out in 2012 as a transgender guy, and there were not all of these bills when I first came out. And then I started noticing positive representation in the media. And then in 2016, there was kind of this backlash, and it's only continued to rise. There's been 230 bills, anti-LGBTQ bills across the country, states and federal. So it's rising. And, I'm a human being here that just happens to be transgender. And people need to remember that I should be treated with the same dignity and respect as everyone else.
Such an important message. Rick, tell us a little bit about this organization, Conservatives Against Discrimination, and why you're part of it.
Well, I think, like a lot of parents and who happen to be conservative and Republican and Christians, they're very concerned about the number of anti-LGBTQ bills and anti-transgender bills that are happening across the country. And I think it really points to the need for federal civil rights protections for transgender people like my son. And, when my son and I started this journey together, because it was a journey together, I said, don't ever let anyone tell you that God doesn't love you, because he does. And, with the number of bills that are being introduced in legislatures, and some of them are really bad ideas. One is mandating that the practice of transgender medicine would be prohibited under age 18. Those are really bad ideas. I know a lot of parents. I've talked to them. I've seen their struggles. It's a really bad idea to impose a one-size-fits-all mandate on how to care for transgender kids under age 18. Parents and their kids struggle with this. And we should not have bills that get in the way between them and their physicians.
Ashton, what does it mean to have your father's support?
I probably wouldn't even be here if I didn't have my dad's support. You know, he really understands that, you know, I became more of the person that I already am as a trans person. And, you know, he's also owns a business. So he's seen me want to go out in the world and grow a business, and has seen and talked to me with his values of how, you know, these kind of bills are bad for the economy. People don't want to bring their businesses to states that don't have protections that are comprehensive. And there's a patchwork of different policies out there. More than half the states don't have comprehensive protections for LGBTQ people. And my dad didn't even realize that. And because it's almost assumed now that you assume you can't be fired for being a transgender person. You can't be fired for being gay. And, you know, he's all for less government, like, you know, get that out of things that like our healthcare. Those kind of things should be between you and your doctor. And so he supported me in understanding me as his son, but also realizing that everybody needs to be protected the same way. So he supported me in so many different ways, and I wouldn't be here without him.
Rick, we just have a few seconds here real quick. What is your message to other conservatives out there?
I think, you know, don't be afraid to step up and support LGBTQ and transgender people. It's a reasonable position. It's sound, it's mainstream, it's right in the middle of common sense. And I think if they do that, if people get active, then I think we can pass the Federal Equality Act.
Rick and Ashton Colby, thank you for taking time to join us this morning. We really appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, is crypto the key to financial freedom for historically marginalized groups here in America?
Our own Tremaine Lee examines the digital currency boom among Black and brown communities and the growing movement to educate on its risks. Next.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home.
Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The cryptocurrency movement is gaining steam everywhere you look these days as more people decide to jump into the world of digital money. Some crypto enthusiasts believe it could be the key to economic freedom for people of color.
NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee has the latest installment of our series at NBC News, Crypto Universe.
Crypto is everywhere. It's in ads featuring celebrity endorsements, on major sporting arenas, and it's even popped up in big city government, where the mayors of Miami and New York are receiving part of their paychecks in cryptocurrency. There's no doubt, crypto is hot, and it seems that Black and brown people are fueling some of the heat. A Harris poll last year found almost a quarter of all Black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 11% of white people. But what's behind historically marginalized communities, like Black and brown ones, that have been largely kept out of traditional wealth-building financial systems, tapping into upstart digital currencies?
The thing about freedom is that it spreads quickly. When people realize how they can get free, people will do things to try to get more free, even if that means getting into something that might be a little bit more risky.
On a chilly day in D.C., a small but mighty group of crypto activists, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs came together on Capitol Hill to raise awareness about the power of cryptocurrencies as a means of financial freedom for Black and Latino communities. Nadja Roberts is the founder and CEO of Crypto Blockchain Plug in Compton, California, one of just a few brick-and-mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. She's traveling to 41 cities in 45 days, hitting non-white communities to educate them about crypto.
I call myself Young Harriet, leading my people out of financial slavery. It is time for us to take our finances into our own hands.
Erican Obo Tetakudo founded a venture capital company that funds Black-owned crypto startups.
How should Black folks be thinking about cryptocurrency?
Black people should embrace this technology with curiosity and with a desire to understand, because if we get this right, and if we're early in financing, creating, building this new generation of the internet and technology, then we can economically be freed magnificently.
But critics say the thing that makes crypto a lure for marginalized communities, which is decentralization, easy access, and lack of government control or oversight, are the exact reasons most people should be extremely cautious.
I'm not an advocate of the current economic system. I am just clear that this is not the solution and is part of, I would argue, an offensive distraction from us getting back to the questions of where do we get political power and how do we assure that whatever wealth gets created is distributed so this level of inequality isn't possible.
Back at the rally, these advocates agree crypto may not be a panacea, but they say it's still worth the risk.
Yes, we should be skeptical, but us staying here where we are is unacceptable. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward with the best of what the world and we create, period.
Our thanks to Tremaine Lee for that report. Now, Tremaine asked the people at the rally if they had any advice for people considering investing in cryptocurrencies. They all declined to give any financial advice. However, they did say it's always a good idea to research any potential investment and to avoid using money you can't afford to lose.
Now to an aspect of the fallout from the war in Ukraine. More Ukrainians are getting displaced from Russia's invasion by the day, causing a staggering amount of loss and devastation. And people from around the world are stepping up to help Ukrainians and the thousands of children who have lost their parents as a result of the war. This includes Chris Stace, the director and co-founder of Ukraine Orphan Outreach, a nonprofit based in northern Colorado, and Travis Love, an Atlanta-based artist and designer, creating a work of art dedicated to the orphans of Ukraine. Good morning to the both of you. Thank you for joining us. And Travis, I'll start with you. And this is not just dedicated to, but proceeds will be donated to. Tell us about getting involved with this cause and your pledge to donate half the proceeds of your painting to the Ukraine Orphan Outreach.
Well, I'm really excited to be able to give back and do some good with my art. And I've been an artist for pretty much my whole life, and it's my voice. And so to be able to make a difference and do something like this is just really huge for me completely.
Wow, and look at how beautiful that piece of art is, and with the Ukrainian flag colors, of course. Chris, tell us a little bit more about your organization, what exactly you do, what this time's been like for you.
Sure. So we originally started out helping specifically orphans, the kids that were aging out of an orphanage. That seemed to be the forgotten demographic in Ukraine. But now, since the war has started, we've really had to expand our reach to so many more people: the elderly, single moms that are being left alone because their husbands are going to fight. People that are just being displaced without anything, and we're providing transportation for evacuations and shelter and food and medicines, and just really, it's just exploded into the need, obviously, in the country right now.
And Chris, what will this donation potentially be able to do for you?
It's going to go to everything that I just mentioned, but specifically, we have a center in the western part of the country that is for people that are displaced within the country, and those that are, possibly moving to other countries like Poland and Romania. So we have a center there, an old hospital that has been converted, and it houses about 120 people. So I think with the funds that Travis has so kindly decided to donate, we're going to use that to help with food and with supplies. I mean, they're buying beds. They need to buy some refrigerators. I mean, just the staples and the everyday things of life that we all just take for granted.
And Travis, tell us more about your painting, about your inspiration, what it symbolizes, what your message is with it.
So this painting, I originally wanted to represent freedom and freedom from oppression. And, this is just a devastating thing that's happening. Ukraine is a place I've never actually been to, and it looks beautiful from images. Now that it's a place that, I don't know when it'll be back to normal. And so in the piece, I wanted to show, eyes of destruction, being devastated and having to leave its home. And so hence the city in the eyes. I couldn't imagine seeing my hometown, Atlanta, something like this happening. And so it's the eyes of a young child, Ukrainian child with butterflies being free. And hopefully they can get back to normal life. And that is why I wanted to give back to children of Ukraine, because they are the future and they'll carry on the Ukrainian legacy.
Chris, for anyone listening right now, what can they do to help out your cause?
I think a big part is just stay active in knowing what's going on. I know that we as Americans could become very like, oh, let's move on to the next, but don't forget about Ukraine, and just that they're going to need our help for a very long time. Our organization itself has been helping orphans since 2007 with our nonprofit becoming legit in 2008. But, just not to forget about the people, to stay educated, and, you can make a difference. I mean, I've had a 12-year-old girl fundraise for us and raise $1,000 by making bookmarks. Just think of creative ways to help. 100% of our what we receive goes to Ukraine for the cause. So we are just doing what we can.
Absolutely. And something that you've been doing, by the way, long before this current conversation that we're having about the war in Ukraine. Chris Stace and Travis Love, thank you both so much for both what you're doing and also for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up, if it's Friday, we've got your weekly dose of can't-miss content to get you through the holiday weekend.
Yeah, from the hotly anticipated new installment in the Harry Potter franchise to Coachella kicking off today. We've got you covered next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Welcome back. It's Friday, which means it's time for our can't miss list. So grab your popcorn, or maybe over the weekend, right now, your coffee. Let's talk movies, TV, music you should check out this weekend, because everybody will be talking about them Monday.
Yeah, so joining us now is Carolyn Lippo, who is the entertainment editor for Insider. Good to have you with us. So the wait's finally over for the latest film in the Harry Potter franchise. What can you tell us about this new installment of the Fantastic Beasts movie series?
Thank you both so much for having me this morning. So the big blockbuster movie released this weekend is absolutely the long-awaited Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore. The latest film in the franchise is in theaters now, and it marks the debut of Mads Mikkelsen in the role of the series villain Grindelwald, replacing Johnny Depp. And honestly, Mads is such a standout and such a special part of this film. You can easily forget that he hasn't been there since the beginning of the series. And of course, there are plenty of adorable magical creatures, hilarious moments, heart-pounding action sequences, incredible special effects, and a few really special throwback references to the original Harry Potter films that longtime fans of the Potterverse will really appreciate.
I bet they will. Okay, let's now talk streaming this weekend. So new shows, even some reboots. What are some highlights?
TV is really packed this weekend. There's so much to choose from. Over on Peacock, there is a new comedy premiering this week called Killing It from Craig Robinson, starring as a character also named Craig. Craig Robinson is best known for his breakout role in The Office. He's a very familiar face to comedy fans. He's also been in movies like Hot Tub Time Machine, a personal favorite of mine. Killing It follows a down-on-his-luck man, also named Craig, as he sets out to achieve the American dream in a sort of eccentric way by entering into a snake hunting contest to win a prize to open his own business. And if you're a fan of Robinson, who's been around for years, you'll really enjoy the zany comedy, which is from two producers of The Office and Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which are extremely popular comedies as well. The entire 10-episode season is streaming now, so it's a perfect binge watch for this weekend.
He's also in every single commercial right now,
Yeah,
so,
that's so
you can't avoid him.
I actually was just thinking that.
You're like, oh, he's in that commercial too. Good for him.
Yeah.
All right. Of course, finally, music. Coachella is this weekend. If you can't make it there in person, there is still a way to actually see it, right?
Yes. So YouTube is, luckily for all of us who can't be on the ground in California, they're streaming the entire festival, including live performances and then some really cool behind-the-scenes content, as well as on-the-ground artist interviews. It's weekend one kicking off this weekend. So the headliners are Harry Styles, Billie Eilish, and The Weeknd, among many, many others. So that'll be a really cool way to get, onto the Coachella scene for those who couldn't be there in person.
I was there in person for Beyonce.
Oh, my goodness. You were at the Beyonce one.
Yeah.
That was something, wasn't it?
Oh, my goodness. It was. The because she had the band home. It was so good. I had a friend recently say, should we like make a last minute trip to Coachella? And I was like, I think that would both physically and mentally break me at this point. I think
it would also be like $1 million a night for like a hotel room.
It's ridiculous. It's insane. Even just the tickets. And yeah, it is something that's really cool that you can see it online. Is that the first time they've done that?
I believe it might be the first time they've done that.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is, which is kind of neat, especially
cool.
because it is tough to get to.
And of course, last minute change because Kanye West was supposed to do it, and then he pulled out. Now it's the weekend, so hopefully you like the weekend if you were there for Kanye.
Still a really killer lineup for sure.
No kidding, absolutely.
All right, well, Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us. Anything you're going to be watching this weekend?
No.
I know. I was just like thinking, what am I watching right now?
I'm like, I started Yellow Jackets because you recommended it, but I'm only like 20 minutes in,
that was
so
on
I
our
can't
can't miss
count
list
it.
like 6 months ago.
I know. I'm behind. No, that's all I got right now.
Yeah.
So
I've been going through all those, scammer type shows.
Oh, you like? Oh,
Yeah.
all the
The
What's your one you're watching now? Okay, though. Yeah, there's so many of them out right now.
There's so many.
Yeah.
I'm actually really into them though. It's fun.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
All right. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Sunken warship. Russia denying reports that Ukraine launched a missile attack on its naval fleet. Why the loss of that ship could prove to be a significant setback for Russian forces. Demanding justice. A third night of protests in Michigan over the fatal shooting of a black man by a white police officer. The family calling it an execution. Why police say the killing was unintentional. Millions on the move. The holiday weekend underway with COVID cases going up nationwide. What to expect on the roads and in the air, and news of a new COVID test that could have people waiting with bated breath. And family affair, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle on a secret trip to see the Queen. The royal reunion years in the making. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with the pandemic and growing concerns about rising COVID cases as millions of Americans hit the road for the holiday weekend. Cases are up nearly 10% in just the last 2 weeks, largely driven by that BA2 subvariant. Now, this all comes as U.S. health officials extend the mask mandate on mass transit. Travelers are required to wear masks on planes, trains, and in transit hubs through May 3rd. Meanwhile, the FDA has granted emergency approval for a COVID breath test. It's about the size of a piece of carry-on luggage and can be used in medical offices and mobile testing sites. Results take about 3 minutes. Now, we have your holiday weekend covered with what's happening in the skies, what you need to know about COVID, and your travel forecast. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She is at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. A busy place today, Blaine.
Aaron, good to see you. The world's busiest airport is certainly living up to its name today. In fact, officials here tell me that over the course of the holiday week, they're expecting to see nearly 2 million travelers come through just this airport alone. And it mirrors what we're seeing around the country. But as airport travel is ticking up, some airlines are struggling to keep up.
Millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense. I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
So, Aaron, I've got a few tips for people who maybe haven't made their flight reservations yet, but are still looking into travel for the rest of the weekend, or really just kind of even moving into the summer. AAA says that the best bet is to book a flight early in the day because, of course, once those delays start to book up and cascade throughout the day, it's very hard to get a plane back on schedule if it is delayed. So, again, try and get a flight earlier in the day. It's more likely that you'll take off on time. Aaron.
All right, we got it. Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. And Dr. John, Blaine laid it out very nicely there what the situation is with cases going up in parts of the country. Now we have this mask mandate extension for travelers going into this holiday weekend. Obviously, this the first extension covering this weekend, the second one going into May. So other than the face coverings, Dr. John, what else can passengers do to avoid getting or spreading COVID?
You know, first and foremost, I hope that you're vaccinated, because if you're fully vaccinated, which I know you are, Aaron, but for people that are traveling, you know, that's your best protection at this point. But obviously, you know, if you're traveling today or tomorrow, the vaccine is not going to help you if you're just getting it today. So you want to make sure that you protect yourself. Masks, they're mandated, and so that's good because that is going to protect you to a certain extent. But also remember the other things we always talk about, you know, social distancing, washing your hands, those types of things. And probably the biggest important message is if you are sick, don't travel, because it could possibly be COVID, you could possibly be spreading it, and not something any of us want to do, Aaron.
Yeah, some really good advice there. People have been quick to say, oh, it's a little cold, or maybe it's allergies, but if you're not sure, better to be safe than sorry. There are some people who are traveling who may visit someone who's immunocompromised, for example, this weekend. How concerning is the BA2 subvariant for that group of people, despite most people being fully vaccinated?
And for that group of people, it is concerning because we do know it can break through the vaccines to a certain extent, but luckily it does still protect them from serious illness or hospitalizations. But it's going to be that spectrum of being fully vaccinated all the way to not getting any vaccines. Obviously, if they have no vaccines, you want to be very careful around them because that could be an issue with the BA2 subvariant. And by fully vaccinated now, and this is not the official term, but this is the most protected term, it means you have both vaccines that you initially got, you have the first booster, and you have the second booster for the immunocompromised, and that is fully vaccinated. So that's the most protected. If there's somewhere in between, you have to be extra careful. So look what's going on around your own community. If cases are rising, then you probably want to stay in a community, in an area, house by itself, and not necessarily go out to other places because you could spread it that way. Right. And if it's low cases, then you might be able to enjoy yourself a little bit more out and about.
You know, I want to ask you about this COVID breathalyzer test that's the FDA just approved to a breath test. So how does it compare to the other tests that are out there in terms of accuracy, and when might you expect to see it widely available?
And Aaron, I like the bated breath part of this, but the accuracy is about equal to the other ones, especially the antigen test, the rapid test we talk about. Now, the big difference is what they're saying here in emergency use authorization is if it's positive, it's around 91% accurate. And so they want you to follow up with a PCR test if it gets positive. If it's negative, it's a little over 99% accurate. And so they're saying as long as you don't have symptoms and you don't think it's full COVID, then you can go ahead and rely on a negativity test. But what we don't know at this point is the cost, the availability, and when it's going to be available. Those details are still to come, but it's one more tool we have in our tool bag to help test this virus.
Yeah, everything helps. Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, thanks. Have a good weekend. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. Michelle, a lot of folks traveling this weekend. What can we expect?
Hi there, Aaron. So good to see you. And, you know, looking pretty good today. We do have some hiccups on the road today, also tomorrow and on Easter Sunday. So we'll start with today. Today's overly pretty quiet compared to what we saw Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But we are watching a cold front that's going to sink from the Midwest. That's going to bring the chance for some severe storms in Oklahoma, also Arkansas. Back behind this front, the biggest problem will be the chill. So if you're out and about on your holiday weekend, you're going to have to bundle up because we're looking at temperatures in the 30s and also the 40s. We have record lows in the northwest. Then as we travel on Saturday, we're looking at those storms lingering in the south, and that's really because the front is going to get hung up. So we're going to see showers over and over again in the same spots on Saturday, and we could see severe weather once again with winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see an isolated tornado, maybe some hail as well. And notice we have some green on the map even in New England. So we could see a mixture of some wet snow, some rain in New England. And then in the west, it's going to be wet too. We're looking at a Pacific storm moving onshore. That's going to bring higher elevation snow and lower elevation rain on Saturday. As we head towards Sunday, we do have a lot of precipitation on the map. We're looking at some snow in the northern plains, also the Midwest. It's cold there for all those Easter icons. So if you're in South Dakota, you're looking at 38 degrees. It's going to feel colder that with the wind blowing. And then once we get down to the south, again, we're looking at the chance for some storms. Again, some of them could be on the strong side. So as we look towards Eggville, Mississippi, we're looking at 67. I just love this map. I had to show it after the week of severe weather. 66 in Hopland, California, and looking really good in Easter Cross, California, with 65 degrees and mostly sunny skies. So this is what's going to happen here. We have that cold front. It's going to sink down to the south. Notice all those showers along that cold front. That's going to bring the chance for those few storms, and that's going to cause some problems if you're traveling on the roadways or even in the air. And then by tomorrow, we see that wet snow in New England, scattered storms along the southeast. Not only tonight and this evening, it's Saturday as well. So notice these hazards, Aaron. We're looking at hail 2 inches or greater. We've heard that a lot this week. Also looking at the chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the chance of an isolated tornado. Aaron, hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Thanks.
Bye.
Now we turn to breaking news unfolding in Ukraine. The loss of this warship may be causing Russia to review its maritime strength in the Black Sea. That's what British defense officials are saying the day after the Moskva sank. NBC News has not confirmed what exactly happened to that ship. Meanwhile, Russia is claiming new advances in the south on Mariupol. Ukraine's national police says attacks there have increased in the last 24 hours. And new video of Ukrainian leaders getting to work face to face. President Volodymyr Zelensky posting this video of a cabinet meeting online today. The economy and martial law were among the topics discussed there. Let's bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Ukraine today, and global security reporter Dan DeLuce for us as well today. Gabe, first to you. There are conflicting stories, obviously, about what happened with this Russian warship in the Black Sea. Do we have any insight into what really caused that ship to go down?
Well, Aaron, the Ukrainians say that they struck it with a missile. The Russians just say that a fire broke out on the ship and that the crew was evacuated, but they would not elaborate. Obviously, neither account can be verified, but around the world, military analysts are saying that this is just hugely significant. It's not just a military defeat for the Russians, but a symbolic embarrassment that has really served as a boost to morale here in Ukraine. Aaron, in Kyiv, there were people lining up to buy this stamp that had the image of the sunken ship on it. And the question right now is what the destruction of that ship will mean for the ongoing battle of Mariupol. There are increasing concerns that that city is very close to falling. In fact, in the last several days, the Russians have said that more than 1,000 Ukrainian troops have surrendered, although that claim cannot be verified. There are still concerns that the intensifying battle there for such a critical port city could signify a lot as the Russians increase their offensive in the eastern part of the country. Aaron?
Gabe, I want to come back and ask you about the scene behind you in a second here. But first, Dan, I want to bring you in and ask you to just sort of put this into context for us. It's pretty significant indeed if Ukraine took out this Russian warship. Is this something that looks like it could be a game changer in this war in one direction or the other?
Well, certainly, Aaron, it is a psychological game changer, I think, already. And psychology is very important in war. It's not to be underestimated. I think it's also a testament, if this is indeed an attack by the Ukrainians that was successful, they were using, they say, anti-ship missiles that they had themselves have produced. So it's another example of their ingenuity, and it's going to help them make the case to the U.S. and to NATO allies that if they just are given the tools and the weapons, they can actually not only fend off the Russians, but defeat them. And so you have the UK now providing anti-ship missiles to the Ukrainians. They announced that. And we have the US providing more weapons, including these sea drones that can be used off the coast against the Russian Navy. It's also another example of how Russia has continued to underestimate the Ukrainians and their ability to fight back. So I think we're going to see more examples of this, where there are these bold strikes that embarrass the Russians and tie them down and create problems for them.
Gabe, I want to come back to where you are and this scene behind you, which just looks awful, the devastation there. Talk to us about where you are today and what the situation is on the ground.
Well, Aaron, this is the city of Makariv. It's about 45 miles west of Kyiv. And what you see behind me used to be an industrial bakery. It was bombed a little more than a month ago, but the cleanup effort is really still just getting underway. You can see the destruction extends in every direction. It is really remarkable to witness here. And neighbors have been telling us that once this was bombed, it was an industrial bakery, but that the Ukrainian military and troops had been using this as a staging area as they mounted a counterattack against the advancing Russian troops. At least 15 bodies have been pulled from this rubble, and they expect to pull out more. It's incredibly sad situation. Earlier today, we also saw some human remains on the other side of this lot. And this is something that is continuing in so many communities in and around Kyiv. Again, this city, Makariv, 45 miles west of the capital. The villages surrounding Makariv were actually overtaken by the Russian troops. And some of the stories we've been hearing from those villages have just been harrowing. This is near the city center, however, and the Ukrainian troops were able to hold the Russians back. But now that the Russians have retreated, the residents here are still dealing with all this devastation. There is still almost no power, very little water, and there are a lot of questions about how this area will recover even as the fighting continues in the east and southern parts of this country. Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us in Ukraine. Dan DeLuce with us today as well. Gentlemen, thank you both. And peace has been restored to Jerusalem as midday Muslim prayers passed without incident. This comes after clashes between Israeli riot police and Palestinians at the Al-Aqsa Mosque this morning. More than 100 people were hurt there. Muslims are observing Ramadan, Jews are observing Passover, and Christians are observing Good Friday heading into Easter, marking a busy day in the Israeli capital. Now, the suspect in that mass shooting on a New York City subway train remains behind bars today. On Wednesday, a federal judge denied Frank James's bail request. Police arrested James on Wednesday after a 30-hour manhunt. We're also learning about more about the New Yorkers who helped police track James down. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Jack Griffin tells me he saw Frank James Wednesday morning, tweeted photos, and called police. Among the thousands seeing those images, the NYPD, that team's quick thinking, helping to end a citywide dragnet.
Why'd you shoot all those people, Frank? Just one day after his arrest ended a nearly 30-hour manhunt across New York City, the alleged subway gunman making his first court appearance. Frank James was denied bail Thursday. His lawyers didn't object. The 62-year-old suspect sat in prison clothes as a federal judge told James he's accused of committing a terrorist act or other violence against a mass transportation system. Asked if he understood the charge, James replied, yes. The assistant U.S. attorney saying James was a flight risk and still presented a serious risk of danger to the community. Prosecutors calling the rampage premeditated and carefully planned. The suspect's attorneys asking the public to be open-minded about a man accused of shooting 10 people.
Mr. James saw his photograph on the news. He called Crime Stoppers to help.
But a senior law enforcement official tells NBC police were already closing in after NYPD spotted this tweet around 10:30 a.m. Wednesday.
You're walking around the East Village. What made you say that's Frank James?
I mean, there was just so much movement around me everywhere. There was cars, there was people, there was so much movement. And then there was one still guy just sitting on a bench, resting, not drinking, not eating, not on his phone, not reading anything.
In a Today broadcast exclusive, Jack Griffin telling me he snapped those Twitter photos Wednesday morning on a photo class field trip.
So you were close enough for him to hear that?
Yes, I was.
The 17-year-old says that shutter noise alerted James, who began walking away as Griffin pretended to photograph his friends so he could capture one more image before posting and contacting police.
I'm super, super proud of that, but it wasn't just my tip. There were so many tips going on. I'm just happy that, again, that he's off the streets.
James's attorneys requested that he receive a psychiatric evaluation, and in court also revealed that he suffers from leg cramps. James has not yet entered a plea, but if convicted, he could face up to life in prison. Meanwhile, the chief of the New York City subway system says from Tuesday, the day of the attack, to Wednesday, ridership levels did tick back up slightly, but there's certainly still New Yorkers who are hesitant to get on those trains. Back to you.
There is growing outrage involving the deadly shooting of a black man by a white police officer in Michigan. Protesters took to the streets overnight condemning that shooting and demanding justice. Video shows 26-year-old Patrick Leoa being shot in the back of the head. His family now speaking out and demanding answers. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster spoke to the family. Shaq, what did they tell you?
Well, they're saying that they're heartbroken, but that they're also demanding justice. And that's something you're hearing from members of the community, especially after the release of that video on Wednesday. I want to show you this story, and I have to warn you that some of the images that you'll see are disturbing.
Can't none of us go back to 7-10 days ago and bring our brother back.
Overnight in Grand Rapids, a community meeting boiling over. More tension and outrage over the death of Patrick Leoa, who was unarmed when he was shot and killed by police.
Stay in the car. Get in the car.
Video of the interaction released by Grand Rapids PD shows the moments that turned a traffic stop
Stop resisting
into a fatal shooting.
Drop taser.
Everyone. The Leoa family calls it an execution.
When I saw, as a parent, when I saw him on top of him, I said, okay, now my son is safe, maybe he can arrest him. What was so surprising, pull up the gun and blow up his head.
The 26-year-old native of the Congo was pulled over last Monday.
What do you want? The plate doesn't belong in this car.
After a brief exchange,
1915, got one running. Northbound.
Leoa begins to run, and a physical struggle ensues.
Get your hands behind your back!
Video shows the two wrestling. The officer's taser is discharged twice. Police say never making contact. At one point, Leoa appears to have his hand on the taser before being brought to the ground.
Let go of the taser!
While police say the officer's body camera was unintentionally shut off during the skirmish, another angle recorded by Leoa's passenger shows the officer on top of him, reaching for his gun and shooting Leoa in the head.
1915, I was just involved in shooting.
The officer, who has not been identified, is now on paid leave.
The test is going to be whether, in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer.
The police chief calling the shooting a tragedy.
Is that something you ever thought you would have to worry about?
No, we came here because we thought it was safer.
So, Shaq, we know the investigation will continue. Do we know if any more protests are expected today or through the weekend?
Well, there have been protests for 2 straight nights at this point. The next one that I've seen, at least circulating on social media, is one on Saturday evening from 5 to 9 p.m. You mentioned this is an investigation that is still ongoing. It's being led by the Michigan State Police, and we have no timeline on when that investigation will be concluded. Aaron?
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Grand Rapids today. Shaq, thank you. The richest man in the world has big plans for one of the biggest social media sites in the world. Now, for the first time, we are hearing from Elon Musk himself about his offer to buy Twitter. Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with a closer look at what's at stake here and what Musk has to say about all this. Hey, Joe.
Hey there, Aaron. So as the founder of Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk is famous for his revolutionary ideas and provocative tweets. His latest ambition is to purchase the social media giant Twitter. Hours after making that announcement, he was interviewed at this year's TED conference in Canada, opening up about his Twitter plans, as well as his childhood as a bullied kid and what motivates him for the future.
Tesla's founder is giving Twitter quite the charge, speaking at the TED 2022 conference.
Having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization.
In an official filing, Musk offered the social media giant $43 billion, a hostile bid to take over the company. Musk is worth an estimated $219 billion, making him the richest person in the world. Twitter is the latest in a series of career twists and turns for the billionaire. From his early career with PayPal to making his mark in the electric car market with Tesla, to proposing to change city transit with the Boring Company, to taking on space with SpaceX, now rocketing towards social media. He's already known for his controversial posts, tweeting random thoughts like nuke Mars, even rocking investors with tweets about Tesla stock. He already owns a 9.2% stake in Twitter, scored a seat on its board of directors before backing out last week. If Musk is able to buy Twitter, many conservatives want him to bring back former President Trump, who was permanently banned from the site after the U.S. Capitol attack. Though Trump said this week he probably would not return if reinstated. Musk has not said if he'd do so, but it's one of the many mysteries surrounding the world's richest man.
And I'm a wild card, so there's no telling what I might do.
Including his background in South Africa. Musk opened up about living as a child with Asperger's at the TED conference.
For me, the social cues were not intuitive, so I was just very bookish.
Musk did not hide his eccentricity when naming his two youngest kids. He calls them X and Y, telling the TED conference they're his motivation to make the future brighter. And Musk called this his best and final offer to Twitter, saying if it's not accepted, he'll need to reconsider his options and his position as a shareholder. In a statement, Twitter said its board is reviewing Musk's proposal to buy the company and will do what it believes is in the best interests of the company and its stockholders. Yesterday, Wall Street seemed skeptical about whether Twitter is going to take that offer. Aaron?
Well, I'll be watching closely to see when this other shoe drops. Joe Fryer with us today. Joe, thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
The future of flying may look like the electric revolution that's taking over the car industry. One company is testing new battery-powered planes aimed at cutting down on the carbon footprint from those massive fleets of commercial aircraft. NBC's Tom Costello shows us the technology soaring to new heights.
Yeah, we could be on the verge of a Wright brothers moment for battery-powered planes, part of the green revolution. The industry would love to do away with expensive jet fuel. You know, aircraft produce about 2% of the planet's CO2 emissions. Now the maker of a small passenger plane has just landed a very big order and is getting ready for the first test flights.
In an aircraft hangar near Seattle, what may be the future of aviation, a battery-powered plane nicknamed Alice. Its propellers mounted on the back near the tail, and one massive 8,000-pound battery.
So the battery actually, it starts from here, stretches all the way back to here.
Made by the Israeli company Eviation, the plane is designed to carry just 9 passengers on shorter hops. Think Portland to Seattle or Boston to Martha's Vineyard at about the same speed as a prop plane, 400 miles in 2 hours, roughly double the flight time of a 737, but quieter and smoother with nearly zero emissions. Company president Greg Davis.
It looks like a flying Tesla behind you.
We're really excited about this aircraft. Eventually, we believe that the electric aircraft is going to achieve dominance in this sector, and we're prepared to support that.
But first, it needs FAA approval. The first test flights could come this summer. Former Navy and United Airlines pilot Steve Crane is Eviation's lead test pilot.
It's like a Tesla. You step on the gas in the Tesla and you go. So in that way, it's very different.
If all goes well, the planes could be in service within 2 years. Already, DHL Cargo is ordering at least a dozen, while New England's Cape Air is placing a very big order, 75 planes. Eviation promises a first-class interior, a smaller plane but wide with big windows.
The most impressive thing about Alice is that it's going to be the most modern aircraft for the 21st century and beyond, not only by design, but also the technology.
But the competition is stiff among battery-powered aircraft designers. Wright Electric is developing a 100-passenger battery plane. Sweden's Heart Aerospace, backed by United Airlines. Airbus and Boeing are also working on designs. The biggest challenge, those massive batteries, too heavy to fly transatlantic or even across the country. Alice will need a 30-minute charge before each 2-hour flight. But eventually, This is a 9-seater plane. Do you envision someday this could grow to the size of a 737?
There's no limit to how far we're going to be able to take zero emissions aviation.
So how long until we see a battery-powered big passenger plane like a 737? Probably 10 years or so. Things are moving fast, but it really depends on whether engineers can overcome those power and weight and distance challenges. But listen, big airlines are already pledging to dramatically cut their carbon footprint when it comes to modern aircraft. So this could be something you and I see in the next 15 years, 20 years, we'll see.
Misery in Mariupol. The Ukrainian city is under siege, and people who live here are starving to death. Still ahead, why officials fear it's about to get much worse.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, a wildfire in New Mexico has killed 2 people and destroyed more than 200 homes. The victims were an elderly couple found inside their house. More than 250 firefighters are now working to stop this 6,000-acre fire, which right now is still burning out of control. A New Jersey man has been charged with attempted murder for allegedly running over a woman. Take a look at the video here. This is home security video showing the driver chasing a woman onto a lawn and then hitting her 3 times. She was left in critical condition. Police say it all started with a minor traffic accident. And Peloton is changing its price structure. While the cost of a bike is going down, the monthly fee for a subscription is increasing by $5. This is the first time that Peloton has raised costs. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The United Nations saying people are starving to death in the port city of Mariupol. The city has seen unrelenting attacks for weeks now. The UN warns the crisis there will get worse as Russia ratchets up its assault. Republican Senator Steve Daines of Montana and Republican Representative Victoria Spartz of Indiana visited mass graves in Bucha. They are the first U.S. officials to visit that country since the war broke out. Daines said there is, quote, indisputable evidence of Putin's war crimes everywhere. And Russia's flagship on the Black Sea has sunk, forcing the crew to evacuate. Ukraine says it hit it with a missile attack while Russia blamed it on a fire. We will talk with Lieutenant General Stefan Twitty about the latest developments in the war. First, though, NBC News global correspondent Raph Sanchez is in Ukraine.
There is real celebration here in Ukraine this morning at the news of the sinking of this Russian ship. The defense minister saying he is looking forward to scuba diving in the wreckage of the Moskva after his side wins this war. Now, it is hard to overstate the symbolism here. The Moskva is, or it was, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Now it is likely to be remembered as the largest warship sunk by enemy fire since the Second World War. Now, the Russian Defense Ministry says the ship went down last night as it was being towed into port for repair, but the Russian Defense Ministry is very pointedly not giving any cause for the fire that led to so much damage. They're also not saying how many of its sailors were killed either in the initial explosion or in the sinking. The Ukrainian military says it hit that ship with 2 anti-ship Neptune missiles. And underneath the celebration at the news that this ship has gone down, there is real concern about how and when and at what scale Vladimir Putin may feel he needs to respond to this humiliation out on the Black Sea. An advisor to President Zelensky saying this morning that Putin will probably retaliate for this. Now, there were reports of airstrikes in Kyiv overnight. One Ukrainian MP saying this may be just the beginning of what may be a much wider Russian response. Now, overnight, the CIA director, William Burns, saying publicly something that the White House has been worried about privately for weeks now. And that is that Vladimir Putin, as things don't go his way on the battlefield, may decide to use a tactical nuclear weapon here in Ukraine. Now, a tactical nuke is smaller than a traditional nuclear weapon. It has a smaller explosion. That makes it sound less frightening. But the thing that has the CIA so concerned here is that Putin may feel that he can use a tactical nuclear warhead without triggering a full-scale nuclear war. He may have fewer inhibitions about using one. Now, CIA Director Bill Burns saying they are not currently seeing any indication from Russian nuclear forces that they are moving towards such a strike. But if Bill Burns is warning about this, this is something we should all be concerned about because he is a former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He's someone who has met Vladimir Putin many times. He speaks fluent Russian. And of course, if Putin was to use a nuclear weapon, either on the battlefield or in some kind of open area in Ukraine, just as a warning shot, that would be an enormous escalation of this war, and it would really throw down the gauntlet to the United States and its allies about how it should respond. Back to you.
Let's now bring in Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty now. He's the former Deputy Commander of United States European Command. General, we appreciate you being with us today. I do want to stay on this issue of the Russian ship we're talking about here. This fleet, we know, is a major part of Russia's forces that have been attacking Mariupol for weeks now. How does the loss of this ship impact the battle, impact morale potentially?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show, Aaron. Aaron, this was a tremendous feat for the Ukrainians. Of course, you know that this was the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet from the Russians. This ship had tremendous capabilities on it. It had surface-to-surface, surface-to-air torpedoes. It had mortars on it. It has a huge command and control structure on it. And it was the pride and joy of Moscow. It's named after Moscow. Mm-hmm. And so by this ship being sunk, huge morale booster for the Ukrainians, obviously, and a tremendous embarrassment again for the Russians.
Yeah, I want to get your read on some other moves we're seeing, General. We hear about intelligence showing Russian troops are resupplying and gathering in eastern Ukraine now. The Brits say that Russia is getting ready for quote, renewed offensives. What do you think could be coming next here? What's your read on these movements?
Okay, so Aaron, we're starting to see the beginning of this fight now. They're conducting what we call in the U.S. military preparatory fires, where they're softening various targets throughout the Donbass. You hear the attacks that are going on in Kharkiv, all the way down to still Mariupol. And so those are the initial fires that are going in, although they're still, even though they're softening those military targets, they're still terrorizing the people within the various cities throughout the Donbass up to Kharkiv. What we should start to see next will be the Russians moving out into what we call attack formations. That's their initial positions before they start their assault and begin the attack within the Donbass. You can anticipate the attack will cover the Donbass. I believe they have, they still have units still left in Mariupol. They'll probably link those units up and try to envelop and encircle the Ukrainians that are down currently in the Donbass area, and also try and prevent reinforcements from coming from the north. Remember, if they get Mariupol, which they're pretty much seceding down in Mariupol now, then they get the Donbass area, then they are now connected that land bridge that they're looking to connect, you can anticipate Putin will call success and continue his way south all the way to Odessa if he achieves his objectives in the east.
All right, retired Army Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty. General, we appreciate your time and your perspective today. Thank you. The efforts to restrict access to abortions is growing in the South. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed new legislation that bans the procedure in most scenarios after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Now, this comes after Oklahoma's Republican governor also signed a restrictive abortion measure. That law makes abortion a felony, punishable by up to 10 years in prison for anyone who performs a procedure that is not life-saving. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders is joining us now with more on this. Kerry?
Aaron, this is a significant step by Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, banning most all abortions after 15 weeks. The law is modeled after a law in Mississippi, which is now before the Supreme Court and may be the greatest challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade in decades.
Florida is at the epicenter of the escalating battle over abortion rights.
We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves.
Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law Thursday that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
The new law, House Bill 5, is set to take effect in July. While it permits women to obtain an abortion if their health is in danger or if the baby has fatal fetal abnormality, it contains no exceptions for rape or incest. Critics argue it's unconstitutional and will have ripple effects beyond Florida.
What is your reaction to this new law in Florida?
This is a very cruel law that has passed in the state of Florida. Now people will have to go to North Carolina in order to access abortion past 15 weeks.
Abortion rights activist Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro says the law would have blocked her own access to the procedure.
As a person who had an abortion as a result of a sexual assault, if I was pregnant right now, I wouldn't be able to have an abortion.
It's the latest in a series of strict new abortion laws enacted in recent days. From Oklahoma.
We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
To Kentucky, where the Republican-led legislature overrode the Democratic governor's veto to enact sweeping restrictions. Florida's law is modeled after a Mississippi law banning virtually all abortions after 15 weeks, now under review by the U.S. Supreme Court, representing the most serious challenge to Roe v. Wade in nearly 3 decades.
And Kerry, as you've noted, the Supreme Court is gearing up to hear a new abortion case that will challenge Roe v. Wade. When is that happening, and what are experts thinking will come out of it?
Well, we are looking at it right now, waiting for the U.S. Supreme Court to make their decision, which could come in the next couple of weeks. You know, back in December, the conservative members of the court indicated that with the Mississippi law, which is before them, they might lean to upholding it. And so really there's a lot of attention right now waiting for, again, what could be a new landmark decision on abortion rights in this country. Aaron?
All right, Kerry Sanders for us today. Kerry, thank you. The Ohio Redistricting Commission is heading back to the drawing board again. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected a fourth set of legislative maps in a 4-3 decision. It's the latest move in what has been a chaotic process, really. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. She's been tracking this story for a while. Jane, this has been a long process so far. Talk to us about why these maps are even being looked at to be changed.
Yeah, so every 10 years after the census, these maps have to be redrawn because more people live in different areas and they have to be sort of rejiggered to adjust for the population changes. But I don't think advocates who put this process in place in the last decade between voters and lawmakers who put these reforms in place expected it would take this long. This process was designed to incentivize compromise between the two parties and bipartisanship. Outlining that essentially long-term maps would only be put in place if both parties could agree on them. But as Ohio has moved more Republican, the Republican members of this commission have been really loath to essentially give up the rough drawing process and reins here to do these kind of fair maps because they want maps that look a little better for them.
So as you've looked at this, Jane, I mean, this is the fourth map to be tossed out. What's wrong with the maps that have been made so far, really?
So the Ohio Supreme Court says essentially the maps that have been passed were designed to benefit Republicans. Ohio's reforms essentially ban you from trying to benefit one party or another. They want a public process. These constitutional amendments, these reforms were put into, essentially say that the maps should be drawn in public and they should be fair, even maps that do not benefit one party or incumbents. But these maps that the court says keep benefiting Republicans.
You know, Jane, the midterm elections are coming fast here. How much time does the state have left to make some changes that stick?
Truly, time is of the essence here. And this has taken, I think they're going on 9 months of this process. The state election officials say that they need maps by April 20th. The court itself, the Ohio Supreme Court, is very skeptical of that. They say this seems like a speculative date designed to pressure us into making a move. And they said, we'll check out the next maps in May and go from there. But they're unwilling to implement, and they say they have no authority to implement a set of maps to go with. But this is actually extending the primary. So Ohio's primary is supposed to be in May, and they're having a partially primary, but they're going to spend millions of dollars to have another primary in August to accommodate this very extended map drawing process.
All right, Jane Tim covering voting issues for us. Jane, thank you. Looking for love during the crypto craze. Up next, the man scammed out of nearly $2 million. Plus, we'll take you inside the new FBI unit dedicated to crypto crimes.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Online dating and catfishing are colliding with the crypto craze. Scammers are taking advantage of love seekers across the country and making off with millions. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. Pete?
Well, this is a scam that combines several features. It includes preying on people who are looking for somebody to date, as well as taking advantage of FOMO, the fear of missing out on the next big thing. In this case, the rapid rise in the value of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Steve Belcher of Denver, recently divorced and single again, found someone on a dating app who seemed like a good match. After several weeks of messaging, she mentioned Bitcoin and a website he could use to invest in it. He didn't want to miss out on another hot prospect after failing to cash in on Apple and Google.
I was like, well, if I would have got in earlier on these technologies and this business, I would have done okay at this point in my life.
So he started sending the website money and getting payouts as he watched the value of Bitcoin skyrocket. He poured more and more in, and the website showed his bundle ballooning as high as $8 million. But when he decided to take more of his money out, he discovered he could not.
That's when the red flags went off, and my heart sank, and I knew something was not right with this.
It turned out to be an elaborate scam, from the person on the dating app to the phony investment website. His total loss, an astonishing $1.8 million, his life savings. The man in charge of a new FBI unit dedicated to cryptocurrency crime says it's a bold twist on romance scams.
It's a prospector's dream. I want to be part of the ability to earn that much money and take care of my family and take care of those I love through an investment that just explodes.
The FBI says it received more than 4,300 complaints last year about cryptocurrency romance scams, with total losses of more than $429 million. For the entire year, complaints of cryptocurrency fraud of all kinds reported losses of more than $1.6 billion. The Justice Department's new director of cryptocurrency enforcement said it's now the preferred method of payment for a range of scams, with the appeal of the next big thing that isn't well understood.
There's a sort of a lack of familiarity with the technology and exactly how it's used, coupled with FOMO, a fear of missing out on some of these what the American public perceives as good investment opportunities.
They're sort of blinded by the novelty of it.
Right, exactly.
Back in Denver, Steve Belcher says he still can't believe what happened.
All the people that are looking at me now and saying, what an idiot, right? So it's like I was on the same side, like I'd never fall for something like that.
Now he hopes to find some way to get his money back. One other note, the criminals who run these scams use cryptocurrency because they think it's anonymous, meaning they can't be traced, and that was true in the early days of Bitcoin. But the FBI says it's less so now, giving law enforcement some hope that the big scammers can be tracked down, Aaron.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington newsroom today. Pete, thank you. New stats show that black and brown people are leading the crypto charge, more than doubling the number of white people buying the digital currency. In this week's Into America podcast, NBC's Tremaine Lee spoke with a number of black crypto enthusiasts. And Tremaine, they say that this could be the key to their economic freedom.
That's right, Aaron. By now, we've all heard the stories about people who've gotten really rich really quick off of cryptocurrencies. But for black and brown digital currency enthusiasts, they say it's not just about trying to make money, it's about trying to get free. Let's take a listen.
Crypto is everywhere. It's in ads featuring celebrity endorsements, on major sporting arenas, and it's even popped up in big city government, where the mayors of Miami and New York are receiving part of their paychecks in cryptocurrency. There's no doubt, crypto is hot, and it seems that black and brown people are fueling some of the heat. A Harris poll last year found almost a quarter of all black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 11% of white people. But what's behind historically marginalized communities, like black and brown ones, that have been largely kept out of traditional wealth-building financial systems, tapping into upstart digital currencies?
The thing about freedom is that it spreads quickly. When people realize how they can get free, people will do things to try to get more free, even if that means getting into something that might be a little bit more risky.
On a chilly day in D.C., a small but mighty group of crypto activists, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs came together on Capitol Hill to raise awareness about the power of cryptocurrencies as a means of financial freedom for Black and Latino communities. Nadja Roberts is the founder and CEO of Crypto Blockchain Plug in Compton, California, one of just a few brick-and-mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. She's traveling to 41 cities in 45 days, hitting non-white communities to educate them about crypto.
I call myself Young Harriet, leading my people out of financial slavery. It is time for us to take our finances
resources into our own hands.
Erican Obo Tetakudo founded a venture capital company that funds Black-owned crypto startups. How should Black folks be thinking about cryptocurrency?
Black people should embrace this technology with curiosity and with a desire to understand, because if we get this right and if we're early in financing, creating, building this new generation of the internet and technology, then we can economically be freed magnificently.
But critics say the thing that makes crypto a lure for marginalized communities, which is decentralization, easy access, and lack of government control or oversight, are the exact reasons most people should be extremely cautious.
I'm not an advocate of the current economic system. I am just clear that this is not the solution and is part of, I would argue, an offensive distraction from us getting back to the questions of where do we get political power and how do we assure that whatever wealth gets created is distributed so this level of inequality isn't possible.
Back at the rally, these advocates agree crypto may not be a panacea, but they say it's still worth the risk.
Yes, we should be skeptical, but us staying here where we are is unacceptable. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward with the best of what the world and we create, period.
Aaron, no one I spoke with said that cryptocurrency is a magic bullet to take down the racial wealth gap, but they certainly said digital currencies should be a weapon in the arsenal to help, further this economic revolution.
All right, Tremaine Lee for us today. An interesting read on what's happening with crypto. Tremaine, thank you. And of course, you can hear more from Tremaine on the latest episode of Into America. It's available now wherever you get your podcasts. Well, it is a royal reunion 2 years in the making. After the break, what we know about Prince Harry and Meghan's surprise visit with Queen Elizabeth.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Well, for the first time since stepping down from royal duties 2 years ago, Prince Harry and his wife just had a face-to-face with Queen Elizabeth. The couple made a surprise stop at Windsor Castle yesterday. They also met with Prince Harry's father, Prince Charles, in what royal watchers hope is a step toward repairing a rift. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson is in London.
Harry and Meghan pull off an Easter surprise. This morning, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex confirmed the couple went to Windsor Castle and met with Queen Elizabeth Thursday. They also saw Harry's father, Prince Charles. Turning 96 next week, the Queen has stepped back after a bout with COVID and mobility issues. Sitting out Easter services at Windsor, Prince Charles stepping in. It is the first time they visited the royal family as a couple in 2 years.
Well, like all family feuds, they're complicated and they require compromise on all sides. So I'd suggest more discussion might be needed in order to restore the family relations back to what they once were.
The hurt feelings made worse by their bombshell interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Did you blindside the Queen?
No. I've never blindsided my grandmother. I have too much respect for her.
In that interview, they accused a member of the royal family of racism for questioning the color of their children's skin.
There are several conversations.
There's a conversation with you?
With Harry.
About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share. But at the time it was awkward. I was a bit shocked.
This is Harry's third visit back. He was here last April for his grandfather Prince Philip's funeral, and then in July unveiling a statue of his mother, Princess Diana, with his brother Prince William. But he did not return for last month's memorial service for his grandfather, fighting with the British government over what kind of police protection his family would have when they visited. Harry saying Britain was not safe for his family. The couple reportedly arrived Wednesday and stayed at their former home here, Frogmore Cottage. The Daily Mail says their cover was blown when they were spotted by a bus of churchgoers on the castle grounds to attend the Maundy Thursday service.
Right now on NBC News Now, on the move and on edge. Americans packing planes, trains, and the roads at levels not seen since before the pandemic. The COVID precautions you should take. On the front lines, 2 American lawmakers touched down in Ukraine, their message to Washington, and how Russia is re-strategizing after a major loss in the Black Sea. Controversial restrictions, a wave of new laws making access to abortions more difficult in some states, how opponents are now taking action. And Pillow Talk, the unique new sport where athletes are paid to battle it out. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin in the air, on the rails, and on the roads. Millions are traveling this holiday weekend despite COVID cases trending upward once again. Mass transit passengers will have to keep wearing masks. The mandate was extended this week, partially in an effort to blunt the spread of BA2. It's known as the stealth Omicron subvariant, and the CDC says it now makes up an overwhelming majority of new cases. According to the latest data, daily infections have been climbing over the past week. Meanwhile, only a slight uptick in deaths as hospital admissions remain steady. Our team is covering how rising cases are impacting travel this weekend and also what's happening in China's largest city. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. She is at New York's Penn Station, one of the busiest travel hubs here in the city. Antonia, COVID cases are rising. We know that especially is the case here in New York City. What are travelers telling you about the mask mandates and about concerns about the virus?
Hi, Aaron. Well, travelers here in New York City are taking precautions seriously, but they are also intent on continuing with their holiday weekend plans. People we've talked to today have Passover and Easter celebrations to attend. They have weddings, or one family that we talked to has tickets to a Broadway show that they're really excited to see. And they talked about being vaccinated and boosted and feeling that's basically the best that they can do while they try to keep moving their lives forward. People here are aware that new infections are being driven by this new subvariant BA2, and they know that cases are up and that poses a risk. But people want to still feel this sense of normalcy around this holiday weekend and as we move into the spring and into the better weather. On the side of officials, leaders here in New York and surrounding states, they're really asking people to take personal responsibility, to get tested before they go to big gatherings, to stay home if they feel even a little bit sick. But there is no sign that major mandates or the restrictions that we saw in the past are going to be coming back. Take a listen to some of the conversations that I had with people on the ground here today.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I look forward to when we don't have to wear them anymore, but I understand that to err on the side of caution, I think.
I mean, we control what we can control. We're all vaccinated and got our booster shots, so we just wear a mask when we feel that we're in an environment kind of like this where we don't know, and we're kind of take them off when we're outside.
On the flip side of all of that, we have the city of Philadelphia, which is actually bringing its mask mandate back in place. But here in New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, people are planning to attend events, not just the holiday events that I also mentioned, but the Boston Marathon is coming up on Monday. And that is notoriously an event that attracts people from all around the world, not just all around the country. And so while these restrictions are not going to be in place, people are going to be going out, going into restaurants without masks. The message right now is really that it is on people to take personal responsibility, to get tested, to get in touch with their family members, and to have a plan, a safety plan essentially in place to make sure that you are celebrating and enjoying your weekend, but in a safe way, Aaron.
I want to ask you about what we're learning about, I guess, 2 subvariants now spreading here in New York City. A lot of people traveling here, visiting here, passing through here, going back home. What are we learning about these 2 subvariants?
Well, that's right. There are 2 subvariants under BA2, and they are driving the infections now, over 80% of them here in New York City. The good news, though, is that the threat level here is still designated as low. And evidence is suggesting that in terms of the severity of disease, how sick you will get if you catch them, the news is it doesn't look like this subvariant of the Omicron variant is going to make you any more sick, or that there are signs that this is a more severe infection. And so that is good news for folks, but it doesn't mean that you throw all precaution to the wind, especially because, of course, there are people who have, autoimmune disorders, different disabilities that still make catching this a risk. And so, again, while people don't think that there is political and social will to put mandates back in place, they're asking people, get tested and take the health and safety of others very seriously.
All right. Antonia Hilton in Midtown Manhattan. Antonia, thank you. Now, the COVID crackdown in China is leading to confrontation as some residents in Shanghai try to fight strict orders. The tension coming as China's largest city deals with its worst outbreak yet. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
With the massive lockdown in Shanghai in its 3rd week, patience appears to be wearing thin. Videos that went viral on social media here showed what happened in one neighborhood when dozens of families were told they were being evicted and moved.
This morning, desperation and defiance in Shanghai. These videos, verified by news agency Associated Press, showing outright clashes. Police in white medical suits appearing to wrestle with residents who were ordered to surrender their homes so they could be turned into COVID isolation sites. One woman on the ground shouting, "I beg you, please." Others being dragged away. The videos went viral on social media here before being pulled down by censors. With the lockdown in its 3rd week, most of Shanghai's 25 million people remain confined, struggling to find food.
We needed to act quickly.
Lucia Shen and her neighbors built up their own online supply chain to get everything from flour to medicine for 1,500 people.
Hopefully it's not going to be too long. I think for people who are in lockdown, we all know this shouldn't be a new norm.
Thousands of asymptomatic cases are still stuck at mass quarantine centers, some of the buildings leaking under heavy rain. Still, China's President Xi Jinping says zero COVID won't be relaxed, with punishment for those who break the rules. The Shanghai housing developer said in a statement that families forced to move were compensated. But the videos, along with others appearing to show protests, are a rare window into growing anxiety here. With the Omicron variant spreading fast and no end to the lockdown in sight.
Authorities in Shanghai had said earlier this week that the lockdown would be eased in areas of the city with no new cases. But the numbers just keep climbing, up 13 of the past 14 days, and now full or partial lockdowns being extended in at least 45 other Chinese cities.
Russia is reportedly making good on promises to ramp up its attack around Ukraine's capital. A Kyiv regional official says 3 airstrikes have been carried out today. To the south, Ukraine's national police say attacks on Mariupol have increased in the last 24 hours. A spokesman for the defense ministry is accusing Russia of using long-range bombers. And the loss of this warship may be causing Russia to review its maritime strength in the Black Sea. That's what British defense officials are saying the day after the Moskva sank. NBC News has not confirmed what exactly caused that ship to go down. We are watching all of these developments, including U.S. lawmakers making a trip to Ukraine. Let's begin with the latest on the fighting as well as support for that country. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Washington. Foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in Ukraine for us today. Molly, I'll start with you in Kyiv there. What's the feeling in the capital city today as Russia threatens more attacks?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Heron. Good afternoon. So Russia has threatened more attacks, specifically missile attacks on the capital. As you mentioned, 3 attacks in the last 24 hours. And the official who gave us that information also says we do not exclude a possibility of repeated blows on any objects. We've had a couple air raid sirens today, Aaron, but I got to say, people are starting to come out and kind of return to daily life. I hesitate to use the word normalcy because this city is fortified. There are checkpoints all over the city, and on the outskirts of the city, they've really even kind of ramped up their fortification, preparing for, additional attacks if the Russians were to come back. We are seeing more checkpoints, more roadblocks. But the people inside the city are going out again. They're going to markets. We went to a market earlier today, Aaron. There were fresh vegetables. So the supply chains are working. You know, farmers are getting their supplies into the capital, which we haven't seen for the last couple of weeks.
Mike, there are some reports that Russia is formally telling the U.S. to stop arming Ukraine. What do we know about this warning, essentially, and the White House response?
Yeah, Aaron, the timing is significant because we've been talking in the last several days about what is so far the largest transfer of sophisticated military equipment by the United States to Ukraine during the course of this entire crisis. And it is more sophisticated type of equipment. So far, it's been mostly defensive weaponry, but now we're talking about howitzers, these switchblade drones, and even potentially missile systems on the part of Slovakia being transferred to Ukraine. And so what's happened now is a diplomatic communication has been formally sent to the State Department via the Russian embassy here in Washington. It's called a démarche, and it's warning the U.S., as it's been put in this communication, of unpredictable consequences should the United States continue with what the Russians are calling the irresponsible militarization of Ukraine. Now, the White House, for its part, a senior administration official saying that this is something that obviously they're taking note of, but they're sort of downplaying its significance. This is not a red phone ringing in the Oval Office, as the official put it to NBC News. But it is being noted as sort of a sign of the effectiveness of this kind of cooperation that the U.S. has been providing. The White House has been walking a very fine line. They want to be seen by our allies, by the U.S. citizenry, but of course by Ukraine itself as doing everything they can to support their efforts to combat Russia's invasion. But they also want to be seen as avoiding the kind of escalation that Russia has said would result in significant response, potentially in NATO territory, which of course would trigger further U.S. action. So at this point, the U.S. is welcoming this in some ways, but saying that it's not necessarily a red flag that warrants more concern at this stage.
And Molly, we mentioned the warship just a moment ago there in the Black Sea. Do we know yet what sank the Moskva?
We don't, Aaron, and U.S. officials have been very clear that they have not been able to confirm Ukrainian officials' account of what happened, but they also say they are not questioning it necessarily. Ukrainian officials say they struck the Moskva, the lead Russian warship in Russia's Black Sea fleet, with 2 missiles. Russia has said that that ship sank. They are not saying that it is because of Ukrainian fire. They say there was a fire on it. They evacuated all of the crew members. But this was the lead warship in the Black Sea fleet. It should be said, though, Aaron, big big picture, though, it probably won't significantly impact the Black Sea Fleet's ability to effectively blockade the Ukrainian coastline, which is what we saw in Odessa. Kind of they're out, kind of on the horizon, come in and come out to basically play a game of psychological warfare. But they are certainly still there and strong, even without the Moskva.
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv for us, Mike Memoli in Washington. Thank you both. Now, 2 U.S. lawmakers are in Ukraine right now. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is here with details on that. Sahil, what do we know about this trip?
Aaron, the 2 lawmakers are Senator Steve Daines of Montana and Congresswoman Victoria Spartz of Indiana, both of them Republicans. Now, Spartz, notably, is a Ukrainian-American herself, born in the 1970s in Ukraine, back when it was still part of the Soviet Union. They visited the suburbs of Kyiv on Thursday, the first known American officials to visit that part of the region to try to show support for Ukraine and draw attention to the atrocities that they see happening there. After that, Senator Steve Daines released a statement, and I'll just quote a part of it here, saying there's indisputable evidence of Putin's war crimes everywhere. The images of shallow mass graves filled with civilian women and children are heart-wrenching. He goes on to say, America and the world need to know about Putin's atrocities against the innocent people of Ukraine now. That appears to be a big part of the reason he released that statement. And Spartz, for her part, issued a letter before the trip to Secretary of State Tony Blinken, asking him to follow the lead of European partners and consider returning some U.S. diplomats to Ukraine to assist American citizens and improve intergovernmental coordination, essentially trying to shine a light on a horrific part of this war as it continues in Ukraine. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us. Sahil, thank you. Now, the suspect in that shooting on a New York City subway train remains in federal detention today. Frank James was denied bail in his first court appearance after he was arrested on Wednesday, and now we're learning more about how police finally tracked him down. NBC News reporter David Lee is joining us now. David, walk us through what happened in court and where the investigation stands at this point.
Thanks for having me on, Aaron. It was a very short hearing. I don't know if it even lasted 10 minutes. It was called an initial appearance, and all that was really accomplished is the defendant had a chance to hear the charge that was being made against him and to show that he understood the accusation and the proceeding that was happening around him.
So, David, what more are we learning about, what led to the suspect's arrest, the tips that came in?
Well, like everything in this case, it's a little bit complicated and not completely straightforward. The on-the-record credit seems to be going to a 17-year-old photography student named Jack Griffin. He was out on a field trip and snapped a picture of Mr. James, and he tweeted it out at around 10:29 a.m. Wednesday. And that tip, the police say, played a very key role in just flooding that neighborhood of the East Village with plenty of police officers that could eventually act. But it seems like the most important tip that ultimately led to Frank James's arrest came from Frank James himself. He called Crime Stoppers, law enforcement sources are telling us at NBC News, and basically said, hey, you're looking for me. And he went into great detail about what he was wearing, the backpack he was carrying, and just his general location. And that was the ultimate tip that led to his arrest.
All right, NBC's David Lee for us with the latest on this subway shooting case. David, thank you. One of former President Donald Trump's closest aides spent more than 8 hours testifying before the January 6th committee. Stephen Miller finally answered questions after being served a subpoena back in November. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, Ali, what did the committee learn from Mr. Miller?
Well, 8 hours of testimony here. It was virtual, but the folks in the room here in Washington have told us that, in their words, Miller was pugnacious and even cooperative-ish at points. That's what one person who was in the room told NBC News. And what it speaks to is that they wanted to hear from Miller on a wide range of things, specifically the dissemination of claims unfounded of election fraud and that big lie about the 2020 election, but also the push that was made from Trump allies for false slates of electors that would have invalidated Joe Biden's win. Now, of course, we know none of that came to pass, but Miller was at the very center of that, and it's why it was so important that they were ultimately able to speak to him. We are also told, though, that at some points his lawyer may have asserted executive privilege. We know that that's something that other Trump officials have tried to do. There's shades of gray here, though, of course, and that's what's important because Miller was a White House official at that time. Biden administration officials, though, have waived that privilege of executive privilege. Nevertheless, that he was asserting it in the room does show sort of the murky periods that are still left here for the committee as they do get some cooperation and try to get as much information as they can from Trump's inner circle.
Allie, we also know that the committee has said that it intends to release an interim report soon to hold some public hearings before the midterm elections. Where does that stand right now?
Yeah, we're still waiting. But at the same time, we've seen this timeline continue to shift. Initially, when the calendar year turned to 2022, we were told that we were entering the public phase of this investigation. Then, ultimately, that shifted, and now what we expect is that they hope to wrap up the deposition and fact-finding phase of this soon, in the next few days and weeks, and that the public hearings phase of this could start in May. That interim report is going to be really important. We're going to see if it comes along with the hearings, after, before, but at the same time, it does show that as the committee is trying to get as much information as possible, they're sort of writing this thing in real time. The open question is, when do they put the pen down, Aaron?
All right, Allie Vitale for us on the Hill today. Allie, thank you.
Thanks.
After nearly 100 murders in just 1 month, El Salvador is cracking down. Coming up, the growing human rights concerns and reaction from that country's government.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
For years, gang violence in El Salvador has helped fuel the surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. A new surge in violence is gripping that country now, with nearly 100 people murdered in just the past month. Now, a harsh government crackdown is raising questions of human rights violations. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is joining us now. Gadi, how do Salvadorans feel about this crackdown?
Well, Aaron, in El Salvador, a lot of the people we spoke to say that they are happy that the president is finally doing something about the gangs there. Much of this has been attributed to gang violence. And so what we're seeing is this extreme crackdown on people that the president says are gang members. Take a look.
This is the video the president of El Salvador wants people to see, his prison guards manhandling inmates. The populist president, Nayib Bukele, has the country under a 30-day state of emergency, and he's not looking to cover up these images. He's promoting them on his official Twitter account. This is part of Bukele's all-out offensive on gangs in El Salvador. He suspended parts of the Constitution, police making over 11,000 arrests in 19 days in response to gang violence that left 62 dead in a single day. And in El Salvador, we found that the president had overwhelming support.
Ya era tiempo, digo yo, que tuviéramos un presidente que en realidad nos hiciera sentir que este país es nuestro.
How do you feel about the president?
Sí, está excelente.
Está excelente.
Sí,
He says
claro que sí.
he says that the president is doing an excellent job.
This man tells us he can't wait for police to arrest gang members who extort him every Wednesday.
He says that with that $20 that he has to pay the gang members, he would be able to buy food.
The president announcing prisoners will only be fed twice a day, making fun of injuries sustained during capture, and at times the president and national police releasing highly produced videos showing guards forcing inmates out of cells and into a courtyard for the world to see. It's been 2 weeks and the president continues to share videos of arrests on social media, flaunting the thousands of detained using the hashtag #WarOnGangs.
We just saw the president here in El Salvador retweet some images from the National Police. He's asking sarcastically, but how do you know they're gang members? And he's posting pictures like this. And it's this type of taunting that is resonating with a lot of people here in El Salvador.
The president is ruling by Twitter.
Critics say Bukele has passed authoritarian laws meant to silence opposition and is ignoring human rights.
These sweeping laws are allowing authorities to do whatever they want. And you do not have a judicial independent system in the country that can act as an effective check on executive power.
U.S. Treasury officials have accused Bukele of secretly negotiating with gang leaders in the past, a claim Bukele denies. And Salvadorans like this woman have been left without answers. She says police came into her home during a sweep and searched her husband.
They actually lifted up his shirt, they checked him for tattoos, and he didn't have any tattoos. Ha tenido problemas con la policía? Has he ever had problems with the police?
No.
She says they took him anyway and thinks it's because they live in a poor neighborhood, but they can't afford to live anywhere else.
She
says that what she thinks the president is doing right now is an injustice.
President Bukele remains defiant, telling the international community to stay out of El Salvador's affairs.
And Aaron, interestingly enough, you've got two different worlds right now in El Salvador. You've got the vast majority of people that are seeing these images that the president is putting out of tattooed gang members in prison and saying, good job. Then you've got the a few who are asking questions. They may have a loved one that has been swept up, and those questions are not being answered by the president. The president has admitted that there may be mistakes made, but he says that it's likely only going to be 1% out of these 11,000 arrests, and no real statistics or no real information to back up that claim of possibly 1%. Aaron?
All right, Gotti Schwartz for us today. Gotti, thank you. The death toll in South Africa is nearing 400 in flooding triggered by the heaviest rain in 60 years there. Now rescuers are racing to save people who are cut off from electricity, food, and water. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esemwa has the latest on this unfolding tragedy. Zincle, what do we know about conditions in South Africa right now?
Yeah, Aaron, the conditions have been described as catastrophic, and for good reasons. Local officials say that the death toll now is nearing 400. Devastating flooding, leaving roads collapsed and women and children seeking shelter in South Africa after days of torrential rain. Now, more than 340 people are dead, according to area officials.
I will survive. But unfortunately, my child.
This father's story, sadly, no anomaly. Flooding hit the area of Durban along the eastern coast of the country in the KwaZulu-Natal province, triggering landslides and burying homes.
We don't have a food, clothes, even my ID was damaged.
And a major port in Durban, once bustling, now flooded, clogged with shipping containers and cargo overturned and swept away. The country's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, says Durban will soon be declared a disaster area, as local residents say they're fending for themselves.
As you can see, how we suffering. Yeah, to get water.
Here, long lines of young children waiting to fill their jugs with clean water in short supply. President Ramaphosa partly attributed the flooding to climate change, but some in the country disagree, blaming a lack of infrastructure.
I think maybe they could have done something to tell us what's going to happen.
The affected area of Durban, home to townships, underdeveloped urban areas that were racially segregated during the apartheid, and home to informal settlements, areas of housing not regulated by the state, now destroyed by flooding.
We're starting building again.
And it's important to add, Aaron, that outside of the deaths, according to state officials, over 40,000 people have been affected by this crisis, and they can't rebuild yet. The South African Weather Services actually announced a continued forecast of rain this weekend, and the government warned communities to seek shelter on higher ground, and that was just yesterday. So there's a lot to wait for as they attempt to rebuild. Aaron.
All right, Zinkley Asamoah. Zinkley, thank you. Now, Russia is vowing to increase missile strikes on Kyiv. Still ahead, the devastation on the ground in Ukraine as the death toll continues to rise.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hold on to your seats. The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison. A strange story and a career of strange stories. All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Making news right now, today Boston is marking 9 years since the deadly marathon bombing. 3 people died and more than 260 were injured when 2 bombs exploded near the finish line. The city is marking the day with wreath-laying events and a moment of silence at 2:49 p.m., the time of the attack. Recreational marijuana sales in New Jersey set to roll out next Thursday. Officials cleared 7 dispensaries to legally sell recreational pot across the state. As for the cost, well, experts say it is expected to be pricier than in other parts of the country. And a search is underway for a missing wallaby in Tennessee. Zookeepers in Memphis say the marsupial went missing during an evacuation prompted by bad weather. Memphis police trying to help with the search there. So far, no reported sightings. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The Washington Post reporting Russia has sent a formal diplomatic note to the U.S. It warns that arms shipments are adding fuel to the conflict and could cause, quote, unpredictable consequences. The flagship of Russia's fleet in the Black Sea has now sunk. Ukraine claims it hit the ship with a missile on Thursday, but Russia blames a fire. And the UN says 2 charity workers and their relatives were killed in Mariupol. This happened last month, but the charity just found out because that city has been under attack. Sky News correspondent Mark Stone has more now from Dnipro, near the site of that deadly train station attack last week.
It's a week since the bombing of the train station in Kramatorsk, and doctors want to show us the cost. Yana is 10. She was at the station with her mother last Friday, fleeing the fighting further east. She lost one of her legs, the other foot, and her mother. Next door, Katerina. She's 12. Doctors saved her badly injured legs, and yet she too lost her mother. Goodness knows their trauma, and understandably doctors have asked that we didn't show their faces or interview them. But then what more needs to be heard? Andrei was at the station too. The three young Ukrainians were with thousands as they tried to board trains away from danger when it was targeted by the missile. He's now without his arm. There is a quiet and a calmness here, but it's not safe. The windows are prepared for whatever might come next. The city of Dnipro is split by the river, a buffer for Ukraine against any advance by the Russians from the east. For now, the whole city is firmly in Ukrainian control, but this week Russian missiles hit the city's new airport. On the east side of the river is the Dnipro branch of the Ukrainian Association for the Blind, a place that's now a refuge for anyone who needs it. Among those here, 3 generations of one family. They're from the country's far east.
В 2 метрах попал снаряд. Это было очень громко и страшно.
2 meters away from our shelter, the bombs landed, she tells me. For 24 days, we were living below ground. When the electricity was cut, we decided we had to leave. In the quiet of the corridor, we found Larissa Bavina. She describes this place as heaven. And from the hell she's escaped, it certainly is.
Целый комплекс ощущений, понимаете? Это чувствуют руки, ноги.
There were a whole range of feelings, she tells me, in my hands, my legs, my ears, the vibration from the bombs. This is the experience of war for the blind. Thank you very much for sparing the time to talk to us. The city's mayor is Boris Filatov. He doesn't stay in one place for long. The Russians have said they will target command centers. This isn't a military command center, but he won't take his chances.
We need 3 things: weapon, weapon, and weapon.
And the American president has said $800 million worth of weapons will be coming.
Yes, we are very happy and thank you for our Western friends, but Western help is late.
The challenges for Dnipro are huge, caring for the wounded and the displaced, but also preparing as much as they can for the days ahead. Mark Stone, Sky News in Ukraine.
Kira Rudik is joining us now. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Ms. Rudik, we appreciate you being here today. We know we're 50 days into this invasion of your country now. The fighting is not letting up there. Your president, Zelensky, says that Russia wants to destroy the Donbass region. What do you have to say about that? What do you say to that?
They indeed are trying to destroy us and kill us. They're not coming here to take our land. They are not coming here to make us slaves. They're coming to wipe us out of the surface of the earth. You know, I have been to Bucha and Borodyanka recently, at the very first day after the occupation. And I talked to people and I heard what Russian soldiers told them. They said, you are the dirt and we are cleaning this land from the dirt. This sounds very Nazi to me, isn't it? So yesterday in Ukrainian parliament, we voted resolution to qualify what is happening in Ukraine as genocide, because it is genocide. And more world leaders are accepting this fact and confirming this fact. So not only do they want to take over Donbass and southern Ukraine, they want to complete this genocide to make sure that Ukraine does not exist. And we obviously will not let them do that. And we are extremely grateful for all the support from democratic countries that we are getting.
Ms. Rudik, the UN says that people are starving to death in the city of Mariupol, where we know that's been the center of a lot of the fighting in the south. The UN has predicted that the humanitarian crisis in your country is going to get worse in the coming weeks. What are you seeing from a humanitarian standpoint in the communities around your country?
Well, the overall assessment is that this is a humanitarian catastrophe. So the city of Mariupol have been under the siege for more than 40 days. You can imagine what happens in the city that has been bombarded from the air, that has not been receiving food, water, and medical aid, in 40 days. Unfortunately, there was only one time when we were able to get a humanitarian convoy out of it, and it was done by Ukrainian army taking over the lifeline from the city. We know that people are dying of hunger and dehydration there. We know that they are eating pigeons and dogs just to survive. We know from our military that is still holding on to the parts of the city that the situation, the humanitarian situation is really catastrophic. And we have been continuously asked Russian forces to get us to take off the civilians from Mariupol. And even when they say yes, and we are trying to get the humanitarian convoys out, they were starting shooting at the buses right away. President Macron was trying to talk to Putin to let people out, to stop them being dying of hunger and dehydration. Other presidents were trying to talk to Russians and let them take our people out, but it was all for nothing. And right now we are, as the world, are observing what's happening. And this is the most terrifying thing, because right now in 21st century, when you and I are sitting and talking in our homes, in the studios, there are people who are right there dying of not being able to receive the basic, to fulfill their basic needs. This is what I call genocide, because Russians can let them out, but they just wouldn't.
Ms. Rudik, we appreciate you being here. Your voice, telling these stories, telling people around the world the reality of what's happening in your country is powerful and hopefully pushes others to act and help more. Our hearts go out to your communities and your citizens now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
The Republican National Committee says that GOP candidates will not participate in the long-standing presidential debates run by the official commission. To break down what this means for 2024 and beyond, NBC News Now correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining me. Vaughn, what do we know?
Aaron, it has become tradition that the Democratic nominee, the Republican nominee square off for multiple presidential debates. But after Donald Trump's loss in the 2020 election, Republicans started to recalculate their view of whether or not they'll partake into the future.
The Republican National Committee voting unanimously to withdraw from the commission on presidential debates, putting a decades-long tradition and political test for candidates in jeopardy.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet. In a statement, the RNC says they are committed to free and fair debates, but that the commission is biased and will not participate with their oversight. Complaints include debates taking place after early voting had begun, making changes to debate formats without notifying the candidates, failing to maintain nonpartisanship, the debates between President Biden and former President Trump turning chaotic and contentious.
Radical left. Will you shut up, man? Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right. Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
Former President Trump has been a vocal opponent of the commission, unhappy with everything from the dates picked for the 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton.
They're against the NFL. I saw the dates. I think two of the three are against the NFL, so I'm not thrilled with that.
To the commission itself.
It's a Clinton-Obama group of people, and, you know, you have the one guy, the chairman, who's basically a never-Trumper.
The televised presidential debate, a hallmark of democracy, dating back to when John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon squared off in the first televised presidential debate.
There are not many ways that we voters are able to hold candidates to account during the course of a campaign. One of those ways since 1976 has been TV debates. It's a reduction in our level of democracy.
You know, this... Yeah.
I was just going to ask you, I mean, it sounds like the 2024 presidential debates may be in jeopardy here for real. Is there any sort of precedent for presidential candidates not debating in that sort of format?
Right. I think as it applies first to 2024, ultimately it is the nominee's decision. The Republican Party can't keep their nominee from going and debating here. But in terms of precedent, the first actual presidential debate was back in 1960, JFK versus Richard Nixon. Right. And then there was a 16-year gap. They didn't pick back up and become routine until 1976 again. But these have become mainstays of presidential campaign politics here. You know, 73 23 million Americans watched the first debate this back in 2020 between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and largely, especially in an environment in which folks are able to just take little pieces of favorable media to one side or the other here. The debates are viewed as sort of that 2-hour, open-ended, no editing, truly just the voice of the candidates being able to put themselves on display here. And that is why the potential of not having the Republican on that debate stage could have true consequences to campaigns ahead.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Outrage across Florida and the country today after Governor Ron DeSantis banned abortions after 15 weeks. Christian Benavides from our South Florida station has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Explain to us how DeSantis signing this bill is actually going to change what it's like for a woman seeking an abortion in Florida.
Aaron, up until now, Florida allowed abortions up to 24 weeks of pregnancy. As of this bill signing, it'll be 15 weeks. The law won't take effect until July 1st, but it's the most restrictive ban on abortion in state history. The law does not come with exceptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking. It does, however, allow for a limited number of exceptions for the mother's health or if the baby has a fatal fetal abnormality. It deals a blow to abortion access in the South, since Florida has been able to provide wider access than neighboring states.
This is a time where these babies have beating hearts. They can move, they can taste, they can see, they can feel pain, they can suck their thumbs, and they have brain waves. And so this will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
This law is patently unconstitutional. It's really the most extreme restriction on abortion that we've seen in this state. This law would take away the freedom for individuals in Florida to access safe and legal abortion. It really places politicians in between patients and medical providers.
Now, the law is likely to face legal challenges, and as we know, the U.S. Supreme Court is set to rule on a case which could weaken or eliminate Roe versus Wade protections nationwide later this year. Aaron?
You know, while we have you there in Florida, Christian, the governor also presented new congressional maps, redistricting maps there. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, well, this new map presented by Governor DeSantis doesn't just create more Republican-leaning districts in Florida, but if implemented, it wipes out Democrats' national redistricting advantage. Currently, the congressional split in Florida is 16 Republicans and 11 Democrats. This is the new map. Florida gained a congressional seat due to the census, and this new map presented by Governor DeSantis creates 20 Republican-leaning districts and leaves only 8 Democratic-leaning districts. It also eliminates 2 districts currently held by Black Democrats in North and Central Florida. Eliminating a minority access seat goes against the Voting Rights Act, but Governor DeSantis argues that his administration is complying with state law, which prohibits partisan gerrymandering, and he appears to be inviting a legal challenge to his maps.
I mean, we are not going to have a 200-mile gerrymander that divvies up people based on the color of their skin. That is wrong. That is not the way we've governed in the state of Florida. And so that will be that. And obviously that will be litigated.
Okay, so here's a statement by the Florida Democratic Party chair, Manny Diaz. He wrote, "It is appalling but not surprising that the Republican legislature has abdicated its constitutional duty to draft and pass congressional maps to the governor. As proven by the proposed map released today, Governor DeSantis is hell-bent on eliminating congressional seats where Florida's minority communities have the ability to elect representatives of their choice, and he is imposing his own partisan political preferences on Florida's congressional map." Now, the state legislature will be holding a special session next week to vote on the maps. Some state Democrats have vowed to skip the session, saying that the approval of the map is already a foregone conclusion. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides in Florida for us today. Thank you. Former President Donald Trump is planning to endorse the author of Hillbilly Elegy, J.D. Vance, in Ohio's Senate Republican primary. That's according to 3 sources with knowledge of Trump's decision. NBC News national political reporter Mark Caputo is looking at what this could mean for Ohio's crowded Senate Republican primary. Mark, is Trump's endorsement expected to really make Vance the favorite in this primary?
Well, we haven't really seen evidence of making the favorite, but it would make Vance much more competitive. If you look at the public polling, Vance is in third or fourth place, tied therein. If Donald Trump does endorse, there is some private polling showing he would go to second place. Currently, the leader nominally is either Josh Mandel, former Treasury Secretary, or State Treasurer in Ohio, and businessman Mike Gibbons. Now, when we reported this yesterday, before Trump had officially signed off on it, the other campaigns, 4 or 5 other campaigns, they really besieged Trump with polling, showing in their estimation that Vance couldn't win, and reminding Trump that Vance, years ago in 2016, called himself an anti-Trumper or a never-Trumper, and was very, very critical of the then presidential candidate, Donald Trump. Since then, Vance has kind of revamped his approach to Donald Trump, like a lot of the Senate candidates across the nation, and certainly in Ohio, and has eagerly sought his endorsement. And the reason candidates are seeking Donald Trump's endorsement is that the Republican Party is Donald Trump's party, if you look at what people are saying and you look at the polling.
You mentioned what Vance has said about Trump in the past. Is that the reason that some people are surprised that Trump would be endorsing Vance?
That's partly it. I mean, the reality is when you have a multitude of candidates like you have in Ohio, and you have kind of a party divided between all of these well-funded, well-organized candidates, it's really a recipe for a bloodbath in a primary. And so that's kind of what you're seeing currently.
All right, Mark Caputo for us today, tracking the primary in Ohio. Thank you, Mark. The immigration fight is heating up with busloads of migrants arriving in Washington this week. Up next, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, joins us digging into that and all things politics. Stay with us.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
All this month,
How urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife
We're going to go find some bison.
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The battle over immigration landed right in our nation's capital this week. Busloads of migrants seeking asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border arrived in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. They were dropped off directly outside the building that houses the NBC News Washington Bureau, which also houses other network news bureaus. So let's dig into the politics of this now. Joining us is Chuck Todd, NBC News political director, moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, obviously some optics here, some potentially publicity stunt type of activity happening here. But we know what the issue is this Title 42, the policy that allows the government to expel migrants coming from countries dealing with a health crisis, COVID, for example. The administration is going to end using Title 42, but the governor in Texas wants it to remain in place. Are Democrats really behind the president on this?
They're not unified behind him on this, and you're starting to see more and more Democrats actually criticize the administration for announcing this decision without a plan to sort of deal with is going to be an increased influx, especially when you put a target date out there. And there's some senators that it doesn't surprise you, right? The Democratic senator from Arizona, Mark Kelly. But then you have people like the Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire. That's a state that doesn't really come close to the southern border, but those issues play with independent voters pretty starkly in that state. But you've even had people like the progressive lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes, who's also running for the United States Senate. He's been critical of this. So I think anybody on a ballot this year, in a statewide ballot, in a battleground state, if you're a Democrat, it seems like you're speaking out against this decision. Beto O'Rourke, another one who's running for governor. Texas, Beto O'Rourke, when he was running for president, was certainly not advocating this type of border policy.
Yeah, I'm curious what you're seeing among Republicans here. I mean, Governor Abbott is not the only Republican governor moving more to the right, it seems, right now. What sort of trend are you seeing among Republicans, especially those facing these midterm re-election battles?
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's sort of two types of ways that I've noticed Republican candidates shift to the right. You have those that try to do it by simply covering themselves in Trump paraphernalia or Trump and hoping they get a Trump endorsement and not having to worry about specifics. Then you have some who maybe don't have Trump credentials or don't want to appeal to Trump, but instead appeal to very conservative voters with specific moves. Maybe it's the transgender bills we've been seeing. Maybe it's an abortion ban. We've seen that from the Oklahoma governor. Maybe it's English only rhetoric, which came out of the governor of Alabama, and she's in a tough primary fight. But we're seeing this shift, and like I said, there's sort of two types of shifts to the right. There's those that do Trump rhetoric, and they don't really talk specifics. And then there's those that don't want to say Trump, but then move further to the right on a lot of social issues. And we've seen a lot of it. And the question I have, Aaron, is when do they hit the backlash moment? Because one thing we've learned in our politics is we always punish the party that goes too far. Right. We don't punish a party for doing stuff. We could punish a party for doing too much.
We'll get to see. We'll see when we see what the results of that might be. I do want to ask you before we let you go, what's coming up on Sunday on Meet the Press?
Well, we're going to talk to the last Western leader to meet face-to-face with Vladimir Putin. I have the Chancellor of Austria on. He just met with Putin a couple days ago. He has as good of an idea of what is his personal posture, what's really going on inside his head, or at least we hope to. We'll also have Dr. Ashish Jha on for the first time, not as a COVID pundit, but as the COVID coordinator for the Biden administration. And I'll speak with Fred Upton, a retiring Republican member of Congress who voted to impeach President Trump.
All right. We'll look forward to that. Chuck Todd, we appreciate you making some time for us today, Chuck. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
And, of course, you can catch Chuck this Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC station or Meet the Press daily, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. And don't miss the latest episode of Meet the Press Reports. Chuck goes in-depth on race and football, how reforms fall short. That is streaming right now on Peacock. Well, with inflation sending prices skyrocketing, a lot of Americans are thinking about picking up a side hustle. So how about pillow fighting? Up next, we're going to show you this, how some competitors are raking in the big bucks.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All this month, how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Wasn't it the best part of childhood? There's a new competitive sport that might remind you of your days with your cousins and friends, professional pillow fighting. You heard that right. They're paying people up to $250 a fight. Potentially, they could make up to $5 grand. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz stepped into the ring to show us what this craze is all about.
It's not exactly the kind of pillow fighting you did as a kid. Instead, think more UFC cage fighting, only fluffier.
What does it feel like when you get hit by one of these?
You want to see?
Mariah Hall's a new mom and a professional pillow fighter who says the new sport has been the perfect post-pregnancy outlet.
It's intimidating at first, but once somebody hits you a little bit too hard with that pillow, it's no longer intimidating, it's war.
Your winner, Mariah.
The world needs a pillow fight.
Steve and his brother Paul started all this last year with the goal of making a combat sport that's more family and more advertiser-friendly.
Not everybody's played soccer, not everybody's played football, baseball, but pillow fighting is the one sport they've probably all done.
They're also bringing in some heavy hitters, including former UFC fighters, and it pays $250 a fight with the potential to win up to $5K. The goal? Obvious. Score as many points as you can by walloping your opponent in the head or knocking them off their feet in 3 rounds. And naturally, I wanted to see what all the fluff was about, so after some practice, I thought I was ready. Here we go. You ready? Can you give me a high five? All right. My opponent, a former UFC fighter and pro mixed martial artist who didn't look like he was interested in any cozy pillow talk.
All right, gentlemen, so only holding the pillow by the handles, no grabbing the other opponent's pillow, and only hitting with the pillow. Let's have a good fight.
That was 3 rounds, right? All right, let breathe. And after 3 grueling rounds,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's asleep.
Gotti did survive that fight, although I think I saw him today with a little bit of a limp. He'll be all right through the weekend. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. Breaking news first on NBC News Now. Sunken warship. Russia denying reports that Ukraine launched a missile attack on its naval fleet. Why the loss of that ship could prove to be a significant setback for Russian forces. Demanding justice, a 3rd night of protests in Michigan over the fatal shooting of a black man by a white police officer. The family calling it an execution. Why police say the killing was unintentional. Millions on the move. The holiday weekend underway with COVID cases going up nationwide. What to expect on the roads and in the air, and news of a new COVID test that could have people waiting with bated breath. And family affair, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle on a secret trip to see the Queen. The royal reunion, years in the making. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is on assignment today. We begin with the pandemic and growing concerns about rising COVID cases as millions of Americans hit the road for the holiday weekend. Cases are up nearly 10% in just the last 2 weeks, largely driven by that BA2 subvariant. Now, this all comes as U.S. health officials extend the mask mandate on mass transit. Travelers are required to wear masks on planes, trains, and in transit hubs through May 3rd. Meanwhile, the FDA has granted emergency approval for a COVID breath test. It's about the size of a piece of carry-on luggage and can be used in medical offices and mobile testing sites. Results take about 3 minutes. Now, we have your holiday weekend covered with what's happening in the skies, what you need to know about COVID, and your travel forecast. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander. She is at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. A busy place today, Blaine.
Aaron, good to see you. The world's busiest airport is certainly living up to its name today. In fact, officials here tell me that over the course of the holiday week, they're expecting to see nearly 2 million travelers come through just this airport alone. And it mirrors what we're seeing around the country. But as airport travel is ticking up, some airlines are struggling to keep up.
Millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense. I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
So, Aaron, I've got a few tips for people who maybe haven't made their flight reservations yet, but are still looking into travel for the rest of the weekend, or really just kind of even moving into the summer. AAA says that the best bet is to book a flight early in the day because, of course, once those delays start to book up and cascade throughout the day, it's very hard to get a plane back on schedule if it is delayed. So, again, try and get a flight earlier in the day. It's more likely that you'll take off on time. Aaron.
All right, we got it. Blaine Alexander for us in Atlanta today. Blaine, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres now. And Dr. John, Blaine laid it out very nicely there what the situation is with cases going up in parts of the country now. We have this mask mandate extension for travelers going into this holiday weekend. Obviously, this the first extension covering this weekend, the second one going into May. So other than the face coverings, Dr. John, what else can passengers do to avoid getting or spreading COVID?
You know, first and foremost, I hope that you're vaccinated, because if you're fully vaccinated, which I know you are, Aaron, but for people that are traveling, you know, that's your best protection at this point. But obviously, you know, if you're traveling today or tomorrow, the vaccine is not going to help you if you're just getting it today. So you want to make sure that you protect yourself. Masks, they're mandated, and so that's good because that is going to protect you to a certain extent. But also remember the other things we always talk about, you know, social distancing, washing your hands, those types of things. And probably the biggest important message is if you are sick, don't travel, because it could possibly be COVID. You could possibly be spreading it, and not something any of us want to do, Aaron.
Yeah, some really good advice there. People have been quick to say, oh, it's a little cold, or maybe it's allergies, but if you're not sure, better to be safe than sorry. There are some people who are traveling who may visit someone who's immunocompromised, for example, this weekend. How concerning is the BA2 subvariant for that group of people, despite most people being fully vaccinated?
And for that group of people, it is concerning because we do know it can break through the vaccines to a certain extent, but luckily it does still protect them from serious illness or hospitalizations. But it's going to be that spectrum of being fully vaccinated all the way to not getting any vaccines. Obviously, if they have no vaccines, you want to be very careful around them because that could be an issue with the BA.2 subvariant. And by fully vaccinated now, and this is not the official term, but this is the most protected term, it means you have both vaccines that you initially got, you have the first booster, and you have the second booster for the immunocompromised, and that is fully vaccinated. So that's the most protected. If there's somewhere in between, you have to be extra careful. So look what's going on around your own community. If cases are rising, then you probably want to stay in a community, in an area, house by itself, and not necessarily go out to other places because you could spread it that way. Right. And if it's low cases, then you might be able to enjoy yourself a little bit more out and about.
You know, I want to ask you about this COVID breathalyzer test that's the FDA just approved to a breath test. So how does it compare to the other tests that are out there in terms of accuracy, and when might you expect to see it widely available?
And Aaron, I like the bated breath part of this, but the accuracy is about equal to the other ones, especially the antigen test, the rapid test we talk about. Now, the big difference is what they're saying here in emergency use authorization is if it's positive, it's around 91% accurate. And so they want you to follow up with a PCR test if it gets positive. If it's negative, it's a little over 99% accurate. And so they're saying as long as you don't have symptoms and you don't think it's full COVID, then you can go ahead and rely on a negativity test. But what we don't know at this point is the cost, the availability, and when it's going to be available. Those details are still to come, but it's one more tool we have in our tool bag to help test this virus.
Yeah, everything helps. Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, thanks. Have a good weekend. Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. Michelle, a lot of folks traveling this weekend. What can we expect?
Hi there, Aaron. So good to see you. And, you know, looking pretty good today. We do have some hiccups on the road today, also tomorrow and on Easter Sunday. So we'll start with today. Today's overly pretty quiet compared to what we saw Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But we are watching a cold front that's going to sink from the Midwest. That's going to bring the chance for some severe storms in Oklahoma, also Arkansas. Back behind this front, the biggest problem will be the chill. So if you're out and about on your holiday weekend, you're going to have to bundle up because we're looking at temperatures in the 30s and also the 40s. We have record lows in the Northwest. Then as we travel on Saturday, we're looking at those storms lingering in the south, and that's really because the front is going to get hung up. So we're going to see showers over and over again in the same spots on Saturday, and we could see severe weather once again with winds gusting over 60 miles per hour. Could see an isolated tornado, maybe some hail as well. And notice we have some green on the map even in New England. So we could see a mixture of some wet snow, some rain in New England. And then in the west, it's going to be wet too. We're looking at a Pacific storm moving onshore. That's going to bring higher elevation snow and lower elevation rain on Saturday. As we head towards Sunday, we do have a lot of precipitation on the map. We're looking at some snow in the northern plains, also in the Midwest. It's cold there for all those Easter egg hunts. So if you're in Easter, South Dakota, you're looking at 38 degrees. It's going to feel colder that with the wind blowing. And then once we get down to the south, again, we're looking at the chance for some storms. Again, some of them could be on the strong side. So as we look towards Eggville, Mississippi, we're looking at 67. I just love this map. I had to show it after the week of severe weather. 66 in Hopland, California, and looking really good in Easter Cross, California, with 65 degrees and mostly sunny skies. So this is what's going to happen here. We have that cold front. It's going to sink down to the south. Notice all those showers along that cold front. That's going to bring the chance for those few storms, and that's going to cause some problems if you're traveling on the roadways or even in the air. And then by tomorrow, we see that wet snow in New England, scattered storms along the southeast. Not only tonight and this evening, it's Saturday as well. So notice these hazards, Aaron. We're looking at hail 2 inches or greater. We've heard that a lot this week. Also looking at the chance for 60-mile-per-hour winds and the chance of an isolated tornado. Aaron, hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you. You too. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Thanks.
Bye.
Now we turn to breaking news unfolding in Ukraine. The loss of this warship may be causing Russia to review its maritime strength in the Black Sea. That's what British defense officials are saying the day after the Moskva sank. NBC News has not confirmed what exactly happened to that ship. Meanwhile, Russia is claiming new advances in the south on Mariupol. Ukraine's national police says attacks there have increased in the last 24 hours. And new video of Ukrainian leaders getting to work face-to-face. President Volodymyr Zelensky posting this video of a cabinet meeting online today. The economy and martial law were among the topics discussed there. Let's bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez in Ukraine today and global security reporter Dan DeLuce for us as well today. Gabe, first to you, there are conflicting stories, obviously, about what happened with this Russian warship in the Black Sea. Do we have any insight into what really caused that ship to go down?
Well, Aaron, the Ukrainians say that they struck it with a missile. The Russians just say that a fire broke out on the ship and that the crew was evacuated, but they would not elaborate. Obviously, neither account can be verified, but around the world, military analysts are saying that this is just hugely significant. It's not just a military defeat for the Russians, but a symbolic embarrassment that has really served as a boost to morale here in Ukraine. Aaron, in Kyiv, there were people lining up to buy this stamp that had the image of the sunken ship on it. And the question right now is what the destruction of that ship will mean for the ongoing battle of Mariupol. There are increasing concerns that that city is very close to falling. In fact, in the last several days, the Russians have said that more than 1,000 Ukrainian troops have surrendered, although that claim cannot be verified. There are still concerns that the intensifying battle there for such a critical port city could signify a lot as the Russians increase their offensive in the eastern part of the country. Aaron?
Gabe, I want to come back and ask you about the scene behind you in a second here. But first, Dan, I want to bring you in and ask you to just sort of put this into context for us. It's pretty significant indeed if Ukraine took out this Russian warship. Is this something that looks like it could be a game changer in this war in one direction or the other?
Well, certainly, Aaron, it is a psychological game changer, I think, already. And psychology is very important in war. It's not to be underestimated. I think it's also a testament, if this is indeed an attack by the Ukrainians that was successful, they were using, they say, anti-ship missiles that they had themselves have produced. So it's another example of their ingenuity, and it's going to help them make the case to the U.S. and to NATO allies that if they just are given the tools and the weapons, they can actually not only fend off the Russians, but defeat them. And so you have the UK now providing anti-ship missiles to the Ukrainians. They announced that. And we have the US providing more weapons, including these sea drones that can be used off the coast against the Russian Navy. It's also another example of how Russia has continued to underestimate the Ukrainians and their ability to fight back. So I think we're going to see more examples of this where there are these bold strikes that embarrass the Russians and tie them down and create problems for them.
Gabe, I want to come back to where you are and this scene behind you, which just looks awful, the devastation there. Talk to us about where you are today and what the situation is on the ground.
Well, Aaron, this is the city of Makariv. It's about 45 miles west of Kyiv. And what you see behind me used to be an industrial bakery. It was bombed a little more than a month ago, but the cleanup effort is really still just getting underway. You can see the destruction extends in every direction. It was really remarkable to witness here. And neighbors have been telling us that once this was bombed, it was an industrial bakery, but that the Ukrainian military and troops had been using this as a staging area as they mounted a counterattack against the advancing Russian troops. At least 15 bodies have been pulled from this rubble, and they expect to pull out more. It's an incredibly sad situation. Earlier today, we also saw some human remains on the other side of this lot. And this is something that is continuing in so many communities in and around Kyiv. Again, this city, Makariv, 45 miles west of the capital. The villages surrounding Makariv were actually overtaken by the Russian troops. And some of the stories we've been hearing from those villages have just been harrowing. This is near the city center, however, and the Ukrainian troops were able to hold the Russians back. But now that the Russians have retreated, the residents here are still dealing with all this devastation. There is still almost no power, very little water, and there are a lot of questions about how this area will recover even as the fighting continues in the east and southern parts of this country. Aaron.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez for us in Ukraine. Dan DeLuce with us today as well. Gentlemen, thank you both. And peace has been restored to Jerusalem as midday Muslim prayers passed without incident. This comes after clashes between Israeli riot police and Palestinians at the Al-Aqsa Mosque this morning. More than 100 people were hurt there. Muslims are observing Ramadan, Jews are observing Passover, and Christians are observing Good Friday heading into Easter, marking a busy day in the Israeli capital. Now, the suspect in that mass shooting on a New York City subway train remains behind bars today. On Wednesday, a federal judge denied Frank James's bail request. Police arrested James on Wednesday after a 30-hour manhunt We're also learning about more about the New Yorkers who helped police track James down. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Jack Griffin tells me he saw Frank James Wednesday morning, tweeted photos, and called police. Among the thousands seeing those images, the NYPD, that team's quick thinking, helping to end a citywide dragnet.
Why'd you shoot all those people, Frank?
Just one day after his arrest ended a nearly 30-hour manhunt across New York City, the alleged subway gunman making his first court appearance. Frank James was denied bail Thursday. His lawyers didn't object. The 62-year-old suspect sat in prison clothes as a federal judge told James he's accused of committing a terrorist act or other violence against a mass transportation system. Asked if he understood the charge, James replied yes. The assistant U.S. attorney saying James was a flight risk and still presented a serious risk of danger to the community. Prosecutors calling the rampage premeditated and carefully planned. The suspect's attorneys asking the public to be open-minded about a man accused of shooting 10 people.
Mr. James saw his photograph on the news. He called Crime Stoppers to help.
But a senior law enforcement official tells NBC police were already closing in after NYPD spotted this tweet around 10:30 a.m. Wednesday.
You're walking around the East Village. What made you say that's Frank James?
I mean, there was just so much movement around me everywhere. There was cars, there was people, there was so much movement. And then there was one still guy just sitting on a bench, resting, not drinking, not eating, not on his phone, not reading anything.
In a Today broadcast exclusive, Jack Griffin telling me he snapped those Twitter photos Wednesday morning on a photo class field trip.
So you were close enough for him to hear that?
Yes, I was.
The 17-year-old says that shutter noise alerted James, who began walking away as Griffin pretended to photograph his friends so he could capture one more image before posting and contacting police.
I'm super, super proud of that, but it wasn't just my tip. There were so many tips going on. I'm just happy that, again, that he's off the streets.
James's attorneys requested that he receive a psychiatric evaluation and in court also revealed that he suffers from leg cramps. James has not yet entered a plea, but if convicted, he could face up to life in prison. Meanwhile, the chief of the New York City subway system says from Tuesday, the day of the attack, to Wednesday, ridership levels did tick back up slightly, but there's certainly still New Yorkers who are hesitant to get on those trains. Back to you.
There is growing outrage involving the deadly shooting of a black man by a white police officer in Michigan. Protesters took to the streets overnight condemning that shooting and demanding justice. Video shows 26-year-old Patrick Leoa being shot in the back of the head. His family now speaking out and demanding answers. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster spoke to the family. Shaq, what did they tell you?
Well, they're saying that they're heartbroken, but that they're also demanding justice. And that's something you're hearing from members of the community, especially after the release of that video on Wednesday. I want to show you this story, and I have to warn you that some of the images that you'll see are disturbing.
Can't none of us go back to 7-10 days ago and bring our brother back.
Overnight in Grand Rapids, a community meeting boiling over. More tension and outrage over the death of Patrick Leoa, who was unarmed when he was shot and killed by police.
Stay in the car. Get in the car.
Video of the interaction released by Grand Rapids PD shows the moments that turned a traffic stop
Stop resisting
into a fatal shooting.
Drop taser. Everyone.
The Leoa family calls it an execution.
When I saw, as a parent, when I saw him on top of him, I said, okay, now my son is safe, maybe he can arrest him. What was so surprising, pull up the gun and blow up his head.
The 26-year-old native of the Congo was pulled over last Monday.
What do you want? The plate doesn't belong in this car.
After a brief exchange,
1915, got one running. North-south.
Leoa begins to run, and a physical struggle ensues.
Get your hands behind your back!
Video shows the two wrestling. The officer's taser is discharged twice. police say never making contact. At one point, Lioya appears to have his hand on the taser before being brought to the ground.
Let go of the taser!
While police say the officer's body camera was unintentionally shut off during the skirmish, another angle recorded by Lioya's passenger shows the officer on top of him, reaching for his gun and shooting Lioya in the head.
1915, I was just involved in shooting.
The officer, who has not been identified, is now on paid leave.
The test is going to be whether, in the view of a reasonable police officer, whether that deadly force was needed to prevent death or great bodily harm to that officer.
The police chief calling the shooting a tragedy.
Is that something you ever thought you would have to worry about?
No, we came here because we thought it was safer.
So, Shaq, we know the investigation will continue. Do we know if any more protests are expected today or through the weekend?
Well, there have been protests for 2 straight nights at this point. The next one that I've seen, at least circulating on social media, is one on Saturday evening from 5 to 9 p.m. You mentioned this is an investigation that is still ongoing. It's being led by the Michigan State Police, and we have no timeline on when that investigation will be concluded. Aaron?
All right, Shaquille Brewster for us in Grand Rapids today. Shaq, thank you. The richest man in the world has big plans for one of the biggest social media sites in the world. Now, for the first time, we are hearing from Elon Musk himself about his offer to buy Twitter. Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer is here with a closer look at what's at stake here and what Musk has to say about all this. Hey, Joe.
Hey there, Aaron. So as the founder of Tesla and SpaceX, Elon Musk is famous for his revolutionary ideas and provocative tweets. His latest ambition is to purchase the social media giant Twitter. Hours after making that announcement, he was interviewed at this year's TED conference in Canada, opening up about his Twitter plans, as well as his childhood as a bullied kid and what motivates him for the future. Tesla's founder is giving Twitter quite the charge, speaking at the TED 2022 conference.
Having a public platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is extremely important to the future of civilization.
In an official filing, Musk offered the social media giant $43 billion, a hostile bid to take over the company. Musk is worth an estimated $219 billion, making him the richest person in the world. Twitter is the latest in a series of career twists and turns for the billionaire. From his early career with PayPal to making his mark in the electric car market with Tesla, to proposing to change city transit with the Boring Company, to taking on space with SpaceX, now rocketing towards social media. He's already known for his controversial posts, tweeting random thoughts like nuke Mars, even rocking investors with tweets about Tesla stock. He already owns a 9.2% stake in Twitter, scored a seat on its board of directors before backing out last week. If Musk is able to buy Twitter, many conservatives want him to bring back former President Trump, who was permanently banned from the site after the U.S. Capitol attack. Though Trump said this week he probably would not return if reinstated. Musk has not said if he'd do so, but it's one of the many mysteries surrounding the world's richest man.
And I'm a wild card, so there's no telling what I might do.
Including his background in South Africa. Musk opened up about living as a child with Asperger's at the TED conference.
For me, the social cues were not intuitive, so I was just very bookish.
Musk did not hide his eccentricity when naming his 2 youngest kids. He calls them X and Y, telling the TED conference they're his motivation to make the future brighter. Musk called this his best and final offer to Twitter, saying if it's not accepted, he'll need to reconsider his options and his position as a shareholder. In a statement, Twitter said its board is reviewing Musk's proposal to buy the company and will do what it believes is in the best interests of the company and its stockholders. Yesterday, Wall Street seemed skeptical about whether Twitter is going to take that offer. Aaron?
Well, I'll be watching closely to see when this other shoe drops. Joe Fryer with us today. Joe, thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
The future of flying may look like the electric revolution that's taking over the car industry. One company is testing new battery-powered planes aimed at cutting down on the carbon footprint from those massive fleets of commercial aircraft. NBC's Tom Costello shows us the technology soaring to new heights.
Yeah, we could be on the verge of a Wright brothers moment for battery-powered planes, part of the green revolution. The industry would love to do away with expensive jet fuel. You know, aircraft produce about 2% of the planet's CO2 emissions. Now the maker of a small passenger plane has just landed a very big order and is getting ready for the first test flights. In an aircraft hangar near Seattle, what may be the future of aviation, a battery-powered plane nicknamed Alice. Its propellers mounted on the back near the tail, and one massive 8,000-pound battery.
So the battery actually, it starts from here, stretches all the way back to here.
Made by the Israeli company Eviation, the plane is designed to carry just 9 passengers on shorter hops. Think Portland to Seattle or Boston to Martha's Vineyard. At about the same speed as a prop plane, 400 miles in 2 hours. Roughly double the flight time of a 737, but quieter and smoother with nearly 0 emissions. Company president Greg Davis. It looks like a flying Tesla behind you.
We're really excited about this aircraft. You know, eventually, we believe that the electric aircraft is going to achieve dominance in this sector, and we're prepared to support that.
But first, it needs FAA approval. The first test flights could come this summer. Former Navy and United Airlines pilot Steve Crane is Eviation's lead test pilot.
It's like a Tesla. You step on the gas in the Tesla and you go. So in that way, it's very different.
If all goes well, the planes could be in service within 2 years. Already, DHL Cargo is ordering at least a dozen, while New England's Cape Air is placing a very big order, 75 planes. Eviation promises a first-class interior, a smaller plane but wide with big windows.
The most impressive thing about Alice is that it's going to be the most modern aircraft for the 21st century and beyond, not only by design, but also the technology.
But the competition is stiff among battery-powered aircraft designers. Wright Electric is developing a 100-passenger battery plane. Sweden's Heart Aerospace, backed by United Airlines. Airbus and Boeing are also working on designs. The biggest challenge, those massive batteries, too heavy to fly transatlantic or even across the country. Alice will need a 30-minute charge before each 2-hour flight. But eventually, this is a 9-seater plane. Do you envision someday this could grow to the size of a 737?
There's no limit to how far we're going to be able to take zero emissions aviation.
So how long until we see a battery-powered big passenger plane like a 737? Probably 10 years or so. Things are moving fast, but it really depends on whether engineers can overcome those power and weight and distance challenges. But listen, big airlines are already pledging to dramatically cut their carbon footprint when it comes to modern aircraft. So this could be something you and I see in the next 15 years, 20 years, we'll see.
Misery in Mariupol, the Ukrainian city is under siege, and people who live here are starving to death. Still ahead, why officials fear it's about to get much worse.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, a wildfire in New Mexico has killed 2 people and destroyed more than 200 homes. The victims were an elderly couple found inside their home. More than 250 firefighters are working to stop this 6,000-acre fire, which right now is still burning out of control. A New Jersey man has been charged with attempted murder for allegedly running over a woman. Take a look at the video here. Home security video showing the driver chasing a woman onto a lawn and then hitting her 3 times. She was left in critical condition. Police say this all started with a minor traffic accident. And Peloton is changing its pricing structure while the cost of a bike is going down. The monthly fee for a subscription is increasing by $5. This is the first time that Peloton has raised costs. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The United Nations saying people are starving to death in the port city of Mariupol. The city has seen unrelenting attacks for weeks now. The UN warns the crisis there will get worse as Russia ratchets up its assault. Republican Senator Steve Daines of Montana and Republican Representative Victoria Spartz of Indiana visited mass graves in Bucha. They are the first U.S. officials to visit that country since the war broke out. Daines said there is, quote, indisputable evidence of Putin's war crimes everywhere. And Russia's flagship on the Black Sea has sunk, forcing the crew to evacuate. Ukraine says it hit it with a missile attack, while Russia blamed it on a fire. We will talk with Lieutenant General Stefan Twitty about the latest developments in the war. First, though, NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Ukraine.
There is real celebration here in Ukraine this morning at the news of the sinking of this Russian ship. The defense minister saying he is looking forward to scuba diving in the wreckage of the Moskva after his side wins this war. Now, it is hard to overstate the symbolism here. The Moskva is, or it was, the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Now it is likely to be remembered as the largest warship sunk by enemy fire since the Second World War. Now, the Russian Defense Ministry says the ship went down last night as it was being towed into port for repair, but the Russian Defense Ministry is very pointedly not giving any cause for the fire that led to so much damage. They're also not saying how many of its sailors were killed either in the initial explosion or in the sinking. The Ukrainian military says it hit that ship with 2 anti-ship Neptune missiles. And underneath the celebration at the news that this ship has gone down, there is real concern about how and when and at what scale Vladimir Putin may feel he needs to respond to this humiliation out on the Black Sea. An advisor to President Zelensky saying this morning that Putin will probably retaliate for this. Now, there were reports of airstrikes in Kyiv overnight. One Ukrainian MP saying this may be just the beginning of what may be a much wider Russian response. Now, overnight, the CIA director, William Burns, saying publicly something that the White House has been worried about privately for weeks now. And that is that Vladimir Putin, as things don't go his way on the battlefield, may decide to use a tactical nuclear weapon here in Ukraine. Now, a tactical nuke is smaller than a traditional nuclear weapon. It has a smaller explosion. That makes it sound less frightening. But the thing that has the CIA so concerned here is that Putin may feel that he can use a tactical nuclear warhead without triggering a full-scale nuclear war. He may have fewer inhibitions about using one. Now, CIA Director Bill Burns saying they are not currently seeing any indication from Russian nuclear forces that they are moving towards such a strike. But if Bill Burns is warning about this, this is something we should all be concerned about because he is a former U.S. ambassador to Russia. He's someone who has met Vladimir Putin many times. He speaks fluent Russian. And of course, if Putin was to use a nuclear weapon, either on the battlefield or in some kind of open area in Ukraine, just as a warning shot, that would be an enormous escalation of this war, and it would really throw down the gauntlet to the United States and its allies about how it should respond. Back to you.
Let's now bring in Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty now. He's the former Deputy Commander of United States European Command. General, we appreciate you being with us today. I do want to stay on this issue of the Russian ship we're talking about here. This fleet, we know, is a major part of Russia's forces that have been attacking Mariupol for weeks now. How does the loss of this ship impact the battle, impact morale potentially?
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show, Aaron. Aaron, this was a tremendous feat for the Ukrainians. Of course, you know that this was the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet from the Russians. This ship had tremendous capabilities on it. It had surface-to-surface, surface-to-air torpedoes. It had mortars on it. It has a huge command and control structure on it. And it was the pride and joy of Moscow. It's named after Moscow. Mm-hmm. And so by this ship being sunk, huge morale booster for the Ukrainians, obviously, and a tremendous embarrassment again for the Russians.
Yeah, I want to get your read on some other moves we're seeing, General. We hear about intelligence showing Russian troops are resupplying and gathering in eastern Ukraine now. The Brits say that Russia is getting ready for quote, renewed offensives. What do you think could be coming next here? What's your read on these movements?
Okay, so Aaron, we're starting to see the beginning of this fight now. They're conducting what we call in the U.S. military preparatory fires, where they're softening various targets throughout the Donbass. You hear the attacks that are going on in Kharkiv, all the way down to still Mariupol. And so those are the initial fires that are going in, although they're still, even though they're softening those military targets, they're still terrorizing the people within the various cities throughout the Donbass up to Kharkiv. What we should start to see next will be the Russians moving out into what we call attack formations. That's their initial positions before they start their assault and begin the attack within the Donbass. You can anticipate the attack will cover the Donbass. I believe they have, they still have units still left in Mariupol. They'll probably link those units up and try to envelop and encircle the Ukrainians that are down currently in the Donbass area, and also try and prevent reinforcements from coming from the north. Remember, if they get Mariupol, which they're pretty much seceding down in Mariupol now, then they get the Donbass area, then they've now connected that land bridge that they're looking to connect. You can anticipate Putin will call success and continue his way south all the way to Odessa if he achieves his objectives in the east.
All right, retired Army Lieutenant General Stephen Twitty. General, we appreciate your time and your perspective today. Thank you. The efforts to restrict access to abortions is growing in the South. Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed new legislation that bans the procedure in most scenarios after 15 weeks of pregnancy. Now, this comes after Oklahoma's Republican governor also signed a restrictive abortion measure. That law makes abortion a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison for anyone who performs a procedure that is not life-saving. NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders is joining us now with more on this. Kerry?
Aaron, this is a significant step by Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis, banning most all abortions after 15 weeks. The law is modeled after a law in Mississippi, which is now before the Supreme Court and may be the greatest challenge to the landmark Roe v. Wade in decades.
Florida is at the epicenter of the escalating battle over abortion rights.
We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves.
Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law Thursday that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
The new law, House Bill 5, is set to take effect in July. While it permits women to obtain an abortion if their health is in danger or if the baby has fatal fetal abnormality, it contains no exceptions for rape or incest. Critics argue it's unconstitutional and will have ripple effects beyond Florida.
What is your reaction to this new law in Florida?
This is a very cruel law that has passed in the state of Florida. Now people will have to go to North Carolina in order to access abortion past 15 weeks.
Abortion rights activist Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro says the law would have blocked her own access to the procedure.
As a person who had an abortion as a result of a sexual assault, if I was pregnant right now, I wouldn't be able to have an abortion.
It's the latest in a series of strict new abortion laws enacted in recent days. From Oklahoma.
We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
To Kentucky, where the Republican-led legislature overrode the Democratic governor's veto to enact sweeping restrictions. Florida's law is modeled after a Mississippi law banning virtually all abortions after 15 weeks, now under review by the U.S. Supreme Court, representing the most serious challenge to Roe v. Wade in nearly 3 decades.
And Carrie, as you've noted, the Supreme Court is gearing up to hear a new abortion case that will challenge Roe v. Wade. When is that happening, and what are experts thinking will come out of it?
Well, we are looking at it right now, waiting for the U.S. Supreme Court to make their decision, which could come in the next couple of weeks. You know, back in December, the conservative members of the court indicated that with the Mississippi law, which is before them, they might lean to upholding it. And so really there's a lot of attention right now waiting for, again, what could be a new landmark decision on abortion rights in this country. Aaron?
All right, Carrie Sanders for us today. Carrie, thank you. The Ohio Redistricting Commission is heading back to the drawing board again. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected a fourth set of legislative maps in a 4-3 decision. It's the latest move in what has been a chaotic process, really. NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim is joining us now. She's been tracking this story for a while. Jane, this has been a long process so far. Talk to us about why these maps are even being looked at to be changed.
Yeah, so every 10 years after the census, these maps have to be redrawn because more people live in different areas and they have to be sort of rejiggered to adjust for the population changes. But I don't think advocates who put this process in place in the last decade, between voters and lawmakers who put these reforms in place, expected it would take this long. This process was designed to incentivize compromise between the two parties and bipartisanship. Outlining that essentially long-term maps would only be put in place if both parties could agree on them. But as Ohio has moved more Republican, the Republican members of this commission have been really loath to essentially give up the rough drawing process and reins here to do these kind of fair maps because they want maps that look a little better for them.
So as you've looked at this, Jane, I mean, this is the fourth map to be tossed out. What's wrong with the maps that have been made so far, really?
So the Ohio Supreme Court says essentially the maps that have been passed were designed to benefit Republicans. Ohio's reforms essentially ban you from trying to benefit one party or another. They want a public process. These constitutional amendments these reforms are put into essentially say that the maps should be drawn in public and they should be fair, even maps that do not benefit one party or incumbents. But these maps that the court says keep benefiting Republicans.
You know, Jane, the midterm elections are coming fast here. How much time does the state have left to make some changes that stick?
Truly, time is of the essence here. And this has taken, I think they're going on 9 months of this process. The state election officials say that they need maps by April 20th. The court itself, the Ohio Supreme Court, is very skeptical of that. They say this seems like a speculative date designed to pressure us into making a move. And they said, we'll check out the next maps in May and go from there. But they're unwilling to implement, and they say they have no authority to implement a set of maps to go with. But this is actually extending the primary. So Ohio's primary is supposed to be in May, and they're having a partially primary, but they're going to spend millions of dollars to have another primary in August to accommodate this very extended map drawing process.
All right, Jane Tim covering voting issues for us. Jane, thank you. Looking for love during the crypto craze. Up next, the man scammed out of nearly $2 million. Plus, we'll take you inside the new FBI unit dedicated to crypto crimes.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Online dating and catfishing are colliding with the crypto craze. Scammers are taking advantage of love seekers across the country and making off with millions. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams is joining us now. Pete?
Well, this is a scam that combines several features. It includes preying on people who are looking for somebody to date, as well as taking advantage of FOMO, the fear of missing out on the next big thing. In this case, the rapid rise in the value of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Steve Belcher of Denver, recently divorced and single again, found someone on a dating app who seemed like a good match. After several weeks of messaging, she mentioned Bitcoin and a website he could use to invest in it. He didn't want to miss out on another hot prospect after failing to cash in on Apple and Google.
I was like, wow, if I would have got in earlier on these technologies and this business, I would have done okay at this point in my life.
So he started sending the website money and getting payouts as he watched the value of Bitcoin skyrocket. He poured more and more in, and the website showed his bundle ballooning as high as $8 million. But when he decided to take more of his money out, he discovered he could not.
That's when the red flags went off, and my heart sank, and I knew something was not right with this.
It turned out to be an elaborate scam, from the person on the dating app to the phony investment website. His total loss, an astonishing $1.8 million, his life savings. The man in charge of a new FBI unit dedicated to cryptocurrency crime says it's a bold twist on romance scams.
It's a prospector's dream. I want to be part of the ability to earn that much money and take care of my family and take care of those I love through an investment that just explodes.
The FBI says it received more than 4,300 complaints last year about cryptocurrency romance scams, with total losses of more than $429 million. For the entire year, complaints of cryptocurrency fraud of all kinds reported losses of more than $1.6 billion. The Justice Department's new director of cryptocurrency enforcement said it's now the preferred method of payment for a range of scams, with the appeal of the next big thing that isn't well understood.
There's a sort of a lack of familiarity with the technology and exactly how it's used, coupled with FOMO, a fear of missing out on some of these what the American public perceives as good investment opportunities.
They're sort of blinded by the novelty of it.
Right, exactly.
Back in Denver, Steve Belcher says he still can't believe what happened.
All the people that are looking at me now and saying, what an idiot, right? So it's like I was on the same side, like I'd never fall for something like that.
Now he hopes to find some way to get his money back. One other note, the criminals who run these scams use cryptocurrency because they think it's anonymous, meaning they can't be traced, and that was true in the early days of Bitcoin. But the FBI says it's less so now, giving law enforcement some hope that the big scammers can be tracked down, Aaron.
All right, Pete Williams in our Washington newsroom today. Pete, thank you. New stats show that black and brown people are leading the crypto charge, more than doubling the number of white people buying the digital currency. In this week's Into America podcast, NBC's Tremaine Lee spoke with a number of black crypto enthusiasts. And Tremaine, they say that this could be the key to their economic freedom.
That's right, Aaron. By now, we've all heard the stories about people who've gotten really rich really quick off of cryptocurrencies. But for black and brown digital currency enthusiasts, they say it's not just about trying to make money, it's about trying to get free. Let's take a listen.
Crypto is everywhere. It's in ads featuring celebrity endorsements, on major sporting arenas, and it's even popped up in big city government, where the mayors of Miami and New York are receiving part of their paychecks in cryptocurrency. There's no doubt, crypto is hot, and it seems that black and brown people are fueling some of the heat. A Harris poll last year found almost a quarter of all black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 11% of white people. But what's behind historically marginalized communities, like black and brown ones, that have been largely kept out of traditional wealth-building financial systems, tapping into upstart digital currencies?
The thing about freedom is that it spreads quickly. When people realize how they can get free, people will do things to try to get more free, even if that means getting into something that might be a little bit more risky.
On a chilly day in D.C., a small but mighty group of crypto activists, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs came together on Capitol Hill to raise awareness about the power of cryptocurrencies as a means of financial freedom for Black and Latino communities. Nadja Roberts is the founder and CEO of Crypto Blockchain Plug in Compton, California, one of just a few brick-and-mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. She's traveling to 41 cities in 45 days, hitting non-white communities to educate them about crypto.
I call myself Young Harriet, leading my people out of financial slavery. It is time for us to take our finances into our own hands.
Erican Obo Tetakudo founded a venture capital company that funds black-owned crypto startups.
How should black folks be thinking about cryptocurrency?
Black people should embrace this technology with curiosity and with a desire to understand, because if we get this right, and if we're early in financing, creating, building this new generation of the internet and technology, then we can economically be freed magnificently.
But critics say the thing that makes crypto a lure for marginalized communities, which is decentralization, easy access, and lack of government control or oversight, are the exact reasons most people should be extremely cautious.
I am not an advocate of the current economic system. I am just clear that this is not the solution and is part of, I would argue, an offensive distraction from us getting back to the questions of where do we get political power and how do we assure that whatever wealth gets created is distributed so this level of inequality isn't possible.
Back at the rally, these advocates agree crypto may not be a panacea, but they say it's still worth the risk.
Yes, we should be skeptical, but us staying here where we are is unacceptable. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward with the best of what the world and we create, period.
Aaron, no one I spoke with said that cryptocurrency is a magic bullet to take down the racial wealth gap, but they certainly said digital currencies should be a weapon in the arsenal to help, further this economic revolution.
All right, Tremaine Lee for us today. An interesting read on what's happening with crypto. Tremaine, thank you. And of course, you can hear more from Tremaine on the latest episode of Into America. It's available now wherever you get your podcasts. Well, it is a royal reunion 2 years in the making. After the break, what we know about Prince Harry and Meghan's surprise visit with Queen Elizabeth.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
celebration, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, for the first time since stepping down from royal duties 2 years ago, Prince Harry and his wife just had a face-to-face with Queen Elizabeth. The couple made a surprise stop at Windsor Castle yesterday. They also met with Prince Harry's father, Prince Charles, in what royal watchers hope is a step toward repairing a rift. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson is in London.
Harry and Meghan pull off an Easter surprise. This morning, a spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex confirmed the couple went to Windsor Castle and met with Queen Elizabeth Thursday. They also saw Harry's father, Prince Charles. Turning 96 next week, the Queen has stepped back after a bout with COVID and mobility issues. Sitting out Easter services at Windsor, Prince Charles stepping in. It is the first time they visited the royal family as a couple in 2 years.
Well, like all family feuds, they're complicated and they require compromise on all sides. So I'd suggest more discussion might be needed in order to restore the family relations back to what they once were.
The hurt feelings made worse by their bombshell interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Did you blindside the Queen?
No. I've never blindsided my grandmother. I have too much respect for her.
In that interview, they accused a member of the royal family of racism for questioning the color of their children's skin.
There are several conversations.
There's a conversation with you?
With Harry.
About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share. But at the time it was awkward. I was a bit shocked.
This is Harry's third visit back. He was here last April for his grandfather Prince Philip's funeral, and then in July unveiling a statue of his mother, Princess Diana, with his brother Prince William. But he did not return for last month's memorial service for his grandfather, fighting with the British government over what kind of police protection his family would have when they visited. Harry saying Britain was not safe for his family. The couple reportedly arrived Wednesday and stayed at their former home here, Frogmore Cottage. The Daily Mail says their cover was blown when they were spotted by a bus of churchgoers on the castle grounds to attend the Maundy Thursday service.
Right now on NBC News Now, on the move and on edge, Americans packing planes, trains, and the roads at levels not seen since before the pandemic. The COVID precautions you should take. On the front lines, 2 American lawmakers touched down in Ukraine, their message to Washington, and how Russia is re-strategizing after a major loss in the Black Sea. Controversial restrictions, a wave of new laws making access to abortions more difficult in some states, how opponents are now taking action. And Pillow Talk, the unique new sport where athletes are paid to battle it out. And good Friday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Morgan is off today. We begin in the air, on the rails, and on the roads. Millions are traveling this holiday weekend despite COVID cases trending upward once again. Mass transit passengers will have to keep wearing masks. The mandate was extended this week, partially in an effort to blunt the spread of BA2. It's known as the stealth Omicron subvariant, and the CDC says it now makes up an overwhelming majority of new cases. According to the latest data, daily infections have been climbing over the past week. Meanwhile, only a slight uptick in deaths as hospital admissions remain steady. Our team is covering how rising cases are impacting travel this weekend and also what's happening in China's largest city. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton. She is at New York's Penn Station, one of the busiest travel hubs here in the city. Antonia, COVID cases are rising. We know that especially is the case here in New York City. What are travelers telling you about the mask mandates and about concerns about the virus?
Hi, Aaron. Well, travelers here in New York City are taking precautions seriously, but they are also intent on continuing with their holiday weekend plans. People we've talked to today have Passover and Easter celebrations to attend. They have weddings, or one family that we talked to has tickets to a Broadway show that they're really excited to see. And they talked about being vaccinated and boosted and feeling that's basically the best that they can do while they try to keep moving their lives forward. People here are aware that new infections are being driven by this new subvariant BA2, and they know that cases are up and that poses a risk. But people want to still feel this sense of normalcy around this holiday weekend and as we move into the spring and into the better weather. On the side of officials, leaders here in New York and surrounding states, they're really asking people to take personal responsibility, to get tested before they go to big gatherings, to stay home if they feel even a little bit sick. But there is no sign that major mandates or the restrictions that we saw in the past are going to be coming back. Take a listen to some of the conversations that I had with people on the ground here today.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I look forward to when we don't have to wear them anymore, but I understand that to err on the side of caution, I think.
I mean, we control what we can control. We're all vaccinated and got our booster shots, so we just wear a mask when we feel that we're in an environment kind of like this where we don't know, and we're kind of take them off when we're outside.
On the flip side of all that, we have the city of Philadelphia, which is actually bringing its mask mandate back in place. But here in New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts, people are planning to attend events, not just the holiday events that I also mentioned, but the Boston Marathon is coming up on Monday. And that is notoriously an event that attracts people from all around the world, not just all around the country. And so while these restrictions are not going to be in place, people are going to be going out, going into restaurants without masks. The message right now is really that it is on people to take personal responsibility, to get tested, to get in touch with their family members, and to have a plan, a safety plan essentially in place to make sure that you are celebrating and enjoying your weekend, but in a safe way, Aaron.
I want to ask you about what we're learning about, I guess, two subvariants now spreading here in New York City. A lot of people traveling here, visiting here, passing through here, going back home. What are we learning about these two subvariants?
Well, that's right. There are two subvariants under BA2, and they are driving the infections now, over 80% of them here in New York City. The good news, though, is that the threat level here is still designated as low. And evidence is suggesting that in terms of the severity of disease, how sick you will get if you catch them, the news is it doesn't look like this subvariant of the Omicron variant is going to make you any more sick, or that there are signs that this is a more severe infection. And so that is good news for folks, but it doesn't mean that you throw all precaution to the wind, especially because, of course, there are people who have, autoimmune disorders, different disabilities that still make catching this a risk. And so, again, while people don't think that there is political and social will to put mandates back in place, they're asking people, get tested and take the health and safety of others very seriously.
All right. Antonia Hilton in Midtown Manhattan. Antonia, thank you. Now, the COVID crackdown in China is leading to confrontation as some residents in Shanghai try to fight strict orders. The tension coming as China's largest city deals with its worst outbreak yet. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frere.
With the massive lockdown in Shanghai in its third week, patience appears to be wearing thin. Videos that went viral on social media here showed what happened in one neighborhood when dozens of families were told they were being evicted and moved.
This morning, desperation and defiance in Shanghai. These videos verified by news agency Associated Press showing outright clashes. Police in white medical suits appearing to wrestle with residents who were ordered to surrender their homes so they could be turned into COVID isolation sites. One woman on the ground shouting, "I beg you, please." Others being dragged away. The videos went viral on social media here before being pulled down by censors. With the lockdown in its third week, most of Shanghai's 25 million people remain confined, struggling to find food.
We needed to act quickly.
Lucia Shen and her neighbors built up their own online supply chain to get everything from flour to medicine for 1,500 people.
Hopefully it's not going to be too long. I think for people who are in lockdown, we all know this shouldn't be a new norm.
Thousands of asymptomatic cases are still stuck at mass quarantine centers, some of the buildings leaking under heavy rain. Still, China's President Xi Jinping says zero COVID won't be relaxed, with punishment for those who break the rules. The Shanghai housing developer said in a statement that families forced to move were compensated. But the videos, along with others appearing to show protests, are a rare window into growing anxiety here. With the Omicron variant spreading fast and no end to the lockdown in sight.
Authorities in Shanghai had said earlier this week that the lockdown would be eased in areas of the city with no new cases. But the numbers just keep climbing, up 13 of the past 14 days, and now full or partial lockdowns being extended in at least 45 other Chinese cities.
Russia is reportedly making good on promises to ramp up its attack around Ukraine's capital. A Kyiv regional official says 3 airstrikes have been carried out today. To the south, Ukraine's national police say attacks on Mariupol have increased in the last 24 hours. A spokesman for the defense ministry is accusing Russia of using long-range bombers. And the loss of this warship may be causing Russia to review its maritime strength in the Black Sea. That's what British defense officials are saying the day after the Moskva sank. NBC News has not confirmed what exactly caused that ship to go down. We are watching all of these developments, including U.S. lawmakers making a trip to Ukraine. Let's begin with the latest on the fighting as well as support for that country. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli is in Washington. Foreign correspondent Molly Hunter is in Ukraine for us today. Molly, I'll start with you in Kyiv there. What's the feeling in the capital city today as Russia threatens more attacks?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Heron. Good afternoon. So Russia has threatened more attacks, specifically missile attacks on the capital. As you mentioned, 3 attacks in the last 24 hours. And the official who gave us that information also says we do not exclude a possibility of repeated blows on any objects. We've had a couple air raid sirens today, Aaron, but I got to say, people are starting to come out and kind of return to daily life. I hesitate to use the word normalcy because this city is fortified. There are checkpoints all over the city. And on the outskirts of the city, they've really even kind of ramped up their fortification, preparing for, additional attacks if the Russians were to come back. We are seeing more checkpoints, more roadblocks. But the people inside the city are going out again. They're going to markets. We went to a market earlier today, Aaron. There were fresh vegetables. So the supply chains are working. Farmers are getting their supplies into the capital, which we haven't seen for the last couple of weeks.
Mike, there are some reports that Russia is formally telling the U.S. to stop arming Ukraine. What do we know about this warning, essentially, and the White House response?
Yeah, Aaron, the timing is significant because we've been talking in the last several days about what is so far the largest transfer of sophisticated military equipment by the United States to Ukraine during the course of this entire crisis. And it is more sophisticated type of equipment. So far, it's been mostly defensive weaponry, but now we're talking about howitzers, these switchblade drones, and even potentially missile systems on the part of Slovakia being transferred to Ukraine. And so what's happened now is a diplomatic communication has been formally sent to the State Department via the Russian embassy here in Washington. It's called a démarche, and it's warning the U.S., as it's been put in this communication, of unpredictable consequences should the United States continue with what the Russians are calling the irresponsible militarization of Ukraine. Now, the White House, for its part, a senior administration official saying that this is something that obviously they're taking note of, but they're sort of downplaying its significance. This is not a red phone ringing in the Oval Office, as the official put it to NBC News, but it is being noted as sort of a sign of the effectiveness of this kind of cooperation that the U.S. has been providing. The White House has been walking a very fine line. They want to be seen by our allies, by the U.S. citizenry, but of course by Ukraine itself as doing everything they can to support their efforts to combat Russia's invasion. But they also want to be seen as avoiding the kind of escalation that Russia has said would result in significant response, potentially in NATO territory, which of course would trigger further U.S. action. So at this point, the U.S. is welcoming this in some ways, but saying that it's not necessarily a red flag that warrants more concern at this stage.
And Molly, we mentioned the warship just a moment ago there in the Black Sea. Do we know yet what sank the Moskva?
We don't, Aaron, and U.S. officials have been very clear that they have not been able to confirm Ukrainian officials' account of what happened, but they also say they are not questioning it necessarily. Ukrainian officials say they struck the Moskva, the lead Russian warship in Russia's Black Sea fleet, with 2 missiles. Russia has said that that ship sank. They are not saying that it is because of Ukrainian fire. They say there was a fire on it. They evacuated all of the crew members. But this was the lead warship in the Black Sea fleet. It should be said, though, Aaron, big picture, though it probably won't significantly impact the Black Sea Fleet's ability to effectively blockade the Ukrainian coastline, which is what we saw in Odessa. Kind of they're out, kind of on the horizon, come in and come out to basically play a game of psychological warfare. But they are certainly still there and strong even without the Moskva.
All right, Molly Hunter in Kyiv for us, Mike Memoli in Washington. Thank you both. Now, 2 U.S. lawmakers are in Ukraine right now. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is here with details on that. Sahil, what do we know about this trip?
Aaron, the 2 lawmakers are Senator Steve Daines of Montana and Congresswoman Victoria Spartz of Indiana, both of them Republicans. Now, Spartz, notably, is a Ukrainian-American herself, born in the 1970s in Ukraine, back when it was still part of the Soviet Union. They visited the suburbs of Kyiv on Thursday, the first known American officials to visit that part of the region to try to show support for Ukraine and draw attention to the atrocities that they see happening there. After that, Senator Steve Daines released a statement, and I'll just quote a part of it here, saying there's indisputable evidence of Putin's war crimes everywhere. The images of shallow mass graves filled with civilian women and children are heart-wrenching. He goes on to say, America and the world need to know about Putin's atrocities against the innocent people of Ukraine now. That appears to be a big part of the reason he released that statement. And Spartz, for her part, issued a letter before the trip to Secretary of State Tony Blinken, asking him to follow the lead of European partners and consider returning some U.S. diplomats to Ukraine to assist American citizens and improve intergovernmental coordination, essentially trying to shine a light on a horrific part of this war as it continues in Ukraine. Aaron.
All right, Sahil Kapoor for us. Sahil, thank you. Now, the suspect in that shooting on a New York City subway train remains in federal detention today. Frank James was denied bail in his first court appearance after he was arrested on Wednesday, and now we're learning more about how police finally tracked him down. NBC News reporter David Lee is joining us now. David, walk us through what happened in court and where the investigation stands at this point.
Thanks for having me on, Aaron. It was a very short hearing. I don't know if it even lasted 10 minutes. It was called an initial appearance, and all that was really accomplished is the defendant had a chance to hear the charge that was being made against him and to show that he understood the accusation and the proceeding that was happening around him.
So, David, what more are we learning about, what led to the suspect's arrest, the tips that came in?
Well, like everything in this case, it's a little bit complicated and not completely straightforward. The on-the-record credit seems to be going to a 17-year-old photography student named Jack Griffin. He was out on a field trip and snapped a picture of Mr. James, and he tweeted it out at around 10:29 a.m. Wednesday. And that tip, the police say, played a very key role in just flooding that neighborhood of the East Village with plenty of police officers that could eventually act. But it seems like the most important tip that ultimately led to Frank James's arrest came from Frank James himself. He called Crime Stoppers, law enforcement sources are telling us at NBC News, and basically said, hey, you're looking for me. And he went into great detail about what he was wearing, the backpack he was carrying, and just his general location. And that was the ultimate tip that led to his arrest.
All right, NBC's David Lee for us with the latest on this subway shooting case. David, thank you. One of former President Donald Trump's closest aides spent more than 8 hours testifying before the January 6th committee. Stephen Miller finally answered questions after being served a subpoena back in November. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, Ali, what did the committee learn from Mr. Miller?
Well, 8 hours of testimony here. It was virtual, but the folks in the room here in Washington have told us that, in their words, Miller was pugnacious and even cooperative-ish at points. That's what one person who was in the room told NBC News. And what it speaks to is that they wanted to hear from Miller on a wide range of things, specifically the dissemination of claims unfounded of election fraud and that big lie about the 2020 election, but also the push that was made from Trump allies for false slates of electors that would have invalidated Joe Biden's win. Now, of course, we know none of that came to pass, but Miller was at the very center of that, and it's why it was so important that they were ultimately able to speak to him. We are also told, though, that at some points his lawyer may have asserted executive privilege. We know that that's something that other Trump officials have tried to do. There's shades of gray here, though, of course, and that's what's important because Miller was a White House official at that time. Biden administration officials, though, have waived that privilege of executive privilege. Nevertheless, that he was asserting it in the room does show sort of the murky periods that are still left here for the committee as they do get some cooperation and try to get as much information as they can from Trump's inner circle.
Ali, we also know that the committee has said that it intends to release an interim report soon to hold some public hearings before the midterm elections. Where does that stand right now?
Yeah, we're still waiting. But at the same time, we've seen this timeline continue to shift. Initially, when the calendar year turned to 2022, we were told that we were entering the public phase of this investigation. Then, ultimately, that shifted, and now what we expect is that they hope to wrap up the deposition and fact-finding phase of this soon, in the next few days and weeks, and that the public hearings phase of this could start in May. That interim report is going to be really important. We're going to see if it comes along with the hearings, after, before, but at the same time, it does show that as the committee is trying to get as much information as possible, they're sort of writing this thing in real time. The open question is, when do they put the pen down, Aaron?
All right, Ali Vitale for us on the Hill today. Ali, thank you.
Thanks.
After nearly 100 murders in just 1 month, El Salvador is cracking down. Coming up, the growing human rights concerns and reaction from that country's government.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
Let's go. The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For years, gang violence in El Salvador has helped fuel the surge of migrants at the U.S.-Mexico border. A new surge in violence is gripping that country now, with nearly 100 people murdered in just the past month. Now, a harsh government crackdown is raising questions of human rights violations. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz is joining us now. Gadi, how do Salvadorans feel about this crackdown?
Well, Aaron, in El Salvador, a lot of the people we spoke to say that they are happy that the president is finally doing something about the gangs there. Much of this has been attributed to gang violence. And so what we're seeing is this extreme crackdown on people that the president says are gang members. Take a look.
This is the video the president of El Salvador wants people to see. His prison guards manhandling inmates. The populist president, Nayib Bukele, has the country under a 30-day state of emergency, and he's not looking to cover up these images. He's promoting them on his official Twitter account. This is part of Bukele's all-out offensive on gangs in El Salvador. He suspended parts of the Constitution, police making over 11,000 arrests in 19 days in response to gang violence that left 62 dead in a single day. And in El Salvador, we found that the president had overwhelming support.
Ya era tiempo, digo yo, que tuviéramos un presidente que en realidad nos hiciera sentir que este país es nuestro.
How do you feel about the president?
Sí, está excelente.
Está excelente.
Sí,
He says,
claro que sí.
he says that the president is doing an excellent job.
This man tells us he can't wait for police to arrest gang members who extort him every Wednesday.
He says that with that $20 that he has to pay the gang members, he would be able to buy food.
Les juro por Dios que no comen un arroz.
The president announcing prisoners will only be fed twice a day, making fun of injuries sustained during capture, and at times the president and national police releasing highly produced videos showing guards forcing inmates out of cells and into a courtyard for the world to see. It's been 2 weeks, and the president continues to share videos of arrests on social media, flaunting the thousands of detained using the hashtag #WarOnGangs.
We just saw the president here in El Salvador retweet some images from the National Police. He's asking sarcastically, but how do you know they're gang members? And he's posting pictures like this. And it's this type of taunting that is resonating with a lot of people here in El Salvador.
The president is ruling by Twitter.
Critics say Bukele has passed authoritarian laws meant to silence opposition and is ignoring human rights.
These sweeping laws are allowing authorities to do whatever they want. And you do not have a judicial independent system in the country that can act as an effective check on executive power.
U.S. Treasury officials have accused Bukele of secretly negotiating with gang leaders in the past, a claim Bukele denies. And Salvadorans like this woman have been left without answers. She says police came into her home during a sweep and searched her husband.
They actually lifted up his shirt, they checked him for tattoos, and he didn't have any tattoos. Ha tenido problemas con la policía? Has he ever had problems with the police?
No.
She says they took him anyway and thinks it's because they live in a poor neighborhood, but they can't afford to live anywhere else.
Y ahora todos los hombres en lugares así corren peligro. Está haciendo un tipo de injusticia.
She says that what she thinks the president is doing right now is an injustice.
President Bukele remains defiant, telling the international community to stay out of El Salvador's affairs.
And Aaron, interestingly enough, you've got two different worlds right now. In El Salvador, you've got the vast majority of people that are seeing these images that the president is putting out of tattooed gang members in prison and saying, good job. Then you've got the a few who are asking questions that may have a loved one that has been swept up. And those questions are not being answered by the president. The president has admitted that there may be mistakes made, but he says that it's likely only going to be 1% out of these 11,000 arrests, and no real statistics or no real information to back up that claim of possibly 1%. Aaron?
All right, Gadi Schwartz for us today. Gadi, thank you. The death toll in South Africa is nearing 400 in flooding triggered by the heaviest rain in 60 years there. Now rescuers are racing to save people who are cut off from electricity, food, and water. NBC News correspondent Zinhle Esemwa has the latest on this unfolding tragedy. Zinhle, what do we know about conditions in South Africa right now?
Yeah, Aaron, the conditions have been described as catastrophic, and for good reasons. Local officials say that the death toll now is nearing 400. Devastating flooding, leaving roads collapsed and women and children seeking shelter in South Africa after days of torrential rain. Now, more than 340 people are dead, according to area officials.
I will survive. But unfortunately, my child.
This father's story, sadly, no anomaly. Flooding hit the area of Durban along the eastern coast of the country in the KwaZulu-Natal province, triggering landslides and burying homes.
We don't have a food, clothes, even my ID was damaged.
And a major port in Durban, once bustling, now flooded, clogged with shipping containers and cargo overturned and swept away. The country's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, says Durban will soon be declared a disaster area, as local residents say they're fending for themselves.
As you can see, how we suffering. Yeah, to get water.
Here, long lines of young children waiting to fill their jugs with clean water in short supply. President Ramaphosa partly attributed the flooding to climate change, but some in the country disagree, blaming a lack of infrastructure.
I think maybe they could have done something to tell us what's going to happen.
The affected area of Durban, home to townships, underdeveloped urban areas that were racially segregated during the apartheid, and home to informal settlements, areas of housing not regulated by the state, now destroyed by flooding.
We're starting building again.
And it's important to add, Aaron, that outside of the deaths, according to state officials, over 40,000 people have been affected by this crisis, and they can't rebuild yet. The South African Weather Services actually announced a continued forecast of rain this weekend, and the government warned communities to seek shelter on higher ground, and that was just yesterday. So there's a lot to wait for as they attempt to rebuild. Aaron.
All right, Zinkley Asamoah. Zinkley, thank you. Now, Russia is vowing to increase missile strikes on Kyiv. Still ahead, the devastation on the ground in Ukraine as the death toll continues to rise.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Making news right now, today Boston is marking 9 years since the deadly marathon bombing. 3 people died and more than 260 were injured when 2 bombs exploded near the finish line. The city is marking the day with wreath-laying events and a moment of silence at 2:49 p.m., the time of the attack. Recreational marijuana sales in New Jersey set to roll out next Thursday. Officials cleared 7 dispensaries to legally sell recreational pot across the state. As for the cost, well, experts say it is expected to be pricier than in other parts of the country. And a search is underway for a missing wallaby in Tennessee. Zookeepers in Memphis say the marsupial went missing during an evacuation prompted by bad weather. Memphis police trying to help with the search there. So far, no reported sightings. Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest headlines on the war in Ukraine. The Washington Post reporting Russia has sent a formal diplomatic note to the U.S. It warns that arms shipments are adding fuel to the conflict and could cause, quote, unpredictable consequences. The flagship of Russia's fleet in the Black Sea has now sunk. Ukraine claims it hit the ship with a missile on Thursday, but Russia blames a fire. And the UN says 2 charity workers and their relatives were killed in Mariupol. This happened last month, but the charity just found out because that city has been under attack. Sky News correspondent Mark Stone has more now from Dnipro, near the site of that deadly train station attack last week.
It's a week since the bombing of the train station in Kramatorsk, and doctors want to show us the cost. Yana is 10. She was at the station with her mother last Friday, fleeing the fighting further east. She lost one of her legs, the other foot, and her mother. Next door, Katerina. She's 12. Doctors saved her badly injured legs, and yet she too lost her mother. Goodness knows their trauma, and understandably doctors have asked that we didn't show their faces or interview them. But then what more needs to be heard? Andrei was at the station too. The 3 young Ukrainians were with thousands as they tried to board trains away from danger when it was targeted by the missile. He's now without his arm. There is a quiet and a calmness here, but it's not safe. The windows are prepared for whatever might come next. The city of Dnipro is split by the river, a buffer for Ukraine against any advance by the Russians from the east. For now, the whole city is firmly in Ukrainian control, but this week Russian missiles hit the city's new airport. On the east side of the river is the Dnipro branch of the Ukrainian Association for the Blind, a place that's now a refuge for anyone who needs it. Among those here, 3 generations of one family. They're from the country's far east.
В 2 метрах попал снаряд, это было очень громко и страшно.
2 meters away from our shelter, the bombs landed, she tells me. For 24 days, we were living below ground. When the electricity was cut, we decided we had to leave. In the quiet of the corridor, we found Larissa Bavina. She describes this place as heaven. And from the hell she's escaped, it certainly is.
Целый комплекс ощущений, понимаете? Это чувствуют руки, ноги.
There were a whole range of feelings, she tells me, in my hands, my legs, my ears, the vibration from the bombs. This is the experience of war for the blind.
Thank you very much for sparing the time to talk to us.
The city's mayor is Boris Filatov. He doesn't stay in one place for long. The Russians have said they will target command centers. This isn't a military command center, but he won't take his chances.
We need 3 things. Weapon, weapon, and weapon.
And the American president has said $800 million worth of weapons will be coming.
Yes, we are very happy and tell thank you for our Western friends, but Western help is late.
The challenges for Dnipro are huge, caring for the wounded and the displaced, but also preparing as much as they can for the days ahead. Mark Stone, Sky News in Ukraine.
Kira Rudik is joining us now. She is a member of the Ukrainian parliament. Ms. Rudik, we appreciate you being here today. We know we're 50 days into this invasion of your country now. The fighting is not letting up there. Your president, Zelensky, says that Russia wants to destroy the Donbas region. What do you have to say about that? What do you say to that?
They indeed are trying to destroy us and kill us. They are not coming here to take our land. They are not coming here to make us slaves. They're coming to wipe us out of the surface of the earth. You know, I have been to Bucha and Borodyanka recently, at the very first day after the occupation. And I talked to people and I heard what Russian soldiers told them. They said, you are the dirt and we are cleaning this land from the dirt. This sounds very Nazi to me, isn't it? So yesterday in Ukrainian parliament, we voted resolution to qualify what is happening in Ukraine as genocide, because it is genocide. And more world leaders are accepting this fact and confirming this fact. So not only do they want to take over Donbass and southern Ukraine, they want to complete this genocide to make sure that Ukraine does not exist. And we obviously will not let them do that. And we are extremely grateful for all the support from democratic countries that we are getting.
Ms. Rudik, the UN says that people are starving to death in the city of Mariupol, where we know that's been the center of a lot of the fighting in the south. The UN has predicted that the humanitarian crisis in your country is going to get worse in the coming weeks. What are you seeing from a humanitarian standpoint in the communities around your country?
Well, the overall assessment is that this is a humanitarian catastrophe. So the city of Mariupol have been under the siege for more than 40 days. You can imagine what happens in the city that has been bombarded from the air, that has not been receiving food, water, and medical aid in 40 days. Unfortunately, there was only one time when we were able to get a humanitarian convoy out of it, and it was done by Ukrainian army taking over the lifeline from the city. We know that people are dying of hunger and dehydration there. We know that they are eating pigeons and dogs just to survive. We know from our military that is still holding on to the parts of the city that the situation, the humanitarian situation is really catastrophical. And we have been continuously asked Russian forces to get us to take off the civilians from Mariupol. And even when they say yes, and we are trying to get the humanitarian convoys out, they were starting shooting at the buses right away. President Macron was trying to talk to Putin to let people out, to stop them being dying of hunger and dehydration. Other presidents were trying to talk to Russians and let them take our people out, but it was all for nothing. And right now we are, as the world, are observing what's happening. And this is the most terrifying thing, because right now in 21st century, when you and I are sitting and talking in our homes, in the studios, there are people who are right there dying of not being able to receive the basic, to fulfill their basic needs. This is what I call genocide, because Russians can let them out, but they just wouldn't.
Ms. Rudik, we appreciate you being here. Your voice, telling these stories, telling people around the world the reality of what's happening in your country is powerful and hopefully pushes others to act and help more. Our hearts go out to your communities and your citizens now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and glory to Ukraine.
The Republican National Committee says that GOP candidates will not participate in the long-standing presidential debates run by the official commission. To break down what this means for 2024 and beyond, NBC News Now correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is joining me. Vaughn, what do we know?
Aaron, it has become tradition that the Democratic nominee, the Republican nominee square off for multiple presidential debates. But after Donald Trump's loss in the 2020 election, Republicans started to recalculate their view of whether or not they'll partake into the future.
The Republican National Committee voting unanimously to withdraw from the Commission on Presidential Debates, putting a decades-long tradition and political test for candidates in jeopardy.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet. In a statement, the RNC says they are committed to free and fair debates, but that the Commission is biased and will not participate with their oversight. Complaints include debates taking place after early voting had begun, making changes to debate formats without notifying the candidates, failing to maintain nonpartisanship. The debates between President Biden and former President Trump turning chaotic and contentious.
Radical left. Will you shut up, man? Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right. Gentlemen, I think
this is so
unprecedented.
Former President Trump has been a vocal opponent of the commission, unhappy with everything from the dates picked for the 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton.
They're against the NFL. I saw the dates. I think two of the three are against the NFL, so I'm not thrilled with that.
To the commission itself.
It's a Clinton-Obama group of people, and, you have the one guy, the chairman, who's basically a never-Trumper.
The televised presidential debate, a hallmark of democracy, dating back to when John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon squared off in the first televised presidential debate.
There are not many ways that we voters are able to hold candidates to account during the course of a campaign. One of those ways since 1976 has been TV debates. It's a reduction in our level of democracy.
I was just going to ask you, it sounds like the 2024 presidential debates may be in jeopardy here for real. Is there any sort of precedent for presidential candidates not debating in that sort of format?
Right. I think as it applies first to 2024, ultimately it is the nominee's decision. The Republican Party can't keep their nominee from going and debating here. But in terms of precedent, the first actual presidential debate was back in 1960, JFK versus Richard Nixon. Right. And then there was a 16-year gap. They didn't pick back up and become routine until 1976 again. But these have become mainstays of presidential campaign politics here. 73 million Americans watched the first debate back in 2020 between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and largely, especially in an environment in which folks are able to just take little pieces of favorable media to one side or the other here. The debates are viewed as sort of that 2-hour, open-ended, no editing, truly just the voice of the candidates being able to put themselves on display here. And that is why the potential of not having the Republican on that debate stage could have true consequences to campaigns ahead.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard for us today. Vaughn, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Outrage across Florida and the country today after Governor Ron DeSantis banned abortions after 15 weeks. Christian Benavides from our South Florida station has been following this story for us. He joins us now. Explain to us how DeSantis signing this bill is actually going to change what it's like for a woman seeking an abortion in Florida.
Aaron, up until now, Florida allowed abortions up to 24 weeks of pregnancy. As of this bill signing, it'll be 15 weeks. The law won't take effect until July 1st, but it's the most restrictive ban on abortion in state history. The law does not come with exceptions for rape, incest, or human trafficking. It does, however, allow for a limited number of exceptions for the mother's health, or if the baby has a fatal fetal abnormality. It deals a blow to abortion access in the South, since Florida has been able to provide wider access than neighboring states.
This is a time where these babies have beating hearts. They can move, they can taste, they can see, they can feel pain, they can suck their thumbs, and they have brain waves. And so this will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
This law is patently unconstitutional. It's really the most extreme restriction on abortion that we've seen in this state. This law would take away the freedom for individuals in Florida to access safe and legal abortion. It really places politicians in between patients and medical providers.
Now, the law is likely to face legal challenges, and as we know, the U.S. Supreme Court is set to rule on a case which could weaken or eliminate Roe versus Wade protections nationwide later this year. Aaron?
While we have you there in Florida, Christian, the governor also presented new congressional maps, redistricting maps there. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, well, this new map presented by Governor DeSantis doesn't just create more Republican-leaning districts in Florida, but if implemented, it wipes out Democrats' national redistricting advantage. Currently, the congressional split in Florida is 16 Republicans and 11 Democrats. This is the new map. Florida gained a congressional seat due to the census. And this new map presented by Governor DeSantis creates 20 Republican-leaning districts and leaves only 8 Democratic-leaning districts. It also eliminates 2 districts currently held by Black Democrats in North and Central Florida. Eliminating a minority access seat goes against the Voting Rights Act, but Governor DeSantis argues that his administration is complying with state law, which prohibits partisan gerrymandering, and he appears to be inviting a legal challenge to his maps.
I mean, we are not going to have a 200-mile gerrymander that divvies up people based on the color of their skin. That is wrong. That is not the way we've governed in the state of Florida. And so that will be that. And obviously that will be litigated.
Okay, so here's a statement by the Florida Democratic Party chair, Manny Diaz. He wrote, "It is appalling but not surprising that the Republican legislature has abdicated its constitutional duty to draft and pass congressional maps to the governor. As proven by the proposed map released today, Governor DeSantis is hell-bent on eliminating congressional seats where Florida's minority communities have the ability to elect representatives of their choice, and he is imposing his own partisan political preferences on Florida's congressional map." Now, the state legislature will be holding a special session next week to vote on the maps. Some state Democrats have vowed to skip the session, saying that the approval of the map is already a foregone conclusion. Aaron?
All right, Christian Benavides in Florida for us today. Thank you. Former President Donald Trump is planning to endorse the author of Hillbilly Elegy, J.D. Vance, in Ohio's Senate Republican primary. That's according to 3 sources with knowledge of Trump's decision. NBC News national political reporter Mark Caputo is looking at what this could mean for Ohio's crowded Senate Republican primary. Mark, is Trump's endorsement expected to really make Vance the favorite in this primary?
Well, we haven't really seen evidence of it making the favorite, but it would make Vance much more competitive. If you look at the public polling, Vance is in 3rd or 4th place, tied therein. If Donald Trump does endorse, there is some private polling showing he would go to 2nd place. Currently, the leader nominally is either Josh Mandel, former Treasury Secretary, or State Treasurer in Ohio, and businessman Mike Gibbons. Now, when we reported this yesterday, before Trump had officially signed off on it, the other campaigns, 4 or 5 other campaigns, they really besieged Trump with polling, showing in their estimation that Vance couldn't win, and reminding Trump that Vance years ago in 2016 called himself an anti-Trumper or a never-Trumper, and was very, very critical of the then presidential candidate, Donald Trump. Since then, Vance has kind of revamped his approach to Donald Trump, like a lot of the Senate candidates across the nation, and certainly in Ohio, and has eagerly sought his endorsement. And the reason candidates are seeking Donald Trump's endorsement is that the Republican Party is Donald Trump's party, if you look at what people are saying and you look at the polling.
You mentioned what Vance has said about Trump in the past. Is that the reason that some people are surprised that Trump would be endorsing Vance?
That's partly it. I mean, the reality is when you have a multitude of candidates like you have in Ohio, and you have kind of a party divided between all of these well-funded, well-organized candidates, it's really a recipe for a bloodbath in a primary. And so that's kind of what you're seeing currently.
All right, Mark Caputo for us today, tracking the primary in Ohio. Thank you, Mark. The immigration fight is heating up with busloads of migrants arriving in Washington this week. Up next, moderator of Meet the Press, Chuck Todd, joins us digging into that and all things politics. Stay with us.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The battle over immigration landed right in our nation's capital this week. Busloads of migrants seeking asylum at the U.S.-Mexico border arrived in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday. They were dropped off directly outside the building that houses the NBC News Washington Bureau, which also houses other network news bureaus. So let's dig into the politics of this now. Joining us is Chuck Todd, NBC News political director, moderator of Meet the Press. Chuck, obviously some optics here, some potentially publicity stunt type of activity happening here. But we know what the issue is this Title 42, the policy that allows the government to expel migrants coming from countries dealing with a health crisis, COVID, for example. The administration is going to end using Title 42, but the governor in Texas wants it to remain in place. Are Democrats really behind the president on this?
They're not unified behind him on this, and you're starting to see more and more Democrats actually criticize the administration for announcing this decision without a plan to sort of deal with is going to be an increased influx, especially when you put a target date out there. And there's some senators that it doesn't surprise you, right? The Democratic senator from Arizona, Mark Kelly. But then you have people like the Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire. That's a state that doesn't really come close to the southern border, but those issues play with independent voters pretty starkly in that state. But you've even had people like the progressive lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes, who's also running for the United States Senate. He's been critical of this. So I think anybody on a ballot this year, in a statewide ballot, in a battleground state, if you're a Democrat, it seems like you're speaking out against this decision. Beto O'Rourke, another one who's running for governor, Texas. Beto O'Rourke, when he was running for president, was certainly not advocating this type of border policy.
Yeah, I'm curious what you're seeing among Republicans here. I mean, Governor Abbott is not the only Republican governor moving more to the right, it seems, right now. What sort of trend are you seeing among Republicans, especially those facing these midterm re-election battles?
Well, you know, it's interesting. There's sort of two types of ways that I've noticed Republican candidates shift to the right. You have those that try to do it by simply covering themselves in Trump paraphernalia or Trump and hoping they get a Trump endorsement and not having to worry about specifics. Then you have some who maybe don't have Trump credentials or don't want to appeal to Trump, but instead appeal to very conservative voters with specific moves. Maybe it's the transgender bills we've been seeing. Maybe it's an abortion ban. We've seen that from the Oklahoma governor. Maybe it's English-only rhetoric, which came out of the governor of Alabama, and she's in a tough primary fight. But we're seeing this shift, and like I said, there's sort of two types of shifts to the right. There's those that do Trump rhetoric, and they don't really talk specifics. And then there's those that don't want to say Trump, but then move further to the right on a lot of social issues. And we've seen a lot of it. And the question I have, Aaron, is when do they hit the backlash moment? Because one thing we've learned in our politics is we always punish the party that goes too far. Right. We don't punish a party for doing stuff. We could punish a party for doing too much.
We'll get to see. We'll see when we see what the results of that might be. I do want to ask you before we let you go, what's coming up on Sunday on Meet the Press?
Well, we're going to talk to the last Western leader to meet face-to-face with Vladimir Putin. I have the Chancellor of Austria on. He just met with Putin a couple days ago. He has as good of an idea of what is his personal posture, what's really going on inside his head, or at least we hope to. We'll also have Dr. Ashish Jha on for the first time, not as a COVID pundit, but as the COVID coordinator for the Biden administration. And I'll speak with Fred Upton, a retiring Republican member of Congress who voted to impeach President Trump.
All right. We'll look forward to that. Chuck Todd, we appreciate you making some time for us today, Chuck. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
And, of course, you can catch Chuck this Sunday on Meet the Press on your local NBC station or Meet the Press daily, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern on MSNBC. And don't miss the latest episode of Meet the Press Reports. Chuck goes in-depth on race and football, how reforms fall short. That is streaming right now on Peacock. Well, with inflation sending prices skyrocketing, a lot of Americans are thinking about picking up a side hustle. So how about pillow fighting? Up next, we're going to show you this, how some competitors are raking in the big bucks.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Wasn't it the best part of childhood? There's a new competitive sport that might remind you of your days with your cousins and friends, professional pillow fighting. You heard that right. They're paying people up to $250 a fight. Potentially, they could make up to $5 grand. NBC News correspondent Gotti Schwartz stepped into the ring to show us what this craze is all about.
It's not exactly the kind of pillow fighting you did as a kid. Instead, think more UFC cage fighting, only fluffier.
What does it feel like when you get hit by one of these?
You want to see?
Mariah Hall's a new mom and a professional pillow fighter who says the new sport has been the perfect post-pregnancy outlet.
It's intimidating at first, but once somebody hits you a little bit too hard with that pillow, it's no longer intimidating, it's war.
Your winner, Mariah.
The world needs a pillow fight.
Steve and his brother Paul started all this last year with the goal of making a combat sport that's more family and more advertiser-friendly.
Not everybody's played soccer, not everybody's played football, baseball, but pillow fighting is the one sport they've probably all done.
They're also bringing in some heavy hitters, including former UFC fighters, and it pays $250 a fight with the potential to win up to $5K. The goal? Obvious. Score as many points as you can by walloping your opponent in the head or knocking them off their feet in 3 rounds. And naturally, I wanted to see what all the fluff was about, so after some practice, I thought I was ready. Here we go. You ready? Can you give me a high five? All right. My opponent, a former UFC fighter and pro mixed martial artist who didn't look like he was interested in any cozy pillow talk.
All right, gentlemen, so only holding the pillow by the handles, no grabbing the other opponent's pillow, and only hitting with the pillow. Let's have a good fight.
That was 3 rounds, right? Am I lip bleeding?
And after 3 grueling rounds,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He's asleep.
Gotti did survive that fight, although I think I saw him today with a little bit of a limp. He'll be all right through the weekend. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's going on. As the holiday weekend crush, millions of people are back to traveling. We'll look at the scramble to meet the increased demand, all while passengers and employees are trying to stay safe. Moving migrants backlash builds as Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott buses people from the southern border to the nation's capital. What the White House is saying and how it all started. Plus, remembering the Titanic 110 years after the unsinkable ship went down. We start with holiday travel. We've got Easter, Passover, Ramadan, meaning a whole lot of people are hitting the streets. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton is at New York's Penn Station for us. Antonia, hello. COVID cases are on the rise across the country. Where you are is no exception. I see you fully masked up there. What are travelers feeling ahead of this holiday rush?
Hi, Zinklea. Well, New Yorkers are very well aware of the fact that the cases here are ticking up, and that's driven by this subvariant BA2. But at the same time, they are moving ahead with all their plans as they are. People we've talked to today are going to Broadway shows this weekend. They're headed to weddings. They're going to religious celebrations. And they say they really want right now to feel like life has sort of approached or gone back to normal. On the side of leadership here in New York and in surrounding states, they're also sending a message right now of personal responsibility and personal choice. So get tested before you go to large gatherings, or, stay home if you're starting to feel sick at all. But they're stopping short of saying that they're going to reintroduce new restrictions or mandates at this time. Why don't you take a listen to some of the conversations that I had with people here traveling today?
I mean, I'm okay with it. I look forward to when we don't have to wear them anymore, but I understand that to err on the side of caution, I think. It is what it is.
Pretty confident so far. I mean, we control what we can control. We're all vaccinated and got our booster shots, so we just wear a mask when we feel that we're in an environment kind of like this where we don't know, and we're kind of take them off when we're outside.
To what extent, like on a scale of 1 to 10, would you say your life has gone back to normal?
75–80% or so, I would say. Yeah.
I would agree with that. Maybe a little less for me because I'm still remote, working.
On the flip side of all that, the city of Philadelphia is reinstating its mask mandate in response to this uptick in cases. But then you have folks like the top health official in Connecticut saying that she thinks there's really no more political or social will to continue with these kinds of restrictions, no matter what happens with the cases. So really, we're looking at a patchwork system right now, and people need to keep that in mind as they decide where they're going to travel and who they're going to spend time with, and try to keep the health and safety of others front of mind as they do. Zinklea.
Yeah, Antonio, you talked about a patchwork approach, and I know Philly is extending its mask mandate. As you just said, the CDC is also extending its mask mandate on planes and trains and public transportation. What is New York doing to combat this latest uptick in cases?
Well, interestingly, we just found out that actually on Broadway, they're going to be extending that mask mandate and vaccine mandate all the way until the end of May. So they're actually even going farther than the CDC is at this point. And they're a huge draw. I mean, we met people today who were planning to go to Broadway shows this weekend, and that was why they traveled into New York City. So there are some small measures like that, but they're kind of on a case-by-case basis again. New York is not planning to go back to, vaccine mandates in restaurants. So if you're going out this weekend, you're going to Easter celebrations, you have events to go to, you need to keep that in mind. And that is, again, not just here in New York. This is an uptick that we're seeing around the region. And it's not just the holidays. The Boston Marathon is happening this Monday. That is an event that attracts people from all over the world. And they are also not bringing their mandates back. So, people seem pretty comfortable here on the ground. They are aware of what's happening, but also trying to do their best to keep their plans in place right now, Zinkley.
Antonia, thanks so much. Staying in the U.S. this week, 3 states now have sweeping anti-abortion laws: Oklahoma, Kentucky, and the latest in Florida. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders on the growing controversy over abortion rights.
Florida is at the epicenter of the escalating battle over abortion rights.
We are here today to defend those who can't defend themselves.
Governor Ron DeSantis signing a bill into law Thursday that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
This will represent the most significant protections for life that have been enacted in this state in a generation.
The new law, House Bill 5, is set to take effect in July. While it permits women to obtain an abortion if their health is in danger or if the baby has fatal fetal abnormality, it contains no exceptions for rape or incest. Critics argue it's unconstitutional and will have ripple effects beyond Florida.
What is your reaction to this new law in Florida?
This is a very cruel law that has passed in the state of Florida. Now people will have to go to North Carolina in order to access abortion past 15 weeks.
Abortion rights activist Stephanie Lorraine Pinheiro says the law would have blocked her own access to the procedure.
As a person who had an abortion as a result of a sexual assault, if I was pregnant right now, I wouldn't be able to have an abortion.
It's the latest in a series of strict new abortion laws enacted in recent days. From Oklahoma.
We want to outlaw abortion in the state of Oklahoma.
To Kentucky, where the Republican-led legislature overrode the Democratic governor's veto to enact sweeping restrictions. Florida's law is modeled after a Mississippi law banning virtually all abortions after 15 weeks, now under review by the U.S. Supreme Court, representing the most serious challenge to Roe v. Wade in nearly 3 decades.
And Kerry joins me now from Fort Lauderdale. Kerry, you spoke with abortion rights advocates in Florida. Obviously, they are upset. So what actions are they taking to fight this new law?
Well, they are hoping really for ultimately a decision from the U.S. Supreme Court. But what they will do now, when it goes into effect in July, Planned Parenthood, which has 20 family planning facilities around the state, the majority which do provide abortions, they say they will abide by the law. And statistically, those that fall into that 15-plus week category is very small compared to the number of abortions in the state. In the last 12-month period, it's estimated there were 60,000 abortions in the state of Florida, 4,800 that were in that 15-plus weeks.
And Kerry, you mentioned in your report that Florida's law is modeled after Mississippi's restrictive law that is now actually being reviewed by the Supreme Court. When could we hear a decision on that case?
Yeah, no, that's really the thing that everybody's watching the Supreme Court on very closely. That might come in the next couple of weeks. And back in December, the conservative justices indicated that they might indeed uphold the Mississippi law, which would be the first serious shift in the landmark decision of Roe v. Wade. So we're all watching it very closely, waiting to see when the court is going to rule and what that ruling could be. Zinclair?
Kerry Sanders, thanks so much. There's growing outrage over an officer-involved shooting in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Protesters taking to the streets again, condemning the shooting and demanding justice for 26-year-old Patrick Leola. A black man who was shot in the back of the head by a white police officer during a traffic stop. Parts of the deadly encounter captured on the officer's body camera, along with cell phone video recorded by Leola's passenger. Now the Leola family is speaking out. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster live from Grand Rapids. Shaq, you spoke with the family of Patrick. I understand they're also Congolese immigrants who fled violence in Central Africa, and now they're mourning what some have called violence here in the United States with the killing of their family member. What did they tell you?
Well, I had a conversation with them about 24 hours ago from this point, and one thing that it was clear, they were heartbroken, they were frustrated, and they wanted it to be clear that they are calling for justice. What does justice look like in their eyes? Well, at this point, it looks like the officer who shot their son to be identified publicly, to be fired, and then to be prosecuted. The reason why is because while the police chief of this city calls the shooting a tragedy, for them, they see it as an execution. Listen to a little bit of our conversation.
What makes it an execution in your mind?
Wakati mimi niliona alikuwa yule yake, nilikuwa nawazia hapa, basi mtoto ameokoka atamfunga.
When I saw, as a parent, when I saw him on top of him, I said, okay, now my son is safe, maybe he can arrest him.
Lakini cha maajabu kabisa,
what was so surprising,
na kumpasua
pull up the gun and blow up his head.
Can't none of us go back to 7-10 days ago and bring our brother back.
I also spoke with his brother, who told me that this is a huge loss for him. It's 1 year below. He's 1 year younger than Patrick. He said that he is someone who he would spend a lot of time with, that they would do pretty much everything together, and that they're really going through it as they mourn his loss.
Yeah, Shaq, the family is clearly mourning, and I know you also spoke with an expert on national use of force who watched the video of the officer's interaction with Leola. What did he have to say about this incident?
Yeah, this is the expert, by the way, that testified at both the Derek Chauvin and the Kim Potter trial. Those were two trials that led to successful convictions of police officers in Minneapolis. And one thing that he said is that this one is not a cut and dry case. It's not clear just by watching the video that there's more to the video. I want you to listen to a little bit of our conversation earlier today.
Depending on aspects of the situation that simply are not visible or clear from the video, the officer's actions might be egregiously unjustified or might be potentially justified. We really need more information about whether the taser was operable as a weapon, whether it could incapacitate or disable the officer.
He says a lot of this will come down to what the officer says and what the witnesses. We know there were at least two witnesses, the passenger and potentially a neighbor, what the officer and what those witnesses have to say specifically about the positioning of the taser.
And Shaq, several agencies are reviewing this shooting, including the Michigan State Police. What's the latest on their investigation? And what about the officer who killed Leola?
Well, this investigation continues, and there's no timeline on when we can expect to get a result from this investigation. One thing that we heard from the city in a statement that was just released in the past couple of minutes is that they're calling on the state police to expedite that investigation because it's just clear that so many people in this community are waiting for answers. As for the officer, he was a 7-year veteran on the force. He still is unidentified. The police are not releasing his name at this point, and he remains on administrative leave as that investigation continues. Just a little bit more about the process. We know there'll be the investigation by state police. Then that investigation will be reviewed by the county prosecutor and also by individual departments as they review their own policies. So we're still a ways away, it seems, from really having any clear answers here.
Important reporting, a lot to follow. Shaq, thanks so much. In New York, we're learning more about the suspected subway shooter, Frank James, and how New Yorkers helped police track him down and end a nearly 30-hour-long manhunt. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Here we go. Why'd you shoot all those people, Frank?
Just one day after his arrest ended a nearly 30-hour manhunt across New York City, the alleged subway gunman making his first court appearance. Frank James was denied bail Thursday. His lawyers didn't object.
The 62-year-old suspect sat in prison clothes as a federal judge told James he's accused of committing a terrorist act or other violence against a mass transportation system. Asked if he understood the charge, James replied, yes. The assistant U.S. attorney saying James was a flight risk and still presented a serious risk of danger to the community. Prosecutors calling the rampage premeditated and carefully planned. The suspect's attorneys asking the public to be open-minded about a man accused of shooting 10 people.
Mr. James saw his photograph on the news. He called Crime Stoppers to help.
But a senior law enforcement official tells NBC police were already closing in after NYPD spotted this tweet around 10:30 a.m. Wednesday.
You're walking around the East Village. What made you say that's Frank James?
I mean, there was just so much movement around me everywhere. There was cars, there was people, there was so much movement. And then there was one still guy just sitting on a bench, resting, not drinking, not eating, not on his phone, not reading anything.
In a Today broadcast exclusive, Jack Griffin telling me he snapped those Twitter photos Wednesday morning on a photo class field trip.
So you were close enough for him to hear that?
Yes, I was.
The 17-year-old says that shutter noise alerted James, who began walking away as Griffin pretended to photograph his friends so he could capture one more image before posting and contacting police.
I'm super, super proud of that, but it wasn't just my tip. There were so many tips going on. I'm just happy that, again, that he's off the streets.
Coming up, unpredictable consequences. Russia raising eyebrows with a new threat to the United States while promising increased attacks on Ukraine. The latest on the war, next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state. Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's take a look now at the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. We start with a federal judge denying Georgia Democratic candidate Stacey Abrams from seeking to spend unlimited campaign contributions in the governor's race because Abrams is not yet her party's nominee, adding a state law passed last year which allows Republican Governor Brian Kemp to raise unlimited funds does not apply to her. Charges being refiled in the 2018 sinking of a Missouri duck boat that killed 17 people. Missouri's Attorney General filing involuntary manslaughter charges against 3 men in connection with the boat. Prosecutors saying the tourists were given warnings of a storm before the boat went into the lake. North Korea marking the 110th birth anniversary of the state's founder, Kim Il-sung. The country calling for stronger loyalty to Kim Jong-un, but no word on an expected military parade. Violence in the West Bank between Palestinians and Israeli police at a holy site in Jerusalem where thousands gathered for prayers. Medics saying more than 150 Palestinians were wounded at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The mosque is a sacred site for Jews and Muslims and has often been the epicenter of Israeli-Palestinian conflicts. And the lineup announced for the 75th Cannes Film Festival next month. New films from David Cronenberg and George Miller, along with the Elvis biopic, are some of the titles. 18 films will compete for the festival's grand prize, the Palme d'Or. Russia's defense ministry vowing to increase missile strikes on Kyiv as its flagship missile cruiser sinks and sends a warning to the United States to stop sending weapons to Ukraine. We have a team coverage of the war. NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi is in Lviv, Ukraine. NBC News global security correspondent Dan DeLuce also joins me. Dan, let's start with you. You're reporting President Zelensky is asking the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Why does he want that designation? What would it mean?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I think it's Ukraine trying to pile pressure on Russia economically, diplomatically, in every way they can. And of course, they've already asked for energy sanctions to prevent Russia from being able to sell its oil and gas as much as possible. This would turn Russia really into a pariah, so it has a symbolic element, but it would also possibly spook foreign banks and really discourage any foreign bank from touching a Russian transaction. It's a very short list that is already there. You know, countries like Cuba or Syria. It's something the U.S. government rarely does. Administration officials are saying they're reviewing the proposal. We still don't know if they're going to approve it. And it's unclear what practical effect it would have on the Russian economy in the sense that the U.S. has already imposed a massive amount of financial sanctions on Moscow, as you know.
And Dan, there's new reporting about the sinking of the Russian ship. The U.S. now believes it was hit by 2 Ukrainian missiles. What else can you tell us?
That's right. So now the Pentagon is confirming the version of events that the Ukrainian government had already put out there. And they're saying that flagship ship, the Moskva, got hit by 2 anti-ship missiles. By the way, those are missiles manufactured in Ukraine. And the ship sunk. And it's not clear, you know, why that ship's air defenses were not able to pick up the incoming attack or somehow defend the ship. And we also don't know, you know, to what degree this was Ukrainian ingenuity to evade the Russian air defenses on that ship, or, you know, more kind of Russian military disorganization and incompetence that's been on display so much over the past month during this invasion.
Thanks, Dan. And let's bring in Ali. I know Russia's defense ministry said in a statement posted on its website Friday that attacks from Russia would be in retaliation for, quote, terrorist attacks or sabotage on Russian territory. And the country even claims to have already carried out about a missile strike on a Ukrainian military factory outside of Kyiv. It's worth noting we have not verified Moscow's claims of such an attack. But what are you hearing on the ground?
Hi, Sinclair. Well, even last night, an advisor to President Zelensky said that the Russians will almost certainly seek retribution for the Moskva being sunk. And you're seeing quite a lot of attacks in this country already today. You mentioned the missile factory. We're hearing here that that missile factory just outside of Kyiv was hit in the very early hours of this morning, about 2:30 in the morning. And that's a place where they make land-to-air missiles, land-to-sea missiles. And according to Ukrainian media, some of those domestically built Neptune missiles were built in that factory. So it would be a significant target for the Russians to also make a point. But they've also carried out other strikes in the country this morning. They've been shelling residential areas in Kharkiv, where we have reports that 7 people have been killed there, amongst them a 7-month-old baby. 34 other people have also been hit there. And they've also struck 11 settlements in the Donetsk area. Now, that's the area that the Russians are focusing all their attention on right now, that they want to capture in this new phase of this war. So 11 settlements hit there. The Ukrainians are saying that it's too early to tell what the death count or the injury count is, but they're obviously, again, hitting back hard. And just to go back to that missile factory in Kyiv, if that missile factory they hit in the early hours of the morning, that would be the biggest strike in and around Kyiv since the Russian troops withdrew from that area last week.
The impact clearly huge. And Dan, Russia is now warning the United States to stop arming Ukraine. The Washington Post reporting Russia sent a diplomatic note to the country, us, this week, warning the U.S. and NATO shipments of the most sensitive weapon systems were, quote, adding fuel to the conflict and could bring unpredictable consequences. NBC News has not seen this note, but a White House official who has confirms its contents. And this is all just a day after the United States said it would send an additional $880 million in weapons. So given all that, what does it mean? And what else can you tell us about that note?
That's right. I think this note from Russia shows that tensions are rising and that these weapon shipments are important and significant. And really, it shows that Russia is really beginning to feel the heat on the battlefield, you know, whether it's that ship being sunk or having to withdraw its forces outside of Kyiv. I think this displeasure expressed by Russia shows that these weapons are having an effect, but the U.S. Administration is not making any apologies for providing these weapons. You have the State Department saying this security assistance is very much intended to help Ukraine defend itself against what the U.S. and other countries are calling an unprovoked invasion and aggression, and that the Ukrainians are using these weapons to good effect. And the U.S. officials are always pointing out, this war was started by Russia, and the war can end if Russia simply withdraws its troops.
And Dan, we hear a lot of talk from Russia. How concerned are U.S. officials about Russia actually backing up the claim of unpredictable consequences for funding weaponry?
They are playing down that Russian rhetoric. They're saying that this is kind of saber-rattling and bullying rhetoric, and they say they're not going to back down, and that they don't see actual concrete actions being taken by the Russians to back up some of those threatening words. So they note it. They do acknowledge this is a tense situation, but the U.S. has really made an effort to make it clear they're not directly involved in the conflict. They're not going to send U.S. forces or aircraft into Ukraine, and that they are simply trying to help the Ukrainians defend themselves.
And Ali, we've heard a lot about the politics, but let's pivot to the people. The head of the World Food Program tells NBC News people are actually starving to death in Mariupol, which has seen fighting, some actually going 50 days without food. What are you hearing about the need for food and the challenges in meeting that need right now?
Well, Mariupol has been a cascading humanitarian disaster, and we haven't just been hearing about this over the last few days. We've been hearing about this from the very first days of the war. Look, for a start, the Russians have stopped humanitarian aid getting in there, and part of that humanitarian aid is food. We know that Mariupol is cut off from electricity, running water, gas. And just to give you a timeline, Zinkley, I interviewed this very brave young woman called Anastasia who had managed to escape Mariupol 3.5 weeks ago. She had told me at that point that they were running very low on food. This is 3.5 weeks ago. That they were only eating the food that they'd managed to stockpile or food left in neighbors' apartments that had managed to flee. And they were so worried that they were going to starve to death, her and her sister, they made a suicide pact so they wouldn't have to go through the agony of starving. So it's very difficult to talk to people in Mariupol, to get people in there to find out exactly what's going on. But if that was the situation 3.5 weeks ago, it's got to be even more desperate now. And it wasn't just food. They don't have running water there. 3.5 weeks ago, there was snow in Mariupol, and that Anastasia was telling me that they were melting snow on an open fire to use as drinking water. So it's an incredibly desperate situation there. But this is part of the Russian tactics in Mariupol, to siege and starve the besieged residents of that town that's just been going through an appalling situation for about 50 days now.
You rightly call it a desperate situation, and thank you both for your reporting and the context. Ali, Dan, thank you.
This is sending a message to both the president and Congress. Texas is tired of being the unloading dock for illegal immigrants crossing the border. The new unloading dock is going to be Washington, D.C.
It's going to increase prices at our grocery stores even higher, and it's worsening a supply chain problem. It's the decision of one man and one man alone, Greg Abbott, some kind of political stunt that does nothing to improve the safety or security at our border.
You just heard from Texas lawmakers currently at odds over a decision to bus undocumented immigrants from Texas to Washington, D.C. Those buses filled with a couple dozen people now arriving in the nation's capital, with more expected in the coming days. NBC News reporter Gary Grumbach joins me from Washington. Gary, catch us up on this decision to send these buses to Washington.
Hey, Zinclair. Yeah, it's a two-pronged issue here, but it really all comes back to Title 42, which, of course, is that Trump-era order to prevent migrants from coming into the United States as a COVID precaution. President Biden has announced that that order would come to an end on May 23rd, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott is not happy about that. So he's done two things. First, he has caused a major backup of trucks, commercial trucks coming in from Mexico to Texas that have produce in them, because he's instituted a whole bunch of new inspection rules as it relates to avocados, tomatoes, and bananas. Those are delayed hours, even days at this point. And of course, secondly, it meant, as you mentioned, it's these buses with 20 to 30 migrants each in them coming to Washington and being dropped off just blocks from the U.S. Capitol. Zinclair?
And we're seeing a lot of the migrants in this video right now. I know you talked to several of them who were aboard the bus. What did they tell you?
Yeah, I want to talk you through sort of the process and the journey that they have been on from Mexico. They come over the border, they attempt to claim asylum, and it's, of course, not just people from Mexico. These are people from Nicaragua. They could be from Cuba. They could be from Costa Rica. And then they are processed by the Department of Homeland Security, and they are asked then by officials if they'd like to get on a bus to Washington, D.C. It is entirely voluntary on their part. They are then bused, if they'd like to be, to Washington. It's about a 30 to 40-hour trip. We're told they had water. We're told they had food, and of course they slept on the bus on the way. And then they get here. They come to Washington, D.C. I talked to a nun from Catholic Charities today who said they showed up. Folks were disoriented. They were confused. They were unsure who to trust when they got here, and they weren't sure what their next steps were. Zinclair?
Yeah, Gary, as you outline, the journey of an undocumented immigrant is not simple or easy. It's pretty complicated. So what help is available for these undocumented immigrants when they arrive in D.C.?
Yeah, it's really Good Samaritans to the rescue here in Washington. There's two organizations that we spoke to, the Catholic Charities of the U.S. and CASA, which is an immigrants' rights organization. Both of them are on the ground here in Washington. They're trying to provide these folks with food, with water, with shelter, and many of them are actually even buying train or bus tickets for these folks to be able to get to where they may have friends or family to continue on with their lives. Of course, all these folks are still undergoing immigration proceedings, so it's not like they get away without doing that, but this is at least in the meantime. Sinclair.
Gary, thanks so much. Next out of Washington, not up for debate, the Republican National Committee voting unanimously to ban GOP nominees from participating in future presidential debates, events that have long been governed by a nonpartisan commission. NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard has more on the decision.
The Republican National Committee voting unanimously to withdraw from the Commission on Presidential Debates, putting a decades-long tradition and political test for candidates in jeopardy.
Well, that's because he'd rather have a puppet as president of the United States.
No puppet.
And it's pretty clear.
You're the puppet. In a statement, the RNC says they are committed to free and fair debates, but that the Commission is biased and will not participate with their oversight. Complaints include debates taking place after early voting had begun, making changes to debate formats without notifying the candidates, failing to maintain nonpartisanship. The debates between President Biden and former President Trump turning chaotic and contentious.
Radical left. Would you shut up, man? Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
unprecedented.
Former President Trump has been a vocal opponent of the commission, unhappy with everything from the dates picked for the 2016 debates against Hillary Clinton.
They're against the NFL. I saw the dates. I think two of the three are against the NFL, so I'm not thrilled with that.
To the commission itself.
It's a Clinton-Obama group of people, and, you have the one guy, the chairman, who's basically a never-Trumper.
The televised presidential debate, a hallmark of democracy, dating back to when John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon squared off in the first televised presidential debate.
There are not many ways that we voters are able to hold candidates to account during the course of a campaign. One of those ways since 1976 has been TV debates. It's a reduction in our level of democracy.
Vaughn joins me now. Vaughn, this is a pretty big deal for democracy. How does the RNC plan to enforce this debate ban?
I think that's going to be the big question, Zinkley. The RNC is saying if you want to be a nominee, if you want to be a candidate in the 2024 Republican nomination process, you have to commit on the front end to not participating in the commission's debates. Of course, this is where it gets a little muddy, is after somebody becomes a nominee, they can do whatever they want. The party cannot prevent them, and they probably would have no desire to prevent their own nominee from participating in those general election debates because it's a nominee's decision, not the party's decision. But of course, the party, if it's not Donald Trump, at least hopes that they get that confirmation on the front end that, in fact, their Republican nominee will stick by him.
Definitely a story to follow. Vaughn, thank you. Now, let's talk about love. What seems like a good match could leave you at a major loss. Coming up, how crypto criminals are targeting people looking for love and scamming them out of millions.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. All this month,
how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Everybody wants a little love in their life, but the rise of cryptocurrency is bringing a modern twist to online dating scams with hundreds of millions of dollars in losses. Here's NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams.
Steve Belcher of Denver, recently divorced and single again, found someone on a dating app who seemed like a good match. After several weeks of messaging, she mentioned Bitcoin and a website he could use to invest in it. He didn't want to miss out on another hot prospect after failing to cash in on Apple and Google.
I was like, well, if I would have got in earlier on these technologies and this business, I would have done okay at this point in my life.
So he started sending the website money and getting payouts as he watched the value of Bitcoin skyrocket. He poured more and more in, and the website showed his bundle ballooning as high as $8 million. But when he decided to take more of his money out, he discovered he could not.
That's when the red flags went off, and my heart sank, and I knew something was not right with this.
It turned out to be an elaborate scam, from the person on the dating app to the phony investment website. His total loss, an astonishing $1.8 million, his life savings. The man in charge of a new FBI unit dedicated to cryptocurrency crime says it's a bold twist on romance scams.
It's a prospector's dream. I want to be part of the ability to earn that much money and take care of my family and take care of those I love through an investment that just explodes.
The FBI says it received more than 4,300 complaints last year about cryptocurrency romance scams, with total losses of more than $429 million. For the entire year, complaints of cryptocurrency fraud of all kinds reported losses of more than $1.6 billion. The Justice Department's new director of cryptocurrency enforcement said it's now the preferred method of payment for a range of scams, with the appeal of the next big thing that isn't well understood.
There's a sort of a lack of familiarity with the technology and exactly how it's used, coupled with FOMO, a fear of missing out on some of these, what the American public perceives as good investment opportunities.
They're sort of blinded by the novelty of it.
Right, exactly.
Back in Denver, Steve Belcher says he still can't believe what happened.
All the people that are looking at me now and saying, what an idiot, right? So it's like I was on the same side, like I'd never fall for something like that.
Now he hopes to find some way to get his money back.
Pete joins me now. Pete, a loss of $1.8 million is a lot of money. What options does Steve Belcher have to recover it?
Well, candidly, they're not very good. He has hired a private investigator to try to help him with this. There is some light here because it was thought by a lot of criminals who decided that cryptocurrency was where it's at, that all of their transactions were anonymous and they couldn't be traced. Well, that was certainly true in the very early days of crypto, but not so much now. Law enforcement has developed better techniques for tracing these transactions and trying to track down the people who are carrying them out. But many of these scams are actually led by groups that are overseas. So it's doubly hard to try to find out who is victimizing people like him.
And Pete, crypto is more popular than ever right now. So if people are going to invest, and many are, what red flags should they look out for to make sure they're not getting scammed?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about Steve Belcher is, I think one of the reasons he's kicking himself is that he is a software engineer, and you'd think that he would be especially skeptical about this sort of thing. So the first thing is, if somebody starts to engage with you on a dating app, eventually you want to try to meet that person before you give them any money. And in many of these cases, including Steve Belcher's case, he never actually met this person that he was corresponding with. So if somebody always comes up with excuses, I can't see you next week, this isn't a good time for me, you should be skeptical. And don't give any money to somebody you haven't met online. And then in terms of investing in a website, there's certainly nothing wrong with investing in cryptocurrency. Many millions of people are doing it and making money that way. But before you give it to any specific website, do some due diligence, check around, look for online reviews, ask other people who have invested. Is that a good site to invest in? So these are prudent steps, but sometimes new technology and the, as you heard in that piece, the fear of missing out, those can be powerful incentives.
Sounds like you're giving us both crypto investing red flag advice and also dating red flag advice.
It's my pleasure.
Pete, thank you.
Okay.
Coming up, El Salvador cracking down on gang violence, making mass arrests. But are they arresting the right people? How the government crackdown is raising new questions. Next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
More than 10,000 alleged gang members have been arrested in El Salvador in just 2 weeks as the government there cracks down on gang violence. But it's also raising questions about human rights violations. NBC News correspondent Gadi Schwartz spoke to some who say innocent people are becoming collateral damage.
This is the video the president of El Salvador wants people to see, his prison guards manhandling inmates. The populist president, Nayib Bukele, has the country under a 30-day state of emergency, and he's not looking to cover up these images. He's promoting them on his official Twitter account. This is part of Bukele's all-out offensive on gangs in El Salvador. He suspended parts of the Constitution, police making over 11,000 arrests in 19 days in response to gang violence that left 62 dead in a single day. And in El Salvador, we found that the president had overwhelming support.
Ya era tiempo, digo yo, que tuviéramos un presidente que en realidad nos hiciera sentir que este país es nuestro.
How do you feel about the president?
Sí, está excelente.
Está excelente.
Sí,
He says,
claro que sí.
he says that the president is doing an excellent job.
This man tells us he can't wait for police to arrest gang members who extort him every Wednesday.
He says that with that $20 that he has to pay the gang members, he would be able to buy food.
Les juro por Dios que no comen un arroz. The president announcing prisoners will only be fed twice a day, making fun of injuries sustained during capture, and at times the president and national police releasing highly produced videos showing guards forcing inmates out of cells and into a courtyard for the world to see. It's been 2 weeks and the president continues to share videos of arrests on social media, flaunting the thousands of detained using the hashtag #WarOnGangs.
We just saw the president here in El Salvador retweet some images from the National Police. He's asking sarcastically, but how do you know they're gang members? And he's posting pictures like this. And it's this type of taunting that is resonating with a lot of people here in El Salvador.
The president is ruling by Twitter.
Critics say Bukele has passed authoritarian laws meant to silence opposition and is ignoring human rights.
These sweeping laws are allowing authorities to do whatever they want. And you do not have a judicial independent system in the country that can act as an effective check on executive power.
U.S. Treasury officials have accused Bukele of secretly negotiating with gang leaders in the past, a claim Bukele denies. And Salvadorans like this woman have been left without answers. She says police came into her home during a sweep and searched her husband.
They actually lifted up his shirt, they checked him for tattoos, and he didn't have any tattoos. ¿Ha tenido problemas con la policía? Has he ever had problems with the police?
No.
She says they took him anyway and thinks it's because they live in a poor neighborhood, but they can't afford to live anywhere else.
She says
that what she thinks the president's doing right now is an injustice.
President Bukele remains defiant, telling the international community to stay out of El Salvador's affairs.
Gotti joins us now from 30 Rock. Gotti, this is a really important report. What is the government doing to make sure they're arresting the right people?
Well, Zinkley, that's such a good question. And right now, all we have to go on is what the government's putting out. And so right now, the government has been really prolific in the amount of pictures of gang members, tattooed gang members with MS-13, Mara Salvatrucha 13, or 18 Street, the Barrio 18, which is another big gang in El Salvador. But again, these are 11,000 arrests. And then we're not exactly seeing 11,000 pictures. We do know that a lot of people are being swept up that may be tattooed that have no affiliation with gangs. We also know that people may be swept up that don't have tattoos. In fact, in a lot of Central America, a lot of gang members have stopped getting tattoos in the last 5 to 10 years because it's very easy for authorities to see who's in a gang and who's not in a gang. So those women that you heard talking to us, they said that their husband didn't have any markings. He was not affiliated with any gangs and that he was just going about his business. The police came in without a warrant. They didn't know who he was. They questioned him for a little bit, checked to see if he had any tattoos, and then they say they took him to jail. Now, under this rule of exception, this state of emergency, if you will, police do not have to charge somebody for 15 days. And that's one of the big concerns from human rights watchers, because when it comes to the judicial system, you don't need to face charges right away. You're being put into jails and prisons like the ones that you just saw with a lot of hardened gang members, hardened criminals. And so the question is, how many people may be getting swept up in this dragnet? The president responded, and the president said 1%. Maybe there's a 1% error, but he didn't provide anything to back that up. It seems like he may have just taken that percentage out of thin air and said, obviously, with an operation this big, there's going to be some errors. But right now, it stands at 1%, and we just have no way of validating whether or not that's a fact.
And you talked about human rights watchers. I know the United Nations Commission on Human Rights has actually critiqued this wave of arrests, and the U.S. State Department also has some concerns. So what are they saying?
Yeah, the State Department, in fact, there was a little Twitter back and forth that really gets to the heart of what's going on. First of all, in El Salvador, whatever's happening on Twitter or whatever's happening in the international community, by and large, the working class of El Salvador doesn't care. They support their president overwhelmingly. We're talking 85 to 90% approval rating, and it's because of those images that he's putting forward and this idea that the government is on the offensive against these gangs that have terrorized them. So they're not really worried about what the international community is saying about them. But when it comes to the international community, we saw a tweet coming from somebody in the State Department saying that they are worried about due process and they want to see due process upheld in El Salvador. And then Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador, fired back and said, I have a journalist friend, and they want to go down to Guantanamo Bay to be able to see what's going on there. You have your terrorists. We have our terrorists. Basically, stay out of our business.
A lot of nuance there. Gotti, thank you.
Sure.
The city of Durban in South Africa is facing what some have called a catastrophe, major flooding leaving thousands without homes, food, and their loved ones. But many residents say this could have been prevented. Take a look. Devastating flooding leaving roads collapsed and women and children seeking shelter in South Africa after days of torrential rain. Now, more than 340 people are dead, according to area officials.
I will survive. But unfortunately, my child.
This father's story, sadly, no anomaly. Flooding hit the area of Durban along the eastern coast of the country in the KwaZulu-Natal province, triggering landslides and burying homes.
We don't have a food, clothes, even my ID was damaged.
And a major port in Durban, once bustling, now flooded, clogged with shipping containers and cargo overturned and swept away. The country's president, Cyril Ramaphosa, says Durban will soon be declared a disaster area, as local residents say they're fending for themselves.
As you can see, how we suffering.
Here, long lines of young children waiting to fill their jugs with clean water in short supply. President Ramaphosa partly attributed the flooding to climate change, but some in the country disagree, blaming a lack of infrastructure.
I think maybe they could have done something to tell us what's going to happen.
The affected area of Durban, home to townships, underdeveloped urban areas that were racially segregated during the apartheid, and home to informal settlements, areas of housing not regulated by the state, now destroyed by flooding.
We're starting building again.
Coming up, 110 years ago, the Titanic sank into icy waters. Now there's an interactive exhibit remembering the iconic ship. We'll take you there next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You've heard the story. The Titanic, the giant ship that collided with a fatal iceberg in the Atlantic Ocean, That happened exactly 110 years ago. Today in Northern Ireland, the site where the ship first launched is now home to an interactive exhibit called the Titanic Experience, remembering the human stories behind it all. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer takes us there.
The two towering yellow cranes that dominate the Belfast skyline are powerful reminders of the city's maritime legacy. In the early 1900s, the Harland & Wolff shipyard was the largest in the world, and its 30,000 employees were hard at work on the Titanic, the biggest ship ever made.
They employed grandfathers, fathers, sons, and grandchildren. And many of the families in Northern Ireland still have links back to Harland & Wolff. If I give you my own personal situation, my grandfathers, both of them worked in Harland & Wolff. My father was the general manager of the electrical division in Harland & Wolff. And when I came down here to help open Titanic Belfast over 10 years ago, I was walking in the footsteps that he walked. I actually was in his office.
It's a sense of pride that continues today with the Titanic Experience. The exhibition is built to the same height as Titanic's hull, resting on the footprint of where it was launched. A way to make the iconic ship and the stories of those who built it and sailed on it come alive.
Titanic Belfast does is really tries to get you to relate and to engage with the story of Titanic and the many different layers that that story presents.
And sitting next door, Titanic's sister ship, the Nomadic.
So she was the tender that went out to Titanic, and we call her the Mini-Me because she is an exact replica of Titanic, obviously much smaller. SS Nomadic was built at exactly the same time as Titanic, so you can go on board and experience what it might have been like on board Titanic.
They hope it's an experience that shows how the ship's legacy lives on.
The stories of Titanic are about the pursuit of dreams. Titanic was about ambition. It was about innovation, ingenuity. But it was also about people, and it's the human stories that really matter, and it's the human stories that every one of us can connect to.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zinklea Samoa in for Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's up today. Russia vowing new missile strikes against Ukraine's capital as it warns the United States against sending more weapons. We're live in Ukraine. A COVID breathalyzer? The FDA authorizing the first COVID test using a person's breath. So how does it work? And in an Easter surprise, Harry and Meghan reunite with Queen Elizabeth. No scavenger hunts, but we'll tell you everything we know about their visit. We start today with the battle for Kyiv, Russia vowing it will increase attacks on the Ukrainian capital. NBC News correspondent Matt Bradley is in Kyiv. Matt, Russia making this threat one day after its flagship missile cruiser sunk in the Black Sea. U.S. officials now saying the ship was hit by 2 Ukrainian missiles. How are officials there reacting to Russia's threat to increase missile attacks on the capital?
Yeah, I mean, we're not hearing much. We're hearing from President Zelensky, of course. Also, everybody is essentially saying that this is a major risk. But it's hard to know whether the Russians are going to be actually increasing their threat. The past 2 weeks have been quiet in the capital city. But just last night, there were major attacks. One of them, the main one, appeared to be targeted against exactly the kind of missile that struck that boat, the Moscow. This was against a factory that was producing, among other things, those Neptune cruise missiles that targeted that ship, those 2 cruise missiles that ended up sinking it. So clearly, in that sense, there was a sense of revenge, if not just a tactical attack against the same factory that was producing those. So what we are seeing are targeted attacks, at least last night, and less of, so far in the past 2 weeks, the kind of really sinister attacks against civilian populations and civilian centers that we've seen for the past several weeks.
And Matt, we know President Zelensky is now asking the Biden administration to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Here's what the State Department spokesman Ned Price said about it in an interview with our colleague Katie Tur this afternoon.
It We are continuing to examine all possible options. If a tool will be appropriate and effective, we won't hesitate to use it. The message we have sent to Russia, both in public and in private, is that as long as their conduct, as long as their aggression continues to escalate in Ukraine, our response will continue to escalate.
And we know Zelensky has also warned about nuclear weapons being used. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, nuclear and chemical weapons. And, a lot of this is what we're hearing from military strategists and experts, as well as diplomats and politicians, warning that once again, as President Vladimir Putin of Russia becomes frustrated and humiliated by the lack of progress his military is making here in Ukraine, that he might lash out. We've already seen that, it seems, with the attacks on the civilian populations that were notorious out of Bucha and Irpin and other places. Now it's entering a dangerous new phase, as President Zelensky said. They're warning of increased chemical weapons and the possibility of nuclear attacks. Now, what we're hearing from military experts is that those nuclear attacks probably won't take the form of, unconventional major nuclear attacks against major cities. They could be using tactical nuclear weapons. So this would be essentially smaller nuclear weapons that could be used alongside conventional weapons on a conventional battlefield. Now, this is very threatening, of course, because chemical weapons, of course, very threatening, and this is a red line that was crossed in Syria. But when it comes to nuclear weapons, even small ones, that is extremely difficult to quantify exactly what the damage would be, because there is a lingering threat after those missiles have been deployed, after nuclear technology has been used. And the threat, the nuclear residue, lasts for a very long time, possibly generations. So this is a dangerous new phase, as President Zelensky said. And, with the deployment of new and more dangerous weapons, this war could escalate to sinister, nightmarish new levels.
And Matt, of course, any weapons, nuclear, chemical, would ultimately impact people and communities. I know Ukraine has a very dynamic Jewish community. Passover began today. It's also Good Friday. Are you seeing any religious celebrations there today?
Yeah, we were just at a Passover Seder, or at least the build up to a Passover Seder, where we were at a synagogue in the basement where they were setting the table for a mass gathering of Jews from here in Kyiv. And, there's a real irony here, which is that President Vladimir Putin has said that one of the main reasons behind his invasion of Ukraine is to denazify the country. Well, if you ask any Jewish person in Ukraine, they will say that there are no Nazis in Ukraine and that this is all a falsehood, a pretext for war. Ukraine has always had a very dynamic Jewish community, a large one. It's among the largest in Europe. So a lot of people here are saying that, these threats against the Jewish community are ironic, considering the fact that the Jewish community here is still thriving.
Matt Bradley, thank you. Staying in Ukraine, 2 more children have died as a result of Russia's bombing of a train station in the eastern city of Kramatorsk. That brings the total number dead from last week's attack to 59. Many of those injured are children. We want to warn you, some of the images in this piece you're about to see are graphic. As Sky News correspondent Mark Stone takes us inside the hospital where many of those children are being treated.
It's a week since the bombing of the train station in Kramatorsk, and doctors want to show us the cost. Yana is 10. She was at the station with her mother last Friday, fleeing the fighting further east. She lost one of her legs, the other foot, and her mother. Next door, Katerina. She's 12. Doctors saved her badly injured legs, and yet she too lost her mother. Goodness knows their trauma, and understandably doctors have asked that we didn't show their faces or interview them. But then what more needs to be heard? Andrei was at the station too. The 3 young Ukrainians were with thousands as they tried to board trains away from danger when it was targeted by the missile. He's now without his arm. There is a quiet and a calmness here, but it's not safe. The windows are prepared for whatever might come next. The city of Dnipro is split by the river, a buffer for Ukraine against any advance by the Russians from the east. For now, the whole city is firmly in Ukrainian control, but this week Russian missiles hit the city's new airport. On the east side of the river is the Dnipro branch of the Ukrainian Association for the Blind, a place that's now a refuge for anyone who needs it. Among those here, 3 generations of one family. They're from the country's far east.
В 2 метрах попал снаряд. Это было очень громко и страшно.
2 meters away from our shelter, the bombs landed, she tells me. For 24 days, we were living below ground. When the electricity was cut, we decided we had to leave. In the quiet of the corridor, we found Larissa Bavina. She describes this place as heaven. And from the hell she's escaped, it certainly is.
Целый комплекс ощущений, понимаете? Это чувствуют руки, ноги.
There were a whole range of feelings, she tells me, in my hands, my legs, my ears, the vibration from the bombs. This is the experience of war for the blind. Thank you very much for sparing the time to talk to us. The city's mayor is Boris Filatov. He doesn't stay in one place for long. The Russians have said they will target command centers. This isn't a military command center, but he won't take his chances.
We need 3 things. Weapon, weapon, and weapon.
And the American president has said $800 million worth of weapons will be coming.
Yes, we are very happy and thank you for our Western friends, but Western help is late.
The challenges for Dnipro are huge, caring for the wounded and the displaced, but also preparing as much as they can for the days ahead.
Thanks to Mark Stone for that important report. Turning now to COVID. You may want to check your breath. The FDA authorizing the first COVID-19 breath test. You heard that right. The test uses breath samples to detect the virus. Let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta, a public health physician, professor, and health policy expert. Dr. Gupta, thanks for joining us. So explain to us how this test works and its accuracy level.
No, it's a really good afternoon. It's a really interesting test that has been in development for the last 2 years. Think of it this way. Everything that's living in this world has a scent to it. Human beings, we're emitting fumes. Plants are doing something similar. Sometimes we can smell those fumes. Sometimes we can't. The scent. Turns out coronavirus actually has a scent to it. We can't smell the scent of coronavirus, but this test can. And that's what this test is really built on, is somebody who's infected will actually breathe out into a bag, and then that bag will contain all these fumes from coronavirus that will be detected. It is very, very specific and sensitive for detecting coronavirus, which is really good because over time, you can imagine this test could be utilized for large-scale gatherings, airports, you name it. Quick way to really rule out if somebody's positive or negative.
And Dr. Gupta, you say it's specific and sensitive. Do you think this kind of test will ever be available over the counter to be done at home like we've seen with some rapid swab tests?
I do. Just like with other tests, like the swab test, initially you had to go to a lab, you had to go to a hospital. Then it was point of care. It could be done in a clinic or by somebody who was trained. And then ultimately now over the counter, we're seeing some of those swab tests. We're probably going to see something similar here as we get more comfortable, as users become more comfortable with doing the breath test. And as innovation happens, we'll be able to see this over the counter.
And at this point, we've seen Delta and Omicron and BA2, and there might be other variants lying ahead in the future. So how much of a game changer could this home breathalyzer testing be if we were able to do it at home?
You know, what's interesting is that even if there are new variants, they won't escape detection by something like a breath test, because we're still going to see the similar fumes, to use that same analogy, will be emitted, whether it's Omicron or Delta or whatever we have to face down the road. So it's variant agnostic. Even if a variant arises down the road, this test will likely be able to pick it up, which is a good thing. We want to build that type of infrastructure across the country so we don't have to redeploy new tests every single time there's a variant.
Dr. Gupta, thank you. In China, chaos. The country's zero-tolerance policy for COVID is reaching dismal levels. Some residents in Shanghai forced to forfeit their homes so they can be transformed into COVID isolation sites. Here's NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer.
desperation and defiance in Shanghai. These videos verified by news agency Associated Press showing outright clashes. Police in white medical suits appearing to wrestle with residents who were ordered to surrender their homes so they could be turned into COVID isolation sites. One woman on the ground shouting, "I beg you, please." Others being dragged away. The videos went viral on social media here before being pulled down by censors. With the lockdown in its third week, most of Shanghai's 25 million people remain confined, struggling to find food.
We needed to act quickly.
Lucia Shen and her neighbors built up their own online supply chain to get everything from flour to medicine for 1,500 people.
Hopefully it's not going to be too long. I think for people who are in lockdown, we all know this shouldn't be a new norm.
Thousands of asymptomatic cases are still stuck at mass quarantine centers, some of the buildings leaking under heavy rain. Still, China's President Xi Jinping says zero COVID won't be relaxed, with punishment for those who break the rules. The Shanghai housing developer said in a statement that families forced to move were compensated. But the videos, along with others appearing to show protests, are a rare window into growing anxiety here. With the Omicron variant spreading fast and no end to the lockdown in sight.
Back in the United States, Donald Trump set to endorse a candidate in Ohio's crowded Republican Senate primary. How this support puts the former president's influence to the test, coming up.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's take a look now at the latest headlines from the interwebs, NBCnews.com. We start with Senator Dianne Feinstein pushing back against a San Francisco Chronicle report she's mentally unfit to serve. Anonymous senators and former staffers quoted saying her memory is failing. The 88-year-old Democrat is not up for re-election until 2024. A dolphin stranded on a Texas beach is dead after crowds tried to ride the animal. Rescuers saying the female dolphin washed up on Quintana Beach and was harassed by a crowd of people. In El Salvador, critics are calling mass arrests after gang killings, quote, punitive populism. More than 10,000 alleged gang members have been arrested after 62 deaths were reported last month. The U.S. will temporarily shield Cameroonians from deportation for 18 months due to extreme violence in the Central African nation. And the excitement is back at the White House. The Easter egg roll returns for the first time in 2 years. On Monday, the president and first lady will welcome 30,000 kids and adults for an egg-ucation-themed day of fun. A joke gone too far. USC suing 2 YouTube pranksters for storming a Holocaust lecture, pretending to be part of the Russian mafia, and forcing terrified students to run out of class. And it's not the first time that they've caused chaos at the university. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald has more on the lawsuit.
The University of Southern California is suing 2 YouTubers following multiple classroom takeover pranks gone wrong.
Everyone in the building is pouring out. Students are running, students are crying, they're screaming.
The lawsuit saying the latest prank on March 29th involved defendant Ernest Kanevsky storming into a Holocaust lecture, claiming to be part of the Russian mafia, demanding to speak to Hugo Boss. While Kanevsky and his associate Hugo Bai haven't responded to NBC's request for comment yet. Kanevsky did tell the New York Times this prank was, quote, part of a dare that was supposed to be a harmless, funny scene, adding that the whole notion that we targeted a Holocaust class is absurd.
I was scared that there was an armed man inside.
In the midst of the chaos, rumors spread quickly on campus.
By the time it had gotten outside the room, there was a report with a man with a gun.
But it's not the first time Kanevsky and Bai targeted USC. Last September, Kanevsky's team forced a professor out of the classroom and started teaching the class themselves, subjecting students to insults and demeaning behavior, according to the lawsuit. And last November, Bai ran into a classroom wearing a Squid Game tracksuit, begging for help in what ended up being a staged kidnapping. It left everyone in the classroom shaken up, according to USC.
I talked to my colleagues at other universities. They're having folks that are in making incursions into the classrooms, onto campus, trying to get YouTube hits.
Kanevsky posted videos of pranks at other schools, including UCLA, Texas State, and last year they even caused an entire classroom to evacuate at Cal Long State.
Everybody out to the other side of the building.
Following the pranks at USC, parents were immediately calling the school concerned for their children's safety. And
not only did the students, a number of students, and probably 15 to 20%, not show up for the next session, but we had students in neighboring classes not show up. We've had to escort our faculty to and from their vehicles to the class.
USC currently has a restraining order forbidding Kanevsky and Bai from setting foot on campus and posting any further videos of the 3 USC incidents. Kanevsky told the New York Times the whole lawsuit and what everyone is reporting is very deceiving. USC suing for compensatory damages, an amount to be proven at trial, and legal fees. The preliminary injunction hearing is set for April 28th.
This is our home. And when it's been violated, even if, quote unquote, for a prank, that harm doesn't go away easily.
Now to Ohio. There's still a lot of uncertainty in the key battleground state ahead of its upcoming primaries. NBC News reports former President Donald Trump is preparing to endorse author J.D. Vance in Ohio's crowded GOP Senate primary. J.D. Vance, the author of the famed book Hillbilly Elegy, a story about socioeconomic mobility in the United States. Meanwhile, Ohio's Supreme Court rejects a 4th redistricting proposal, ruling the latest map from the Republican-led committee, quote, devolved into the same one-sided partisan map drawing process that led us to invalidate the previous 3 plans. Strong words from the court. Joining me now is NBC News senior reporter Jane Tim and NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Vaughn, what significance could former President Trump's endorsement of J.D. Vance have in this race?
You know, Zinkley, so many of these 2022 races are really a litmus test for Donald Trump to test his own influence and relevancy among Republican voters ahead of a potential 2024 presidential run for himself. And I think this Ohio Senate race is a prime example of this. And this is coming in literally less than 3 weeks. This is a race. When you look at polling, there's a lot of polls out there, but generally what it shows is that there are 4 or 5 candidates that are almost neck and neck here, anywhere from 10% to 20%. And when you're talking about a state like Ohio and a dominant Republican Party there, you were talking about a potential endorsement by Donald Trump, potentially allowing an individual to jump ahead. This is where that anticipated endorsement of J.D. Vance could be so influential. Donald Trump is going to be in the state on April 23rd, 10 days in advance of that primary here. And it could be enough for somebody like Vance to convince and sway enough voters to just make it. I mean, you could pull off a potential win here with 22% of the vote. And so that's why, I mean, this could come down to hundreds or thousands of votes, and a Donald Trump endorsement could help him.
And Vaughn, we know this is not the first time Trump has endorsed a GOP candidate around the country. What is he considering in the Ohio GOP primary?
You know, this is just 1 week ago, Donald Trump endorsed Dr. Oz in the Pennsylvania primary, which turned a lot of heads. I don't think Dr. Oz was somebody who was considered as a diehard conservative by any means until this primary ramped up as part of his Pennsylvania Senate bid. And I think what it's telling about J.D. Vance is that, unlike some other Republicans in this race here, he was at one point an ever-Trumper ahead of that 2016 race. He even suggested voting for Hillary Clinton. He said, made suggestions that Donald Trump was not necessarily a role model who should be the leader of the free world. This is a candidate who ultimately, though, is attractive to Donald Trump for many of those very reasons, because this is a party, a Republican Party, where Donald Trump has been able to consolidate power. And if you are able to bring somebody like J.D. Vance on, who is an influential force in American media by his own right, the author of Hillbilly Elegy, if you're able to bring somebody like him onto your team, it goes to show that you have effectively still maintained power over this party. And ahead of 2024 presidential run, that's a pretty good thing to have in your back pocket if you're Donald Trump.
And Jane, I want to bring you in to talk about those disputed legislative maps. Why was this latest proposal rejected?
This latest set of maps, the fourth set, the state Supreme Court said it looked like it was gerrymandered in favor of Republicans. And they said that they can really see that in the process. Now, you might remember this is the first time Ohio has tried to do their redistricting with a redistricting commission, a bipartisan team of lawmakers and appointees who were trying to sort of stake out these maps. Now, when this reform was written, this attempt to have more fair maps and constitutional amendments were put into the state's constitution, they thought bipartisan compromise would sort of be incentivized. But as Republicans have sort of gotten a stronger hold on the state politics, it's just not happening. Republicans control this commission and can continue to push through maps that they say, or that the court says will benefit just the Republican Party. In this specific round, the fourth round, they brought in independent map makers, paid them about $100,000 to draw these maps. And right as in the final hours of this map drawing process, the Republican members pulled out and said, you know what, we're going to pass these maps that one of our staffers drew up in the last sort of few minutes. And this process, the judges say, is clearly how they saw partisan bias, that they had these independent map makers and they didn't do it. I want to read what a couple of the judges said. Justice Donnelly, a Democrat, said that just when the independent map drawers were perilously close to showing that the difficult was achievable, the commission's majority member party summarily pulled the plug on that process. Now, Republican judges, of course, believe that this is an overreach by the court to continue to throw out these maps. It is going to force the state to have 2 different primaries in the state because the General Assembly declined to move their May primary later, wanting to wrap some of these races up. Now, Justice Kennedy, a Republican, she said, we're stuck in a time loop like the movie Groundhog Day, really pushing back against this and would like the state to be able to draw their maps. But this court has positioned itself as incredibly determined to enforce these new anti-gerrymandering protections.
So, Jane, given all that you outlined, what's next in the process to settle the dispute?
So the state says it needs these legislative maps to be done by April 20th. And the court says, we're not really so sure that's a real deadline. That just sounds kind of speculative to us. So they said, we'll see your next round of maps in May. There is a federal suit where this could get sort of decided earlier than that. They said that they might weigh in by April 20th, but the next coming weeks are going to be pretty indicative as to whether or not someone decides to move the primary, and if they pick some maps. I mean, the state, people don't know where to campaign at this point.
Vaughn, Jane, important analysis. Thank you. The battle over border security in Texas lands in Washington. The Republican governor of Texas sending busloads of undocumented migrants to the nation's capital in response to President Biden's decision to end a Trump-era border policy. Here's Telemundo anchor Nicole Suarez.
This is the moment dozens of undocumented immigrants arrived right in the middle of the nation's capital. Men, women, and children hailing from Colombia, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba, bused to Washington, D.C., given ID bracelets and told to wait. Manuel Torres says his journey to this point has left him with almost nothing.
No nada. Mira cómo andamos, así andamos, sin ropa ni nada, porque todo eso nos lo robaron en la vida.
Torres caught up in a scheme that the White House is now slamming as a political stunt. All of it orchestrated by Texas Governor Greg Abbott.
We had the first busload arrive in Washington, D.C. today. There will be more that will be arriving, whether by bus or plane, so that Washington is going to have to respond and deal with the same challenges that we're dealing with.
Today, U.S. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner responding, writing in a statement that the governor is taking actions to move migrants without adequately coordinating with the federal government and local border communities. The governor's move, a direct response to President Biden's decision to rescind Title 42, a COVID-19 health policy put in place in the spring of 2020 that expelled migrants and prevented them from seeking asylum. Some worry the lifting of that policy could lead to another surge of migration like the one seen last fall. Even Abbott's Democratic challenger for governor, Beto O'Rourke, sounding the alarm.
There has to be a far more orderly process for them to do that than what we're seeing right now.
But the Biden administration insisting border officials are prepared.
It's very difficult to predict what that migration will be, but we are planning for different scenarios.
Title 42, which will be formally lifted on May 23rd, has been controversial from the start. While some insist the policy was necessary to stop the spread of the virus, others say the restrictive measure, which prevented more than 1.7 million migrants from crossing during the pandemic, went too far.
It's really an immigration policy thinly disguised. And what it does is it blocks people who are fleeing violence and threats in their home country from being able to seek protection in the United States.
The Texas governor now arming National Guardsmen at the border with riot gear and vowing to shuttle more migrants by bus and plane to Biden's doorstep. All of it coming at the expense of Texas taxpayers.
Up next, is crypto the road to financial freedom for historically marginalized Americans, or just a fad? NBC News' Tremaine Lee examines the digital currency boom among Black and brown communities.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready, ready, ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
All this month,
How urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife. We're going to go find some bison and protect our planet. Only on Today. News is happening now.
look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
It's time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. This week's 180-character drama, Musk versus Twitter, and more market losses. Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver here now for our Business Week in Review. Caleb, we're going to do this a little out of order today. I actually want to start with your Investopedia term of the week because it has everything to do with our next topic. So give it to us. What's your word this week?
It's got to be poison pill. This is such a great term. This is brought up because of the Musk Twitter controversy. This allows existing shareholders the right to purchase additional shares at a discount, effectively diluting the interest of a new hostile party. This is what companies do as a defensive move when a takeover like the one Musk has proposed for Twitter comes about. If anyone tries to acquire 15% of the company, they allow existing shareholders to buy shares at a discount, thus diluting that acquirer's stake. So this is a very interesting move. Who needs succession in billions when you have Musk and Twitter? This has been great to watch.
So let's dive deeper into the poison pill, because right now it is Elon Musk versus Twitter, and Twitter's board has made its latest move, voting to adopt a shareholder rights plan this afternoon. What does that do to Musk's bid to buy the company? Is it over for him, or what are his options?
Well, when he made the bid to buy Twitter for $43 billion in cash, what he says is his own money, he said it was his best and final offer. So he may not raise his offer, though he can always go back and try to get other shareholders to try to come in with him and buy it. But now that Twitter's board has adopted this poison pill, if he gets near 14.9 or near 15%, they're going to drop the share price for other shareholders to come in and dilute the value of his holdings. And that's a move you'll see companies make when they're trying to fend off acquirers. Elon Musk is an acquirer here, not invited to the party. And he was originally invited onto the board. He said he didn't want to be a part of the board. And he says economics don't matter. He could very well walk away from this deal, flush that 9% he already bought, and send Twitter shares back to where they were when he first started acquiring them back in January.
So interesting. So now let's pivot to markets more generally. I know markets closed today for the Good Friday holiday, but they were open 4 days this week, and it was not pretty. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both notching another losing week. What is happening?
Yeah, sentiment has really turned over the past few weeks, and a lot of it has to do with the trifecta of rising interest rates. That's a reality. Inflation, which is stubbornly high. We got the 8.5% read for annual inflation this week, and the geopolitical uncertainty with Russia and Ukraine right now, which is also driving commodity prices higher. So you got that weighing on sentiment, and as that weighs on sentiment, investors are backing out of risky assets like big tech stocks, but like the market overall. Only energy stocks are really performing well right now. So you got that going on, and you got retail sales sort of fading a little bit as consumers are dealing with rising inflation. They only rose about 0.5% last month in the month of March. So you got all of that swirling around the market, a ton of uncertainty. Uncertainty is kryptonite for investors, and they've been backing away for the past 4 weeks.
And Caleb, it's Friday. We don't like to think about Monday, but what are you paying close attention to for next week?
Yeah, well, we're in the middle of the full bloom of earnings season right now, where we're getting those report cards from companies. Next week, we have some huge ones, including Tesla. We can't wait to hear what Elon Musk has to say about Tesla. We know he's going to get questions about Twitter, because in order to buy Twitter, he would have to dilute or sell some of his Tesla shares. So we want to hear all about that. Netflix also reporting tons of other companies. But inflation has been the big word on the lips of corporations during this earnings season. How bad, for how long, and what are they going to do about it besides raise prices and pass them on to us? We also have our eyes on the housing market. We have the 30-year fixed mortgage payment now above 5%. What's that doing to building starts, housing starts? What's that doing to existing sales? And what is that doing to mortgage applications for refinancing? We know it's slowing the housing market a lot. We're keeping a very close eye on the housing market.
Important analysis, Caleb. Thank you. Now to crypto. It's been around for more than a decade and is growing in popularity every single day. And as more people decide to jump into the world of digital money, some crypto fans believe it could be the key to economic freedom for people of color, who in the United States have faced economic disadvantages due to historical inequity. Here's NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee with the latest installment of our NBC News Crypto Universe series.
Crypto is everywhere. It's in ads featuring celebrity endorsements, on major sporting arenas, and it's even popped up in big city government, where the mayors of Miami and New York are receiving part of their paychecks in cryptocurrency. There's no doubt, crypto is hot, and it seems that Black and brown people are fueling some of the heat. A Harris poll last year found almost a quarter of all Black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 11% of white people. But what's behind historically marginalized communities, like Black and brown ones, that have been largely kept out of traditional wealth-building financial systems, tapping into upstart digital currencies?
The thing about freedom is that it spreads quickly. When people realize how they can get free, people will do things to try to get more free, even if that means getting into something that might be a little bit more risky.
On a chilly day in D.C., a small but mighty group of crypto activists, enthusiasts, and entrepreneurs came together on Capitol Hill to raise awareness about the power of cryptocurrencies as a means of financial freedom for Black and Latino communities. Nadja Roberts is the founder and CEO of Crypto Blockchain Plug in Compton, California, one of just a few brick-and-mortar cryptocurrency exchanges in the country. She's traveling to 41 cities in 45 days, hitting non-white communities to educate them about crypto.
I call myself Young Harriet, leading my people out of financial slavery. It is time for us to take our finances into our own hands.
Erican Obo Tetakudo founded a venture capital company that funds Black-owned crypto startups.
How should Black folks be thinking about cryptocurrency?
Black people should embrace this technology with curiosity and with a desire to understand, because if we get this right, and if we're early in financing, creating, building this new generation of the internet and technology, then we can economically be freed magnificently.
But critics say the thing that makes crypto a lure for marginalized communities, which is decentralization, easy access, and lack of government control or oversight, are the exact reasons most people should be extremely cautious.
I am not an advocate of the current economic system. I am just clear that this is not the solution and is part of, I would argue, an offensive distraction from us getting back to the questions of where do we get political power and how do we assure that whatever wealth gets created is distributed so this level of inequality isn't possible.
Back at the rally, these advocates agree crypto may not be a panacea, but they say it's still worth the risk.
Yes, we should be skeptical, but us staying here where we are is unacceptable. We have to move forward, and we have to move forward with the best of what the world and we create, period.
Tremaine joins me live now. Tremaine, good to see you. You delve into the topic of Black communities and crypto in this week's episode of your podcast, Into America. What's drawing more Black people to invest in cryptocurrencies?
Zinkley, I'll tell you what, first and foremost, some masterful marketing. You have people involved like Megan Thee Stallion and Nas and Spike Lee, even LeBron James. But there are some other things here. This idea that this currency, cryptocurrency, isn't tethered to the old financial institutions that for so many years had kept Black people on the periphery or marginalized altogether. You don't have the government involved who, from time to time throughout our history, has either kept Black folks from the ability to borrow money and invest a certain way. And so those traditional barriers to access aren't there. You don't have to have a nice job with a 401k to be able to invest in cryptocurrency. It's all there. But there's also this feeling of it being not just cutting edge and hip, but really the Wild West. Like if you can get in early, you might be able to make some money and build wealth towards the future.
Yeah, there's a certain sense of FOMO. People don't want to miss out. And I know you got a chance to speak with Lamar Wilson, the founder of Black Bitcoin Billionaires. Love the alliteration there. And in the podcast, Wilson stressed cryptocurrency can help close the racial wealth gap. What else did he tell you?
You know, one of the things that Lamar Wilson said that I think stands out to me when he made the connection between times in our past when we experienced the kind of violent economic dispossession of black people. When you think about Tulsa and Black Wall Street, what black people were able to accumulate and able to build, what wealth we were able to cobble together was stolen at the whim of the violent white power structure. And so connecting the past where wealth was taken from us, literally physically taken and burned down, he made the alliteration of saying, like, you know, there is this other kind of value now and this other kind of wealth that can't so easily be taken, that illusion, I should say, to the past. And I think that really stood out, that there's an opportunity for black folks possibly to build wealth, again, untethered by the system in a way that can't so easily be taken.
And Tremaine, I know at that crypto rally in Washington, you asked folks if they had any advice for people considering investing in cryptocurrency. I am very curious to know, what did they say to you?
The one thing that I heard over and over again, Zinclay, is that you have to do your research. Research, and never invest more than you can afford. Because again, there are communities who are looking to build wealth, individuals who might not have much money, but are trying to find ways to kind of buoy their futures and their children's future. But you gotta only be able to invest. You should only invest what you actually have, but you gotta do your research because there are a lot of scammers out there. So you might wanna just pay attention where you're putting your money.
Absolutely. Tremaine Lee, thank you. Now to the sky. The future of flying one step closer to being electric. How a battery-powered passenger plane is looking to shake up the industry.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All this month,
how urgent is our position as far as our climate's concerned?
Exploring innovative new steps to save our wildlife.
We're going to go find some bison
and protect our planet. Only on Today.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Time to give yourself an entire body reset.
The new approach to saving our planet. Simple life swaps, great for the environment.
We're celebrating greatness, redefining what it means to be a family.
They say it takes a village, and you guys actually have created your own village.
We are ready. We got a little spring in our step.
Spring!
This is quite the spring break crowd.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It may not have been the app's original intent, but the Find My iPhone feature led authorities to one woman's stolen car and her 9-year-old son trapped inside. NBC News correspondent Katie Beck has more on the dramatic rescue caught on camera.
Go, 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 go. As police speed through this Atlanta neighborhood, the 9-year-old boy they are racing to save, completely unaware the key to his rescue is right inside his pocket. Just be bit, just be bit. Moments earlier in this Goodwill parking lot, the child left in the back seat of a running car as his mom briefly ran into the store. In a matter of seconds, a carjacker jumping in the front seat and speeding off. His mother quickly realizing she could use the Find My Phone app to track her son's location.
They're tracking the car to South Gordon.
Helicopters circling overhead, able to key in on the stolen vehicle as the mother fed GPS coordinates to the officers on the ground.
I got the car, Peoples and RDA.
Patrol cars racing to catch up, using a pit maneuver to drive the car off the road.
Open the f***ing door! Open the f***ing door! You're trying to kill us! You're trying to kill us!
The suspect, handcuffed by police, put in the back of a squad car. The entire incident over in less than an hour. The 9-year-old able to escape through a backseat window. Comforted by the officers who saved him. Clearly shaken but unharmed.
You okay? You okay? Yes. Yeah, we're gonna take you to your mom. You all right? You okay? You okay?
My mom called you?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
She did.
Excuse me. I want to go now.
Law enforcement experts say this situation could have been far worse.
Time is not always on your side in these type of incidents. Don't leave your car running, not even for a hot second to run, turn around, turn your back to it. It can be gone in this. And your child as well.
That suspect now charged with kidnapping, cruelty towards children, and felony theft. His lawyer has not responded to requests for comment.
Now to this busy spring holiday season. We've got Easter, Passover, Ramadan, and more. And this weekend, airlines are expecting to reach near pre-pandemic numbers. But they don't have the staffing to keep up with demand. And with COVID cases back on the rise, the CDC is extending its mask mandate for at least 2 more weeks. Here's NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander.
Millions of passengers are set to take to the skies in an industry still reeling from pandemic setbacks. Over the past week, TSA has screened nearly 2.1 million passengers every day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year and just shy of pre-pandemic levels.
But we expect domestic travel to be extraordinarily high again this year.
But even with travel numbers on the rise, airline staffing is still lagging behind, making any weather delays even more disruptive.
Airlines, of course, as you know, are not operating the same routes and the same frequency as they did in 2019. So with the supply and demand, it makes it certainly more challenging when delays and cancellations occur because recovery time takes longer.
Now, some airlines are struggling to keep up with the demand. JetBlue has already reduced its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights. And in an open letter, Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complained of schedule chaos and fatigue, calling the latter the airline's #1 safety threat. Southwest responded in a statement saying their system is working as designed, allowing crew members to determine if they are too fatigued to fly. And now, with more passengers preparing to go wheels up, they are facing an extended requirement to mask up, with the CDC continuing the mask mandate until at least May 3rd, amid rising COVID cases nationwide.
It makes no sense.
I wish it was off, but we'll follow the rules.
But the White House says while cases are on the rise, vaccinations have made this uptick a different story.
The big question is this going to lead to a lot more hospitalizations and deaths? I'm hopeful that it will not.
And staying in the sky, the green revolution hitting the flying industry. I'm talking about a potential game changer here. New battery-powered, yes, battery-powered planes that will cut down on the carbon emissions from the current fleet of commercial planes. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello reports.
Keep going. In an aircraft hangar near Seattle, what may be the future of aviation, a battery-powered plane nicknamed Alice. Its propellers mounted on the back near the tail, and one massive 8,000-pound battery.
So the battery actually, it starts from here, stretches
all the way back to here.
Made by the Israeli company Eviation, the plane is designed to carry just 9 passengers on shorter hops. Think Portland to Seattle or Boston to Martha's Vineyard at about the same speed as a prop plane, 400 miles in 2 hours, roughly double the flight time of a 737, but quieter and smoother with nearly 0 emissions. Company president Greg Davis. It looks like a flying Tesla behind you.
We're really excited about this aircraft. Eventually, we believe that the electric aircraft is going to achieve dominance in this sector, and we're prepared to support that.
But first, it needs FAA approval. The first test flights could come this summer. Former Navy and United Airlines pilot Steve Crane is Eviation's lead test pilot.
It's like a Tesla. You step on the gas in the Tesla and you go. So in that way, it's very different.
If all goes well, the planes could be in service within 2 years. Already, DHL Cargo is ordering at least a dozen, while New England's Cape Air is placing a very big order, 75 planes. Eviation promises a first-class interior, a smaller plane but wide with big windows.
The most impressive thing about Alice is that it's going to be the most modern aircraft for the 21st century and beyond, not only by design, but also the technology.
But the competition is stiff among battery-powered aircraft designers. Wright Electric is developing a 100-passenger battery plane. Sweden's Heart Aerospace, backed by United Airlines. Airbus and Boeing are also working on designs. The biggest challenge, those massive batteries, too heavy to fly transatlantic or even across the country. Alice will need a 30-minute charge before each 2-hour flight. But eventually, this is a 9-seater plane. Do you envision someday this could grow to the size of a 737?
There's no limit to how far we're going to be able to take zero emissions aviation.
Up next, royal reunion. Harry and Meghan make the trip across the pond to see their queen for Easter. As the family feud that kept them apart finally thawed, we'll bring you the latest.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? Our promise to take in 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. Is that enough? The circus-like stuff that the hearings turned into. This system seems broken. What do we do? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
A happy surprise for the Queen of England this holiday weekend. Harry and Meghan making a stop at Windsor Castle on their way to this weekend's Invictus Games in the Netherlands. It's their first visit since resigning as working royals and moving to the United States. NBC's Ann Thompson reports.
Harry and Meghan pull off an Easter surprise. A spokesperson for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex confirmed the couple went to Windsor Castle and met with Queen Elizabeth Thursday. They also saw Harry's father, Prince Charles. Turning 96 next week, the Queen has stepped back after a bout with COVID and mobility issues. Sitting out Easter services at Windsor, Prince Charles stepping in. It is the first time they visited the royal family as a couple in 2 years.
Well, like all family feuds, they're complicated and they require compromise on all sides. So I'd suggest more discussion might be needed in order to restore the family relations back to what they once were.
The hurt feelings made worse by their bombshell interview with Oprah Winfrey.
Did you blindside the Queen?
No. I've never blindsided my grandmother. I have too much respect for her.
In that interview, they accused a member of the royal family of racism for questioning the color of their children's skin.
There are several conversations.
There's a conversation with you?
With Harry.
About how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share. But at the time it was awkward. I was a bit shocked.
This is Harry's third visit back. He was here last April for his grandfather Prince Philip's funeral, and then in July unveiling a statue of his mother, Princess Diana, with his brother Prince William. But he did not return for last month's memorial service for his grandfather, fighting with the British government over what kind of police protection his family would have when they visited. Harry saying Britain was not safe for his family. The couple reportedly arrived Wednesday and stayed at their former home here, Frogmore Cottage. The Daily Mail says their cover was blown when they were spotted by a bus of churchgoers on the castle grounds to attend the Maundy Thursday service.
Next, they called it Studio 54 on wheels in the 70s and 80s. Now it's making a comeback courtesy of Liberty Ross and Grammy-winning artist Usher. So grab your skates because Rockefeller Rink will transform into a roller boogie palace through October. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie takes a look.
It's time to lace up, crank up the music, and roller skate. An activity that's glided its way onto the silver screen and into iconic music videos. The popular pastime traces back to Europe in the 1700s and made its way to the States a century later, soaring in popularity during the disco era of the 70s, when Flipper's Roller Boogie Palace in Los Angeles was the place to be. The family-owned and operated rink was known as Studio 54 on wheels, with everyone from rockers to disco queens coming together to experience a unique kind of thrill. Now, our iconic Rockefeller Center ice rink is transforming, bringing Flipper's Roller Boogie Palace back to life so the good times can roll right here in the heart of New York City.
Thanks for watching. I'm Zincle Asamoah. That does it for this hour, but the news does not stop. Hallie Jackson begins right now.
We're coming on the air on this Friday as a lot of you are probably getting ready for the holiday weekend. But hang on, tons of flights are getting canceled, partly because there's not enough people to actually fly the planes. Coming up, we'll look at airlines may not be ready for this travel surge, with people starting to emerge from their COVID cautious positions. We'll also take it to Ukraine, where Volodymyr Zelensky says he feels like Bill Murray. Yeah, he really said that, like it's Groundhog Day he's in, with all of his requests for weapons. And we're learning about his new ask to President Biden to call Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. Why that might matter. Plus, we go behind the scenes on a story of a woman who says she was raped by a Russian soldier. In tonight's backstory with Molly Hunter. That's later on. Plus, Twitter saying no deal to Elon Musk, pulling out a so-called poison pill to avoid a hostile takeover. Why the company's trying to say no thanks to the $43 billion Musk says he can offer. And just as we were getting the show ready for air, the President and the vice president released their tax returns. But for everyone else in America, filing yours may be a little trickier than usual because the IRS says this is going to be their toughest tax season yet. We'll explain why and what it means for your refund. And with COVID cases up a little in some parts of the country, we're looking at one woman's battle with the virus for more than 2 years. A closer look at the 23 million Americans with long COVID in tonight's original later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and right now it is getting busy at airports all across the country. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the chances of a travel nightmare are, pardon the pun, sky high. It's true. Over the past few weeks, we've seen cancellations, we've seen delays with the spring travel season ramping up. And with summer right around the corner, it's possible this weekend could be a preview of what to expect in May, June, July. Today and Monday are expected to be the busiest days at the airport over this holiday weekend. Look at some of these numbers. In just the past week, right, the TSA screened something like 2 million people a day. That's up nearly 1 million since last year, just a little short of where we were before the pandemic. But there's something that's not back to where it used to be before the pandemic. Airline staffing. Look at this. JetBlue has already had to cut back its schedule by as much as 10% heading into the summer. Alaska Airlines trimming 2% of its flights, and the Southwest Airlines Pilots Association complaining recently about what they say is schedule chaos and fatigue. It's all coming as COVID cases are going up more than 10% over the past couple weeks because of those Omicron subvariants that are spreading really fast. So let's get a look at the big picture here with Miguel Almaguer, who is joining me now live from Los Angeles. Miguel, great to see you. On the one hand, it feels like, okay, travel's getting back to normal. But on the other hand, it's like the airlines don't seem to be quite ready for it because of these staffing issues. So give us the gut check. What's going on here?
That's right. Well, Hallie, as you mentioned, the airlines are bracing for record travel in the days before Easter, and some airlines are just struggling with staffing issues. Southwest is having its own problems, as you mentioned, and so are other carriers. JetBlue and Alaska are also cutting back on flights. So if you're making late reservations, there could be trouble in the days ahead. And if the weather holds up, it's still likely that flights all across the country are going to be packed. Demand is there. The question is, can the airlines deliver, Hallie?
Then what's the strategy, Miguel, if you're like me and you're trying to get on spring break, later this month?
Well, you got to get to the airlines early. You got to make those reservations. And even then, some flights are being canceled. So it really does depend on the availability. Many flights are being cut back late in the day. So that really is an issue as well. Officials are saying check flights, check them often, and book early.
As we look ahead to what we're going to see over the next couple of weeks here, we talked about the COVID impact on some of this travel. And I feel like that is most evident, Miguel, in this extension of the federal mask mandate for people who are flying on planes or who are going on, let's say, the Amtrak or what have you. Gonna last a couple of more weeks. Not everybody's thrilled about it is the point, right?
Yeah, that's right. It's really a mixed bag. It really depends on who you ask. Some travelers are looking forward to that extra layer of protection. Other people are just over it. We actually spoke to some folks earlier today. Here's what they had to say.
I don't think masks work all that well anyway, so I think they're kind of useless, to be honest.
I'm okay with it. I look forward to when we don't have to wear them anymore.
Pressure was off, but we'll follow the rules.
So, Hallie, it's really a mixed bag, just like everything COVID, and of course, all of this comes as COVID cases are increasing across the country. They're up in about 24 states, and we also know that infections nationwide are up about 10%. There is some good news. While hospitalizations have remained relatively stable, the death count is down about 30%, so that's good news. And all of this comes, as you mentioned, as more Americans are looking to get back out on the road.
That's right. I think a lot of folks will be checking FlightAware over these next couple days, too, as they're heading out of town. Miguel Almaguer, who knows a thing or two about flying. Miguel, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Have a great
Thanks, you too. Let's go overseas where we're learning just now that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has asked President Biden to designate Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. This is NBC News reporting from a couple of sources familiar with that conversation. It's coming as a White House official tells NBC the Kremlin is issuing basically new threats to Washington, warning about, in their words, unpredictable consequences if the U.S. keeps sending weapons to Ukraine. But the U.S. is still sending weapons and military help to Ukraine. It's after Russia lost, look at the screen, this flagship warship you see on its screen. It is literally named after Moscow. It's called the Moscow. A senior U.S. defense official now says the Pentagon thinks 2 Ukrainian Neptune missiles are responsible for this attack. And let's be clear what that is. Big loss for Russia, embarrassing loss for Russia, big win for Ukraine. But it does have some Ukrainians bracing for the fact that a humiliated Kremlin may try to push and escalate its attacks even more. And here's what we're seeing right now in the Ukrainian capital. You're looking at surveillance video from a strike today and the aftermath in a suburb just outside Kyiv. City officials say there is still a danger to the innocent people who are living there. That's the aftermath right there. And then let's go to nearby Bucha. Look at the damage, right? Officials in Kyiv say they found 2 more mass graves, the bodies of 900 civilians. It's horrific. Ali Arouzi is in Lviv. And Ali, when you talk to experts about the sinking of this warship, a big, significant moment in this war for a number of reasons, strategically and symbolically, there is real concern that the retaliation coming from an embarrassed Vladimir Putin is going to hurt, and it's going to hurt badly.
That's right, Hallie. Even Zelensky's advisor last night said that the Russians are almost certainly going to seek retribution for the sinking of this ship. We have some incredible Ukrainian producers. One of them last night told me that they are almost certainly going to hit us. She brought up the word of nukes way before Zelensky or William Burns said it. So it's on the forefront of everybody's mind in this country. But they're not frightened. They're ready for the worst here because they've seen it all.
How are people responding to this new threat? And you're referencing this interview that Volodymyr Zelensky did, where he talked about the idea that he believes Russia is getting closer to deploying those chemical or nuclear weapons.
Well, that's the fear with Putin, as he's not making any ground, as he's having these embarrassments like this flagship sinking to the bottom of the Black Sea. And incidentally, Hallie, that's the biggest ship to have been sunk since World War II. So it's a massive blow to the Russians. They think he's unpredictable. He's dangerous. You know, the people here use the word genocide because they think he wants to wipe out Ukrainian national identity. So they think he's predictably unpredictable and he's capable of doing anything. But, you know, these people are so tough here. They're holding strong, and you hear it from Ukrainian after Ukrainian. We're ready for anything. We're going to get these Russians out of our country.
And for the Ukrainian President Zelensky, it feels like deja vu because of what he's saying now. He did this interview in The Atlantic that we referenced a second ago. He said, when some leaders ask me what weapons I need a moment to calm myself, he says, because I already told them the week before. It's Groundhog Day. I feel like Bill Murray, right? The U.S. is trying to send help. They are sending more military aid. Do Ukrainians that you're talking to feel like the U.S. is doing enough?
Look, they are grateful for what they've been given. They're grateful for these shoulder-mounted missiles. They're grateful for, you know, the getting the S-300 systems from Slovakia. But they all tell you it's not enough. We need fighter jets. We need state-of-the-art equipment to fight the Russian war machine. And then they always point out, look, we're a country that has an army 8 times smaller than Russia. Look how we fended them off. Imagine what we could do if we had the hardware the U.S. had, the U.K. had. But they're still not getting that big things they want on their wish list, like fighter planes and, you know, advanced tanks like the Abrams.
Ali Arouzi live for us in Lviv. Ali, thank you. Let me bring in Andrea Mitchell to talk more about this. We're so glad to have you and your perspective here, Andrea. This request from President Zelensky to the U.S., not just for weapons, but to designate Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. Our team reporting on this indicates that it was not like the main request from Zelensky, but it did come up briefly in a conversation with a White House official saying, well, it's not the red phone ringing in the Oval, just to put it in perspective. But what would it mean? You know, what would make it more than just symbolism if Russia joined Iran, North Korea, I think Syria and Cuba as the only other nations on that list?
But how it's a big deal. It is what Joe Biden in a different era would call a BFD, because this is the toughest sanctions. It makes it really hard to have diplomatic relations. I mean, what is our relationship? You know, we have an embassy in Cuba, but by putting the terror designation, it's really hard to unstick it. So it's hard to have the kind of diplomatic relations they want to have with Moscow. They want the communications. But we have an embassy there, but how do you do that if we've called them a state sponsor of terror? Still, on March 17th, the last time that Tony Blinken was asked this question, he said, there are all options on the table. We're not leaving, you know, anything out here. And Jen Psaki the same day said the same thing. So this has come up. They are considering it. They're holding it over Vladimir Putin's head.
Right, not ruling it out, not closing the door to it. There's also this diplomatic note that was sent over by the Russians to the U.S. Right, basically warning of these unintended consequences if the U.S. keeps helping Ukraine. The U.S. is going to keep helping Ukraine. But so how should we interpret this threat from Russia?
It's what Ned Price called, you know, bluster.
The State Department spokesperson, yeah.
But they're taking it seriously.
Okay.
And this was a so-called démarche, which is a tough note, you know, strong message to follow. This was the strong message. So it's an open-ended threat. It's more from Vladimir Putin. He's cornered. And you heard that Bill Burns did raise the prospect, in answer to a question, by the way, from Sam Nunn, the former, the founder of the Nuclear Threat Initiative, former head of the Senate Armed Services Committee. What do you think is the possibility that they would use nuclear weapons? And he said, when he's cornered, you don't know what he's going to do. Right. Bill Burns is the guy who actually is the only U.S. official who has recently met with Vladimir Putin face-to-face in November. And it was a complicated meeting, warning them against going into Ukraine. He knows Russia better than anyone. He was the ambassador in Moscow. So he knows Russia. He says, look, we're watching. We have seen no signs of them moving the elements. The CIA, which is, in charge of, we've seen no signs that they're moving elements to use tactical weapons. But you don't rule anything out with Vladimir Putin.
Let me ask you to put on your chief Washington correspondent hat as opposed to your foreign affairs correspondent hat here because, well, a little of both, I guess. Finland, saying it's very likely they're going to join NATO. We know that there needs to be approval from the U.S., the Senate to be able to do that. Give us the reality check here. Possible? Probable?
I've been making calls on this, and Finland says they want to do this within weeks.
Which Russia, by the way, never wanted them to do. So all this did, right, from Russia's perspective, is push Finland even closer to NATO.
Finland has been neutral for years and years, ever since Russia invaded them in the 1930s. They have an 830-mile border with Russia, but they have done exercises with NATO. They've got a very good army. Sweden would likely follow, so they would jointly do it. And the two leaders of Finland and Sweden, two prime ministers, both women, they met in Stockholm this week, and they said they want to do it in weeks. Jens Stoltenberg has said, come on in. The NATO, 30 NATO members have to say yes, and that means the U.S. Senate. And so I made a couple of calls just now on that.
Yeah.
And Mitch McConnell has said they'd go along with it. The last time there was a NATO accession, it was 2019, North Macedonia. The vote was 91-2. So it probably would. But the one little thing is there's some strange people who've been elected in the last couple of years, especially in the Senate and in the House. So last week there was a vote in the House for supporting NATO in the midst of all of this and all the U.S. reactions, and 63 House Republicans voted against supporting NATO just on April 6th.
Just to give you a sense of the political landscape, although I think on the Senate side,
it would be stronger. I mean, and the House doesn't get a vote. Right. So I think the Senate, and the people I've talked to in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and others who are leading the NATO caucus say this would go through.
Andrea Mitchell, it's great to have your expertise on a day like today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Of course, appreciate it. We're going to talk more about Ukraine a little bit later on the show with the backstory with Molly Hunter on her reporting on a woman who says she was raped by a Russian soldier. But we turn now to another story here in the U.S. Anger, fury boiling over in Shanghai because of the super strict lockdown measures that are in place there with the pandemic. We've been telling you about their zero COVID policy for weeks. Things are getting more and more intense. Look at this. People at a housing complex in Shanghai were fighting, like actual physical fighting with these health officials over the whole thing. Officials say these protesters tried to block the Chinese government from taking over a residential building meant for COVID patients. Here's Janice Mackey-Freyer with the latest from Beijing.
Hallie, with this massive lockdown in its third week, patience appears to be wearing thin. Videos that went viral on social media here showed what happened in one neighborhood when dozens of families were told they were being evicted and moved. These videos, verified by news agency Associated Press, show outright clashes in broad daylight. Police dressed in white medical uniforms wrestling with residents who had been told to surrender their homes because they were being turned into COVID isolation facilities. There were people on the ground begging, others were screaming, some being carried away. The videos were all over social media before China's censors pulled them down. The housing company that owns the buildings said in a statement that the people who were being forced to move were being compensated. But these videos and others that we've seen appearing to show protests offer this window into the growing discontent in Shanghai, with the Omicron variant still raging there and no end to this lockdown in sight. 25 million people still struggling to get food. We spoke to one person today who got together with her neighbors. They built an online supply chain so they could get everything from fruit to flour to medicine for 1,500 people in their community. There are thousands who are still stuck in mass quarantine centers. And yet China's President Xi Jinping says that zero COVID is not going to be relaxed. If anything, people who violate the rules are going to be punished. Now, authorities in Shanghai had said earlier this week that areas of the city where they didn't have any cases, they would see the lockdown ease. But the numbers just keep climbing up 13 of the past 14 days now, and full or partial lockdowns now being extended in at least 45 other Chinese cities. Hallie?
Janice Mackey-Frere reporting for us on that from Beijing. Have you heard about this? Twitter tonight moving to try to block that $43 billion takeover attempt from Elon Musk, who, of course, owns Tesla, a whole bunch of other stuff. They're adopting this plan that's called the poison pill. That's like its nickname, right? It's used to fight these kinds of hostile takeovers. So what it means is if anybody tries to buy at least 15% of Twitter's stock without the board's approval, this poison pill kicks in, and then you can have a whole lot more people able to buy way more stock for cheap, right? It floods, essentially, the marketplace with stock, which would decrease the value of the person who's trying to take it over as shares, in this case, Elon Musk's. Twitter's saying today that it'll reduce the likelihood that, in their words, any entity, person, or group gains control of Twitter, but added the plan doesn't stop the board from accepting an offer. Joining me now on this is Vaughn Hilliard. So, Vaughn, I want to get to the big picture context in a second, but for this instance, this is really about, it feels, Twitter looking to buy some time and force Elon Musk to the negotiating table rather than have this be a hostile takeover in which they have no say.
Right. I mean, I think volatile is the word that almost anybody would use to describe Elon Musk. And now when you're talking about a major corporation, one in which you're talking about tens of millions of individuals who are using that platform and communicating on a daily basis, there's a lot at stake here. And that is where it was just earlier this week that it was revealed that Elon Musk suddenly had acquired about 9% stake of the company, 9% of their shares, which turned a lot of heads. And as part of being on the board, which initially it was suggested that he would become a part of the agreement about being on the board is that you can't take over the company. Well, then Elon Musk earlier this week said he's not actually going to join the board, and instead that's where he put out on Twitter his bid, his $43 billion bid to take over the company, which has left the Twitter board to determine whether to take him up on that offer. That is a higher value than where the stock is currently at. At the same time, there's not necessarily going to be a willing board in this, and that is where Elon Musk is calling on the shareholders, this to go to a shareholder vote, who theoretically say, look, he's offering a higher value to the cost of our company. Perhaps this is one that we would want to get behind, and that is where all this is right now here heading into this Friday night.
Okay, fine. Saga, drama, whatever you want to call it. Pull back a little bit, right? And give it to me from like the consumer perspective for people who actually use Twitter. What are the stakes here, right? Because Musk has been really clear about his perspective as it relates to free speech and Twitter. Of course, there are also those who suggest having a platform to spread unchecked lies has not been great for democracy, as we've seen as it relates to the political front. Talk about sort of the big picture implications if Musk were or were not to take control of this company, basically.
You're looking at the guy, Hallie, who could be taking over Twitter, who literally asked this week, quote, is Twitter dying? That who's who could be at the helm of this here. He has called himself a free speech absolutist just here in the last month, suggesting that it was wrong of Twitter to bar Russian state media platforms from posting online. There are questions about what would the future of Donald Trump's presence on Twitter, but also QAnon platforms, far-right white supremacist platforms. What would their future look like on this platform? Because he is of the belief that it should be an open communication line and that it's not for a private company, despite this private company being one that started from the ground up, controlling the levers over who is allowed to speak and who is not. There are major questions if Elon Musk were to take over about what the future of this major communications platform would look like.
Vaughn Hilliard, thank you so much for staying on top of that for us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, my friend.
In New Jersey right now, local officials are doing tests to see if there's any radiation at a New Jersey high school that could be putting more than 1,000 students at risk after reports that more than 100 people linked to the school have been diagnosed with brain tumors. Environmental scientist Al Lupiano started researching the potential connection after his sister and his wife were both diagnosed with the tumors on the very same day. They both went to Colonia High School. And by the way, Lupiano was also a student there, and he himself was diagnosed with a tumor 20 years ago. They weren't the only ones. Lupiano says his doctor told him their case was like being struck by lightning.
It's just not normal to have two people with something that's 1 in 100,000 know each other, let alone be married to each other.
When Lupiano started looking into it more, he ended up identifying 103 people, including himself, all connected to the school, who all had similar cases. They'd all gone to this school, Colonia, between the years of 1972 and 2000. Lupiano found some outliers, including the case of a 2014 graduate. Officials in this town in New Jersey say they've reached out to agencies like the EPA, the CDC, the Department of Health in New Jersey to investigate. Jesse Kirsch is following this story for us. And Jesse, you've been talking to experts about this. What are you hearing about the chance, right, that this is simply some big, strange coincidence?
Yeah, Hallie, at this point, the short answer is it seems to be too early to tell. One neurologist a short time ago telling our team that it's unclear, based on what information is out there right now, if there is an environmental link. And I think that doctor, it sounds like, wants more information, just like the families impacted, just like the township here in New Jersey that is impacted by all this as well. I should note, just within the last hour or so, we have heard from the EPA now. So the EPA is acknowledging it is aware of this situation. We know that the State Department of Health is aware and offering its assistance as well. But the township has already taken upon itself to be proactive because they're worried about the bureaucracy of getting the state and federal government involved and how much longer that could take to get to the bottom of this.
Well, that's part of it, too, because there's about 1,000 suspected cancer clusters reported to health departments in states every single year, according to the American Cancer Society. And a lot of the times, for the ones that even do get studied, the results are inconclusive, right? So how do you collect data on something like this, especially when, as Al Lupiano, the scientist we just met, knows, some of this stuff happened decades ago in the early 70s?
Yeah, so already the school district says that it is testing the school property. It says that it has put little devices about the size of hockey pucks inside various places in the school, and that those devices are collecting air samples. It says they're also going row by row on the school property. The mayor of the township, of Woodbridge Township, comparing it to like taking a lawnmower and not missing a blade of grass. So he says they are going line by line across the school grounds, and they are looking for elevated levels of radiation to see if there is anything there. But for the time being, Hallie, the school remains open. They had classes this morning, but the mayor tells me they are now out. They left early for the day on this Good Friday, and they're now going on their spring break for the next week.
What's the solve here, Jesse? Like, what's the fix if they do find something?
You know, that's a big question, and I think there are a lot of different agencies, a lot of different levels of government that would have an answer for you on that. And that gets back to why the township moved quickly. I asked the mayor if there's a consideration for closing down the school. He said that would be a decision for the superintendent to make. And they're just trying to get any results, but those results of what they're already doing, he says, are weeks away to begin with. And I also want to note one other thing, and it kind of gives you the reality of this whole situation and puts it in perspective. So Al Lupiano and his wife, Michelle, both have those tumors. Both of their tumors, they say, are non-cancerous. They are, broadly speaking, okay. They have ailments that are going to be with them for most of their life. His wife says that she is about 80% deaf in one ear, and Al has issues as well. But his sister passed away in February. Her daughters, two of her daughters, are students at that high school this very day, Hallie.
Wow. Jesse Kirsch, glad to have you out there. Glad to have you reporting on this story for us. Thank you for bringing it to us. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, you know what Monday is. It is tax day. But here's what we don't know: when you might get your refund. That's a little less certain. Coming up, we'll talk about why the IRS is struggling. Plus, Tremaine Lee checking in with a group of black crypto enthusiasts, why they say investing in crypto could help marginalized communities. We're going to be right back.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening
right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bring in the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
So you know more and more Americans are cashing into crypto, and a big driver of those investing are people in black and brown communities. Listen to this poll that found that about a quarter of all black adults say they already own some cryptocurrency, compared to 17% of Hispanic Americans and just 11% of white Americans. This is from last summer. They say investing in crypto, some of these folks, is a way for marginalized communities who historically have been excluded from institutions and ways to build wealth to finally have that chance. Joining me now is Tremaine Lee, who's been digging into all of this for his new podcast coming out. Tremaine, it's a fascinating look at the way that some people see investing in crypto as a way for black and brown communities to make money, to get financial freedom. Explain that.
That's right, Hallie. First of all, for many of these communities, when we think about the massive wealth gap, the average black family only has an eighth of the wealth of the average white family. And part of that is because of barriers to access, right? Folks who are crypto enthusiasts say, you don't have to have a fancy job and a 401k to get access. You don't have to go into a bank if there are banks in your community. Let's not forget, these marginalized communities are overwhelmingly underbanked, right? You don't have to walk in there and show your face and feel any kind of discrimination. You can actually, it's peer-to-peer. You can set up an electronic wallet and you're already engaging in this kind of new commerce. But also, many folks said this is just like a can't pass up real estate deal. We've seen people become millionaires off of Bitcoin, and it's still early, it's still developing. And so folks are saying black folks, the black community, historically economically dispossessed by the institutions and system in this country, it's time to get in, get down, and start building wealth from the beginning.
Okay, but give me the flip side of the coin, right? Because, Tremaine, when you and I talked a little earlier this afternoon, I got a lot of Twitter feedback on, well, wait a second, this is maybe too good to be true, right? That there are still vulnerabilities in this system, particularly for some of these people in marginalized communities.
Well, there are certainly vulnerabilities because folks often don't have the money to begin with. So, they warn, do not put more money than you can afford into this. But also, when you look at who is already kind of fueling some of the surge besides black and brown people, 0.01% of investors into cryptocurrencies already have 27% in Bitcoin, 27%, billions of dollars. So some of the same people who are driving some of the inequalities in other sectors are also driving this. And so many folks say, this is just a distraction. Right? Look at the marketing scheme. You have Megan Thee Stallion, the rapper Nas, Spike Lee, LeBron James. This kind of targeted effort already throws some red flags up for folks who say, there's a great opportunity for what we saw with predatory lending. Folks preying on people who don't have the assets, wealth, or understanding of the system to make the best decision possible. So there's certainly a flip side, and it's the wild, wild west, literally. So folks need to make sure they research before they put their money in.
100%. Tremaine Lee, great to see you. Thank you very much. We want to let folks know you can listen to Tremaine's podcast, Into America. It is streaming now wherever you get your podcasts. There it is. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, more than 150 Palestinians are hurt after Israeli police raided a mosque in Jerusalem. Israeli forces say a group of Palestinians were throwing rocks toward the Western Wall before police made their way in. Hundreds of people were arrested. And keep in mind, it's all happening at a time when Ramadan, Passover, Easter, all about to overlap or overlapping. Number 2, a suspect's been killed and 3 deputies have been hurt after a shooting in Kansas this afternoon. It happened in Crowley County. The officers were responding to reports of a suspicious vehicle. Those officers are in stable condition right now, we're told. No word yet on what led up to that shooting. Number 3, U.S. officials say North Korean hackers are linked to a massive crypto heist. Speaking of crypto, the Lazarus Group allegedly stole, listen to this, nearly $615 million in crypto from a network behind a popular online video game. The Treasury Department has slapped some sanctions on that hacker group. Number 4, Peloton hiking up the monthly fee for its on-demand fitness content for the very first time. If you have that all-access pass, it's going from $39 to $44 a month. The company says the price increase will, in their view, allow Peloton to deliver to users. Number 5, the first full moon of spring will be out and about this weekend. April's pink moon is named for the flowers that bloom, of course, here in this country and on the continent during the season. And even though it's not actually pink, some space experts say, hey, you could say it's a little rosy, I guess. Get outside, check it out. You can see it till Monday. We've been covering all the news out of Ukraine, including reports of violence against women. We're talking with our reporter in Kyiv about that and our backstory coming up. And then later this hour, it's a problem some people have been dealing with for years now, long COVID, how doctors and scientists are trying to get a better handle on it.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Boston Marathon's on Monday. You know, people train for this for months. And now one Arizona woman who lost her leg to cancer is set to race in it. Her training includes running an entire marathon every day for weeks. We've got her incredible story in the local. But first, it's time to get the backstory. Our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. And for this one tonight, we're going back to Ukraine, where human rights officials have been very carefully documenting potential war crimes by Russia, including sexual violence against women. A 110-page report by one European organization shows a lot of gender-based violence because of this war, from women not being able to access gender-specific health care to sexual harassment, assault, and rape. And Molly Hunter has brought you the story of one of those women, 28-year-old Elena, who at one point was held hostage by Russian soldiers in Hostomel. She needed some medical help after a burning piece of metal, a piece of shrapnel, basically, hit one of her breasts. 3 soldiers came to her house saying they could help. She's still not sure how they knew she needed it. Elena says they beat her husband, breaking one of his ribs. The next day, one of those soldiers came back and raped her. Our Molly Hunter asked her about that attack.
So he took you to a place where he knew no one was going to be able to hear you.
Я плакала. Ще я була просто ранена, про що думала. Статися жива, я навіть не знала, що бути далі.
Molly is joining us now from Kyiv. And Molly, we're glad to have you with us to share a little bit more on this incredibly important story and how you were able to tell it. Because this is, you know, as reporters, we sometimes have to talk to people on the worst day of their lives, right? Or just after the worst day of your lives. How did you get Elena to be, especially so fresh from this trauma, so open? I mean, saying God will judge him, you know, on the soldier to you.
Yeah, Hallie, that really struck me as well. And that was, of course, answering kind of how are you feeling now? Are you angry? What would you kind of tell this person if you saw him again? And that was her answer. This was a story since the beginning of the war we knew was happening. We knew it was going to be happening, and we didn't know kind of where we would find it. So we've been chasing it for weeks. And I think, look, one huge advantage, Hallie, that my team is mostly women. We have a great cameraman who's a guy named Abe, and the rest of us are women. And so we started talking to women very early on. We started approaching women who were waiting in line for humanitarian aid. We started talking to women who were evacuating. We started talking to anyone we could see. We also started talking to doctors in some of these small towns. We thought the doctors would actually help us lead us to some of these cases, Hallie. But what was interesting is that because there's very little cell service in a lot of these small suburbs around Kyiv, the doctors weren't actually talking to each other. So they didn't have a real kind of bird's eye view of what was happening in neighboring towns. And so we embedded with a group of paramedics. Again, 2 women, Hallie. We went out with these paramedics from town to town, and we got to Bucha. And this woman, Elena, actually came to the paramedics for some help. We started talking to her. Maria, who's our local producer, started talking to her. And Hallie, it was actually her husband who came out with it, who actually told Maria, look, you should really talk to my wife. She was raped by a Russian soldier. And
I want to be really clear so that our viewers understand like why you and your team would have been looking for this, because this is potential evidence of war crimes committed by Russia and by Russian soldiers, and shining a light and holding accountability, in that is so critically important when you're in a moment like this, Molly. The other piece of it is we're not talking about Elena's last name. We're only showing parts of her face. I mean, that's part of this too, right? Protecting the identities of victims like her.
That's exactly right. And look, when war crimes prosecutors, and they're already on the ground here, they're looking for evidence. Part of that, part of building a case and part of building a case to actually prosecute war crimes is eyewitness accounts. And look, what we have gathered isn't necessarily something kind of admissible to court, but it is eyewitness accounts like this, which allows the General Prosecutor's Office of Ukraine, which allows International Criminal Court investigators to start talking to these women and to start really gathering additional evidence to pair with their future prosecutions, hopefully. You mentioned we don't see her face, and we talked about this with her a lot. It's something that in cases like this, in stories like this, Hallie, we often don't show women's faces at all of rape victims. We often distort their voices. It is a conversation that we have with our standards department, Hallie, about how to protect these women, how to make sure that they are comfortable sharing their story. And in Elena's case, we spent a lot of time with her before we ever turned on a camera. So we sat down with her. Maria really kind of spoke with her, got comfortable with her. We went back multiple times to visit her. Then we invited Lawahez, our producer. I went in to talk to her before we ever turned on a camera and really explained to her exactly what her story would mean, that she was explaining a war crime and then where it would go. We were putting it out on NBC News, kind of where people would see this. So she fully understood why we were there and what the process was.
Is there anything that surprised you in this process or as you were learning about her story, Mal?
I think a lot surprised me. I think the first thing was that it was the husband, Hallie, who wanted us to hear her story. I think the other really grim detail, which didn't make it into our final cut, was that when this Russian soldier took her to this apartment, Hallie, and was raping her, she had this wound, which is why she originally went to go seek medical help, which is kind of what led to a lot of the terror that followed. And he didn't want to look at the wound, Hallie. And so he went and found another bra, not her own, in that room and forced her to put it on because she said he didn't want to look at her wound. And I found that such a harrowing detail to hear from her. And it was also indicative, of course, that there were other women's bras in the room, Hallie. I do just want to say one other thing about the process. Is that it was really different for me than it was for Maria, who's the Ukrainian producer who I've been working very, very close with over the last 6.5 weeks. She was hearing this testimony in her native language. So she was talking to Elena. Even though I was sitting across from Elena, I was holding Elena's hand. We were making eye contact. It was Maria who was hearing Elena's words in Ukrainian and then translating it to me. So I had a real buffer kind of between the harrowing story, but Maria heard it all firsthand.
I'm incredibly grateful to you and to Maria and to Abe and to your team that's out there for being able to share a little bit more about what it's like to be getting these stories on the ground and to be bringing them to us here in the U.S. and shining a light on what is happening. We are grateful to you for that, Molly, and please extend our gratitude to your team. Thank you. Coming up here on the show, why officials think hundreds of birds were killed or died rather at a sanctuary in Chicago, plus the newest COVID test authorized by the FDA that does not include a swab up your nose. We're back after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In a couple of minutes, we'll show you how Major League Baseball has been honoring Jackie Robinson today, 75 years after he became the first black man to join the league. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, officials say a bird flu outbreak killed more than 200 birds at a nature preserve in Chicago. The federal government's conducting some tests to see how this virus got there in the first place. We've mentioned before on this show that area is seeing a pretty bad bird flu outbreak. It's hurting farms and parks, clearly. From our Northeast Bureau, legal sales of marijuana are coming to New Jersey next week, starting the 21st. Adults over the age of 21 can buy cannabis without a medical card. Voters actually approved this whole thing back in 2020, but it took a minute to sort out licenses and regulations and all that. And from our West Coast Bureau, an Arizona woman who lost her leg to cancer is close to reaching an incredible world record, running 102 marathons in 102 days. You heard that right. Jackie Hunt Broshma says running changed her life and gave her freedom. She's set to run the Boston Marathon Monday. That'll be number 92. That is so incredible. You got a lot of people, Jackie, rooting for you. Can't wait to see how she does in Boston. So, right before we were coming on the air, we saw the president and first lady releasing their tax returns for 2021. They made a little more than $600,000 last year and paid more than $150,000 in federal income tax. But the real news out of this, that the first lady had income at all. Remember, Jill Biden is working at a community college. She's teaching, so she is making her own income. The vice president and her husband released their tax returns, too. They made about $1.7 million and had sold their home, by the way. We're talking taxes, of course, as you are probably thinking about taxes. You know Monday is tax day. Today's April 15th. That's usually tax day. This year, it's Monday the 18th. Right around the corner, and by the sound of it, it's not going to be an easy one for the IRS. They say they're facing their toughest tax season ever. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, this is what the IRS does. This is like their Super Bowl. What's the issue? Well, same thing that a lot of companies are facing, a big labor shortage. On top of that, the IRS still hasn't caught up from last year. They have still 6 million unprocessed returns from then, 5 million more than they usually do. Money expert Kristen O'Keefe-Merrick is joining us now. Kristen, biggest question, right? If the IRS is short-staffed, is it going to take longer for people to get their refunds?
Well, yes, because if you're filing right now, then you're already a little late to the game. But yes, the short answer is they're understaffed. They have no money. They're dealing with additional work too. They're the ones that have been responsible for the distribution of a lot of the stimulus relief. So they have an additional amount of work on their plates as well. So it's kind of a big old mess, to be honest. So the quickest way to do this is to file electronically and to make sure that if you're receiving a refund or you owe, you make sure that you tie your bank account to your filing, because that'll be the quickest way for you to send money back and forth.
If you look at the numbers here, the IRS last year had 15,000 employees, but got 240 million calls. You know, I mean, this is a bananas amount of calls to a workforce that's relatively small, same size as it was back in 1970. How did it get this bad?
Major decades of underfunding, longstanding budget cuts, particularly during several administrations. The combination of the budget cuts, the labor shortage, and the fact that they really do pay quite low. They pay minimum wage. So there's so much competition already for jobs. It's become a really tough situation for them.
When they say this is going to be, when the federal government is acknowledging that this is going to be a tough tax season, like as a money finance professional, what does that say to you about this moment that we're in?
I mean, I think it's just indicative of the larger story that we're living through, right? We're living through a world which nothing seems to be working properly. And I think that the IRS is just one more example of that, unfortunately. And it's unfortunate that it is our government, and it's unfortunate that it is this huge bureau that has so much work to do. But it's, alas, it's what we have to deal with at the moment.
Kristen, thank you so much for breaking that down. I can't imagine how busy this season has been for you, so I appreciate you making some time for us, too. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Turning now to the fight against the pandemic, and there's this new tool now in the toolbox. The FDA has authorized the first ever COVID test that uses a breath sample. So you breathe into it, you don't stick something up your nose. It's not an at-home thing. The test has to be done by somebody who's been trained on it. And you can see it, it's pretty big, right? The company that makes it says it's like the size of a carry-on, but it can give you results in just about 3 minutes, according to the FDA. But if the test result comes back positive, the agency says, yes, go get a confirmatory test, meaning go get a PCR or something like that. It's going to be a big help, though, with some parts of the country dealing with an uptick in COVID cases. We've seen that because of the BA2 Omicron subvariant. And as we stick with COVID, we want to bring you tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. And this one, what happens to people who got COVID a while ago and who are still suffering from it? A new study from Stanford University has some findings on this. Turns out that COVID patients, some of them, can harbor COVID in their intestinal system, basically, for months after getting infected. Researchers say this makes them more worried that the virus could aggravate the immune system and cause some of these long-term symptoms. Our team talked with one woman who's had a 2-year-long battle, 2 years long, for long COVID. Shamir Smith got the virus at the very start of the pandemic, and since then, she says her life has not been the same, and she's not alone. Researchers think as many as 23 million Americans are dealing with long COVID. Our Dr. John Torres explains what it's like for some of these patients.
Shamir Smith loved teaching middle school English in Baltimore, going over Shakespeare, helping students write great essays. When the pandemic started, she told her students it would all be okay, but it wasn't.
I knew that something eerie was happening in my body.
It was March 2020, and Smith was experiencing COVID symptoms.
I experienced a full range of symptoms that first week that grew into some of the most bizarre, frightening, and also frustrating symptoms I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I didn't consult Smith myself, but she told me that by April of 2020, her COVID test came back negative. However, she realized her COVID symptoms were lingering longer than expected.
I fainted in my bathroom. I lost my vision at the end of April. My body just never recovered. I mean, my cough was persistent. My lungs were burning. I couldn't smell or taste. I never tested positive for COVID, but I was one of the patients who finally, after a year, was clinically diagnosed.
Smith has what experts are calling long COVID. The World Health Organization defines it as the constellation of long-term symptoms that some people experience after they have had COVID-19. Symptoms said to last for at least 2 months, including fatigue, shortness of breath, persistent cough, and aches.
One of the researchers that works with us, she said it well. She said COVID didn't kill them, but it killed their life in some ways.
Epidemiologist Shruti Mehta is leading a study at Johns Hopkins University that wants to recruit 25,000 participants. The goal, understanding long COVID better.
One thing that we've learned is that no one is immune.
Medical research around long COVID is in the early days, and experts are only beginning to understand how many people are affected and for how long.
I kept saying, hey, I'll be back in August of 2020. Then it became, I'll be back in January of 2021. But when I realized in August of 2020 that I was not going to be able to go back to work, I think I sat in my room for about 2 days and I cried.
Her symptoms are life-changing.
I get migraines 16 to 20 times a month. Fatigue is still a big issue for me. It's hard for me to walk because every now and again, I'll get this intense joint pain.
The Biden administration announced a plan to prevent, detect, and treat long COVID. It includes accelerating research, expanding long COVID clinics, and supporting workers with long COVID. And Senator Tammy Duckworth and Representative Ayanna Pressley introduced a bill to fund more and expanded long COVID clinics. But for many suffering from long COVID, they're finding support with each other. Some joining long COVID support and advocacy groups, others participating in studies like Mehta's at Johns Hopkins. Their feedback critical to moving the research forward.
We feel what they're feeling. The more participants that we can get, the faster that we can run, the faster we can learn.
Learning from patients who, like Smith, still await answers as they continue to live with long COVID.
I miss what I do. I miss what I did. And sometimes I have a hard time placing tense because sometimes it's hard to remember that I don't do it anymore.
Dr. John Torres is joining us now. And that's such an important story, Dr. John, because I think there's this moment where a lot of people feel like we are moving past the pandemic here, but there are still millions of Americans who are dealing with some of these symptoms and a lot that researchers don't know about it. What I found interesting about that story and in reading more about this is that there is some hope that this could actually accelerate different kinds of potential breakthroughs when it comes to illnesses, right?
And Hal, you're correct. And unfortunately, for better or for worse, this has been a very huge experiment across the world with millions of people, almost 500 million people getting COVID. And so that gives them a huge database of what to look at and see what's happening here. And one of the things we are learning is, yes, this viral illness, even though it might go away, it can leave behind some symptoms and some other issues that we don't know how long those are going to last. And we don't think that's unique to COVID. It could be happening to other things as well. But what's happening now is we're finding out that researchers are coming together, they're sharing data, they're sharing information, and that is certainly accelerating that research as time goes on, and we think that's going to expand to other fields of medicine as well. And so I hate to say there's any silver lining to all that's happened over the last couple of years, but this is one of the things that might certainly come out from it, Hallie.
You referenced that $1.5 billion study, right? This long COVID research plan that the White House wants to fast track. What is the timeline for when we might start to get some answers here, Dr. John? You know the medical field. You know how long some of this stuff takes. What's realistic?
So the timeline right now is something we don't really know, because what they did in this basically assessment, what they want to do is they want to go ahead and have HHS, the Health and Human Services, to start a plan to get everything coordinated, because up until now it's been a bit hodgepodge around the country of different clinics and different researchers. Pulling that together, that obviously takes money. They put some money into this, but some critics are saying it's not quite enough and for long enough. But we know this is going to go on for a while, and we know this is something that's going to happen possibly for years or decades from now. So getting it now and understanding it now is important for these people going forward and moving forward, Hallie.
Dr. John Torres, great to see you. Thank you for bringing us tonight's original. Really appreciate it. When we come back, longtime California Senator Dianne Feinstein pushing back against some new reports that she may not be fit to serve in office. What the 88-year-old is saying about her record next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what
what's going on.
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject.
Instead of covering a lot of topics in one show, we're going to focus on one and take a deeper look at how it impacts America.
Exploring and explaining the critical stories that affect our future. Meet the Press Reports. Thursdays at 10:30 p.m. Streaming on NBC News Now and on demand next day on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Intense pushback now from California Senator Dianne Feinstein, firing back against some new reports that suggest she may not be mentally fit to serve in office. A report by the San Francisco Chronicle said multiple colleagues, including Democrats, including several, they say, Democratic senators not named in the piece, are questioning whether it's time for her to step down. The report said that these lawmakers and some of Feinstein's own former staffers have noticed her memory rapidly deteriorating. She is 88 years old and the oldest sitting senator. We should note NBC News has not independently verified the Chronicle's reporting. Now, in this new statement, Feinstein is saying she is committed to achieving results and that she'd put her record up against anybody's. She's been in office since 1992 and won re-election to a 6-year term in 2018, a term that expires at the end of 2024. Sahil Kapoor joins me now. And Sahil, we know that there was this statement from Feinstein's office. The senator herself called the San Francisco Chronicle, right, the initiator of this report, to talk to their op-ed board about this and reiterate she is showing up. She is trying to do the job here after the Chronicle, in a separate report, suggested that there was a lawmaker, for example, in a meeting with her and repeatedly had to remind them, you know, why they were there, what they were talking about, et cetera. Talk us through some of this, what we should know about this.
That's right, Hallie. This has been a poorly kept secret on Capitol Hill for quite some time now. Senator Feinstein's questions about her mental acuity, questions about her alert level at certain moments, and it's risen to a new level in this story where lawmakers are now speaking openly to reporters about their concern.
Although
I shouldn't
not
say
quite
openly, perhaps
yeah, I was
anonymously,
say, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Not quite so openly, but regardless, Senator Feinstein doing some damage control with the San Francisco Chronicle, and also issuing a statement obtained by NBC News, insisting that she continues to be an effective representative for 40 million Californians. Talked about the work she's done, took credit for the recent reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, essentially saying, I'm not going anywhere, and dismissing the concerns raised by her colleagues in this report.
The framing of some of this reporting, too, suggested that from those, you know, cited anonymously in the piece, she is a woman who broke glass ceilings, right? I mean, she was kind of a trailblazer when she was initially elected to serve, and has done a lot. You know, it seems like a lot of people are looking at the legacy piece of this as it relates to, you know, her continued time in office. And there are those, Sahil, candidly, who have raised the specter that this may be a gendered criticism of Senator Feinstein.
And Hallie, nobody's going to take that legacy question away from Senator Feinstein. She's been at the forefront of a number of issues, chaired some committees. She's been a vocal fighter, for instance, for gun control. But there are a couple of reasons why, you know, it seems to be a little bit different this time. The first is that she's going to be 89 in 2 months. That number is only moving in one direction. These trends that her lawmakers are talking about tend to only move in one direction as well. And the fact that the San Francisco Chronicle, her home state paper, has written about this, they splashed it on the front page of their paper yesterday. It got a lot of attention in California. It's a kind of a different scenario than it has been in a previous instance. For instance, a year and a half ago, when the New Yorker magazine wrote about this, she dismissed it and the story kind of went away. The question is whether it will go away this time. The Chronicle followed that up with an editorial today saying that Democrats should go public with their criticisms if they feel this way, and that she should resign. I would expect to hear some more about that in the coming weeks and months, Hallie.
Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Major League Baseball today honoring a giant of the game, 75 years to the day after he debuted for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Of course, we're talking about Jackie Robinson to wrap up the show. The first black man to join the MLB, considered one of the greatest players of all time. And you know they're honoring his legacy today. Every team, look at that number 42. Every team has a 42 on their jersey. New York even lighting up the Empire State Building in the Dodgers colors. Robinson was also honored with a street sign in New York at a ceremony attended by his family members and baseball greats, including Ken Griffey Jr., who said he and even his dad would not have gotten where they were if it hadn't been for Robinson. What a special day. What a special legacy. That does it for us this hour and for this week. I am off next week, but you're going to be in very good hands. So we'll see you on Monday, and then I'll see you the week after that. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. Coverage picks up right now. We're coming on the air on this Friday as a lot of you are probably getting ready for the holiday.